It's very simple. It's something we face every day. Now, if you're a customer experience head, let's say you are heading the customer experience team at Erisco Foods, right? If I were doing that, my first point of call would be to reach out to Chioma via her DMs with the official social media account, apologizing for the experience she has had and requesting for a one-on-one interview or conversation, right? First off, you have to apologize because she felt inconvenience. That's what she's complaining about. So after you do that, you request, with her kind permission, if she chooses to have a one-on-one interview, and that's to find out more in order to help you initiate investigations as to what the concerns are. Is it the quality? Is it, you just need to be able to narrow down where the challenges are, because for every one Chioma, there are 20 other Chiomas that would not come out to talk. So you have one Chioma who is speaking, right? You have one Chioma that is speaking, and she's representing every other person else who just threw away the can without saying anything, but will tell all their neighbors not to buy a Erisco product because it's bad, So I think that after doing that, after apologizing to her and requesting for a one-on-one interview, you go there with clear mind. You go there with an open mind to be able to get all the feedback. You're not going there to defend the company. You are going there to gather feedback. What was the challenge around that? Can I have that? Do you have the container? Can you save it for us? Can we have that? To be able to track the production of that particular container that she got, or the particular sachet she got that thing from, right? After you've done that, you can now forward your investigations to the company, but not without, assuring Chioma that her feedback has been noted and investigations will be going forward. And then if your company your company must have compensation plans for such situation, maybe a pack of tomato paste for her, maybe a sachet, something to just compensate her for the inconveniences she has gone through. But that's not where it ends. As you do your investigations, you keep Chioma in the loop so that she feels like she's a part of whatever feedback or whatever improvement that she may have recommended. And if after your investigation it turns out that there was nothing wrong, but maybe she had maybe heightened taste buds, or maybe she naturally doesn't consume that much sugar, and maybe the company did the sugar that has been, the quantity of sugar in that product is agreed upon with NAFDAC, which is the governing body for these foods, then you give your feedback to her and say, actually, we've done our investigations, this is this. You give her the right information. I promise you can change Chioma from a customer who is sourcing for other customers who is facing the inconveniences she has, to even a brand ambassador without nobody asking her. You could have easily turned Chioma to a loyal customer. They could have turned her to a word of mouth ambassador. They could have done a lot of things with this situation. Not this current choice that they made. It's an option that nobody should go for, right? See, we know that some customers may come from an angle of ignorance, maybe from bias. There are a lot of things, but what you don't do is weaponize their feedback. You don't do that. You don't weaponize their feedback. You do your investigations and use it to be able to turn that customer's mind around. And if there is foul play, maybe you've gone ahead to do investigations and you figure out there is foul play. There are channels to lay these complaints. You don't just take police to the customer's house to arrest the person and move the person to another state because of feedback. You don't do that because you are managing the customer's emotions. You are managing the other customers that are going to be looking up to you. And now, Erisco brand that would have used this as a teachable moment. Gino brand had this same situation, was it 2 weeks ago, where a customer did a whole video bringing out Gino from the pack and saying about how bad it was. The handling skills demonstrated by Gino is top notch, and I'd like to give a shout out to that company. They did a fantastic job managing that situation. They even compensated the customer with extra tomatoes, sachets and all that. And the customer came back online where he left the feedback to tell the whole world how it went, and we all shared in the story. So I don't know if there's a head of customer experience in Erisco brands. I don't know who is managing the customer experience there. This is beginning to look like the company has no regard for their customers' experience, and I do not stand to be corrected based on their activities so far. So I would expect that the company take a step back, look at their business going forward, because there's a boycott right now on the company For a company that has stayed, according to the business owner, I said it's been over 40 years in business. It's very sad that just a very simple feedback is costing the company so much. Now they are doing the most. They are writing so much, trying to appease customers. The same customers that feel like their rights or their views are not appreciated. You want my money, but you don't want my opinion. That's not good. That's not good at all. You cannot want my money and then don't want my opinion. And this is not even about personal opinion here.
Yeah.
Chioma is protected by the FCCPA Act. She's protected by the law to give her feedback. And that's why Mr. Babatunde Irukera, at the time, when he was, chairman of DG of FCCPC, he was following up this case. Because I followed him during this situation. I've been following this case since last year. He followed this case up and he was giving feedback. He was part of those instrumental in the release of Chioma from her initial detention. And to see that, even after the involvement of the FCCPC trying to stop this situation, the company still go ahead. And guess what? They didn't even go coming from the part of the feedback. They went for cyber crime. The charge leveled against Chioma is cyber crime. How is it cyber crime to give feedback?
It was a very interesting approach, and I think we can take a quick break now.
Because they know she's protected by FCCPC. That's why they chose to go through the other route. And it's just pure sad to every Nigerian consumer. It's a slap on the face of every Nigerian consumer and every consumer-related professional out there.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of mentioned it earlier about whether even this law was a valid law to take on board for this case, but you said so much in that response. I think we can take a quick break now so that when we come back we can open up our phone lines. Please stay with us. If you just tuned in, we're discussing the topic, Erisco Food Saga, is the Nigerian customer truly protected, with our guest Priscilla Amadi. Please let's hear what you have to say. You can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp message on 0384663. We're also now opening our phone lines and you can call us on 0702 500 7749. Remember, when you call us, please turn down the volume of your television set so we can have a great conversation. So Priscilla, are you still with us?
No leave, no transfer.
Fantastic. So I love that when you talked about, and really that's our focus today, is about protecting the rights of the consumer. And you touched a bit on the Federal Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission and the Act as well. And I think that I was happy to see in this case that the then DG did take up this case, and he was very active, and the mandate of that organization talks about protecting and promoting the interests and welfare of the consumer. So it absolutely sort of fits into this, and if we distill this and remove school foods, you know, there's so many things that are wrong with that, but if we actually focus on the average Nigerian consumer today, it is clear by what we've seen in this story that a lot of customers don't know their rights. So you mentioned NAFDAC, right? The CEO had talked about the fact that why wasn't a report made to NAFDAC? Why wasn't a report made to the Standard Organization of Nigeria? He touched on all of these things, and he said, when we got the report, he went around to his company, around the country, to see if they had gotten reports. And I liked how you talked about getting the actual product itself. Perhaps there was this batch, it's possible for things like that to happen. So
yes, it could be a quality assurance issue.
Yes, exactly. So I think we have our first caller. I think we have Norman from Abia. Good evening, Norman. Great to have you on the show again. Good evening. Hi, good evening, Norman. Can you hear us? Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Norman.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
This is Roman from Abia.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah. See, I want to let us know one thing. Hello.
I think you might need to turn down the volume of your TV set. Okay. All right, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we'll allow Norman to try and sort that out and call us back. So as I was saying, we've talked about sort of the approach that the company should have taken, right? And when you talk about the consumer today, it's important for consumers to know their rights. It's important because I've spoken to a lot of people today who are like, if this can happen just on tomato paste, should I take on a bigger organization? And you start to impact something that is really crucial to being able to deliver quality customer experience, which is actually getting your customers' feedback. So there's a real risk to the customers. There's a real risk that this sets a precedent for other entrepreneurs and businesses to say, I'm going to take a combative approach, because that's what it is. We're taking a combative approach to the consumer's rights. So just wanting you to sort of talk about what the rights of the consumer are, because there was a post on social media by another person who had really been following this case and advocating on behalf of Chioma, where she talked about what should be displayed on a product. And I know those regulations are typically set by, the standards organizations by NAFDAC, as to whether you not only need to tell us how much that there is sugar in your product, but how much sugar is there in your product. So talk to us about the rights of the consumer. What should consumers feel today when they make a decision to spend their money with your business? Given the reality of today's economy, if I spend my naira with you, what should I expect? What rights should I have?
Okay, so consumers, right, in this sense, have a lot of rights. Right to fair dealings, right to examine goods, right to represent. There's a lot of rights. It's all listed in the Act, right? I don't know if I have enough time to be able to list them all.
We'll have to bring you back to discuss the Act itself.
Yes. So for just the Act, we really need to talk about that, because you will be very shocked at how much the customers actually do have rights. Okay, you have consumers' right to select suppliers, consumers' right to cancel advance reservation, booking or order, consumers' right to choose or examine goods, consumers' right to return goods, falsely. It's a lot, really. I don't know if we have these things, right? So like you said, you did one of the major things.
Priscilla, let me just stop you there. I think we have a caller again. I'm not sure if Norman is back.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say. Hello, do we have a caller there? Okay, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we're having network issues. Please go ahead.
So Chioma is covered under 131, right? And that consumers' right to safe, good quality goods. And then there are also other places too that she can be protected under, right? So the fact is, that's what we said earlier. I said that's why they took a unique approach. And if you look at it, it is not Erisco Foods directly suing Chioma. It is the Nigerian police force that is doing that. And because I think they had gone back and done their research and realized that, she actually is within her rights to be able to make those complaints. And that's why they put it under cybercrime. And that cybercrime to me is a blanket statement. Like, what do you mean by cybercrime? But that's besides the case. Now, coming back to Nigerian consumers, right? We do not want, as customer experience professionals or customer advocates, we do not want this precedent to be set. It is dangerous for consumers.
Yeah.
It can be referred to. And the fact is, if we allow this to be set, we will have irresponsible companies, we will have irresponsible businesses hide under this action to get away with terrible actions against customers. And
let's see, I think we have a few more callers. Let's see if we can take a few calls. Hopefully the network will allow us to have a few.
Hello.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Please let's hear what you have to say. Hello, good evening. Wow, the network today is really, really terrible.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Please go ahead. We can hear you. Hello, Kingsley. Please go ahead. We can hear you. Okay, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we're really struggling with the network today, and we're getting quite a few calls, I understand. Please go ahead, Priscilla.
I really want to have challenges. I can't be dealt with both ways, traffic and the network. God had to smile down on me for work. So, as we're saying, right, if this precedent is set, it's extremely dangerous because even as professionals, we're also consumers.
Yeah.
Right? Currently, there's a worldwide pandemic when it comes to customer service right now in Nigeria. So you don't want to add a dangerously set precedent of human rights violation and personal vendetta to the list of already very poor customer experience or customer service being set, right? I do not think that any professional would look at this and say, oh, this is okay, right? And I'm wondering how it is okay for the company to continue this route. I personally feel extremely sad.
Priscilla, let's see if we can get a few more callers. I understand we have quite a few waiting. Good evening, thanks for calling. Let's hear what you have to say. Hello? Okay, so I think we're, let's just take your final comments, Priscilla, because I think we've now run out of time. We'll have to do this again.
Okay, my final comment is this, and I hope that probably Chioma sees this, and her husband sees this, and her family sees this. I would love her to know that she didn't do anything wrong. And I'm saying this as a customer advocate and a customer experience relating professional of over 12 years. Chioma, you didn't do anything wrong. Also, I would also appreciate the lawyer who took this pro bono to be able to, give her a fighting chance because they're trying to intimidate her based on money. And then to other consumers out there in Nigeria, please do note that we, the customer experience professionals, are not just going to sit back and allow these precedents to be set. We'll keep on speaking about these issues so that they feel protected, right? Because we need them. We need our consumers to give us feedback. It is one of the most collated form of business improvement. And we tell them that we apologize for these inconveniences that is currently going on, the emotional trauma that this Chioma and other consumers are going through. We apologize for that, and we say we'll keep on speaking about these things.
Yeah, thank you so much, Priscilla. Sadly, we couldn't get you into the studio, but thank you for joining us. We have a quick comment here from Daniel Illo. He says, is the Nigerian customer truly protected? He says, Nigerians truly are not careful concerning what they take. That is why they get into problems. Companies are only interested in making money and not the welfare of the consumers. To my own view, generally, Nigerian consumers are not protected. So thank you, Daniel Illo, for that. Thank you for staying with us. If you missed today's quote, our DNA is as a consumer company for that individual customer who's voting thumbs up or thumbs down. That's who we think about, and we think that our job is to take responsibility for the complete user experience. And if it's not up to par, it's our fault, plain and simple. And that's by Steve Jobs. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Thank you.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
You're welcome to TW Conversation. In this lounge, we discuss topics of interest to us that concerns the rest of the world, but we give you our take. So today, we're going to talk about the big party culture. You know, we like to say that Nigerians love to party, but I also remember Lord Lugard's quote about Nigerians years ago. And a lot of Nigerians hate to hear it or think about it. He said all those years ago that I don't think he was talking about just Africans, he was talking about Nigerians, that we love to party, that once you give us merriment, we're happy. But he also said we would not think about the future or plan for the future as long as we have means to party today. So today, here with me in the lounge are my sisters. Right there at my far right is Anne. Anne is a young mother, but she is also what you call a new mom's coach.
New moms.
I think that is good. In the Africa of today or Nigeria of today, we don't have all those old midwives who used to help us with raising little babies. So I think she knows all about it. She's got two herself. Next to her is Dion. Oh. Dion
Mama D
is a writer. She's a writer, and she loves to read. I'm not quite sure she likes partying, but she will tell you all about it.
in this all this regalia. Check out this abaya.
And next to me is baby Omoye. Omoye, I call her my baby.
Yes, I'm your baby.
Yes, she's not necessarily the youngest in the house, But she's an actress. She's a very serious media person. And I am very impressed with her, sheer love and passion for what she does. You should hear her recite poems.
Oh.
And of course, it's Adesua Oyenokwe. She's my sister. She's a producer. All I ever think about when I see her is the microphone. I've known her with the microphone for years, but I've experienced her recently as a producer. So we will be back. And myself, my name is Fumi Oyetunji. Before you go,
I foresee.
I join my sisters in the lounge regularly. So when we come back, you shall get our take about the big party culture.
Go party. Go party.
Welcome back to the lounge. So before we left, we told you that we're going to be talking about the big party culture in Nigeria. So I want to know, what is a big party? What actually categorizes a big party?
This is where you get dressed like this. Because this is definitely not me. Yes, so...
But you have to wear this for parties.
Yes. I bought it for a party, actually. It was bought for me for a party. So this is where you get dressed like this. It's expensive. Look at those blinking things on the chest. Oh, goodness. What's the big party to you?
The big party, it's growing by the minute in Nigeria. The parties are getting bigger. You know the ones I'm talking about.
I don't.
Huge halls, a few bands.
Few bands.
Not one band. Not one band.
Different bands.
Different bands, you know that.
Like three bands in a wedding.
Yes. And then where there are, like 8-course meals.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the day, new things are just being brought in.
Food is not
when
bad,
people.
So food,
it's a
it's
good idea.
Party, though. I'm just thinking, is it the food, or because I went for a party recently and someone was like, that party was big, and the reason why the person said this because when we got, it was a baby dedication. When we got in, we had like rice or fada, a different mix. After we finished, we're like, do you want cocktails, mocktails? When we finished, do you want soft drinks as well? Do you want small chops? When we finished, there was ice cream, there was
Baby
cake,
dedication.
there was
Money.
baby dedication. Just before we left,
It's
someone
a
just said, have
baby
you eaten
dedication.
abacha before? There's abacha. And I'm like, oh my
Okay.
goodness.
I think this is where, you remember, there was once, our president, his daughter got married. And then they gave out those LV cases, right? There was, the Glow Adenuga wedding that they had, they gave out gold-plated, iPad at one point in time. So I think at the end of the day, big party is a function of how many people are there, how much food is served, how good the goodie bag is. At the end of the day, you're talking about money.
So you can have a party of only
well.
100 guests, and it's a big party still, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's not about the numbers. It's about the quality. Vintage champagne,
Yes,
top of the range, or has a case. 6.
So are we defining
per
big
person.
party here?
By money, yes,
I
now.
think numbers. I get some invitation cards and I ask my husband, have we just been invited because we happen to be on his contact list? So when not because I don't know them, but I didn't expect to be invited in that way. So when 1,000 people are invited and they say prepare for feeding, 1,500. And the two sides of the weddings are inviting 450 each and things. Those are huge parties.
Hello, sisters. We keep talking. Is it only in weddings that these things happen?
No,
Just they're more guilty.
Anniversary, many strange things.
Any opportunity.
Graduation.
Actually, any opportunity
Funerals
Nigerians
as well have become really big these
Oh
days.
God, that's really, really annoying.
really big.
I say to my mom all the time, she says, that she's going to leave money aside because she doesn't trust her children. We're very, able. She's going to leave money aside, she'll pick her coffin, she will already have the graveside
your
thingy,
ghost
but
better
and she
be
will
there
leave
to make
money
sure I
for the
spend the
party.
money
I
on
said,
those things.
when you are gone, how do you know how I'm going to spend the money?
You don't know.
I'm not buying a cow for anybody. If she doesn't eat the cow now that she's alive, nobody eats any cow when she dies.
So are we saying that this thing is irrelevant?
For me,
No, but there's a Yoruba
depends.
proverb that somebody said. I'm not sure if I sound it right. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Shilere. What does that mean?
Well, you know, somebody,
Why do you sound
somebody has said it before while we were discussing, and it's meant to really mean, oh, there is an advantage to, or they have some advantage or gain from going around partying. That's, you know,
There's a reason
is
for
a
it.
gain, is gain. So the gain there is a gain from it.
Which is the point I'm making. There can be a case for a big party. It depends on you.
So what is the
I don't
gain?
know about
Okay,
you
what
guys.
is the gain?
No,
I'm
take
trying
for
to
example,
understand, yes.
take for example, maybe your first daughter or your only daughter or maybe a baby. You know the reason why you're celebrating. If you have the money, so what's wrong with celebrating?
Thank you.
If you have the money.
I would like to speak to that point. You did say that I'm an accountant. Because I've heard so many people say, why can't they have that party? They have the money for it. But I'm going to go in just two directions. I already said one when I quoted Lord Lugard.
What is that one?
It's the fact that we
like to play.
just spend money on merriment. Okay? So there's that. And I believe that the fact that you have money, partying is not necessarily where to expend it. You might tell me that because you're the owner of the money, you can choose. But let me give you what I just came back from a philanthropic forum in South Africa. Okay. And a non-African came on stage, and she had a point. They're one of these donor bodies
Like the
that
Fords and the-
donates seriously to Africa. And she said, you know what? There's enough capital, there's enough money in Africa. But the average African, is simply not philanthropic.
Exactly.
True.
Because
Is it because
that
you like
money
big
would
party?
be put to
Oh, you-
better
No,
use
look,
throwing
in
a party.
merriment.
I think even
Yes,
if you
I think
had
that's
all the
correct.
money that
Yes.
you had and you wanted to throw a party just for the sake of it, I believe that Nigeria is in such a state that you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yes.
That it is self-insensitive.
It is insensitive.
It is actually insensitive.
Because
I
people don't
believe
eat
so.
in a day.
Yes, I believe so.
You know what you would do? Go and pay the press. Let them cover you, giving out all that money to a good cause.
Should I really?
I won't
know
even.
you.
I won't
went
even
to a
begrudge
funeral in
you.
Jebu, and the people were taking leftovers.
Yes, people do.
I stopped. I said, what's he trying to do?
He's
They're
taking
they were
something
begging for.
home.
No, but you know why?
He's taking
I said, why
food
didn't the caterer give them food? Because there was some more food.
Yes.
No, they're not the ones
But
that
they're
invite you
taking.
to
They're
watch the
taking.
No,
the
they're not.
leftovers
It's
in
not for
bags.
them. It's not for them. Is that fair?
Well, for me, I actually believe that if you're going to spend the money, for me, my take is that you should plan it well. So I went for a party, and I know that this woman spent money. I want to believe that when you spend money, you should get the value for it. So she spent money on this child's first birthday, and then the party was supposed to start at 3. I got there at past 5, thinking I was late. And then I got there, and the celebrant hadn't arrived, and people had been there since 3 o'clock, so the place was a mess. When I got there, I saw guys pulling up their hands. A friend of mine was like, Anne, you have to put your hand in the drum to get water by yourself.
So you said they spent a lot of money.
She spent money, but she didn't get the value for that money because it was scattered, disorganized,
I want
lying
to
that
know.
she
So,
spent that
Anne,
money. I could see
So,
the venue of the
do
place
you
already.
believe in big party? You just don't like them not well orchestrated.
If
Is
you
that
have
what
the money, my
You're on
sister,
the same page, my
spend
dear.
it.
Because it's your
But
business.
make sure that you get value for that money that you have spent. Let it be something let people enjoy it. Let people have. So if everybody's fighting for food at your party, I don't know. I know that sometimes you can't really help these things, but if I spend money, let me see the money I spend.
So, but is it more rampant though? Does anybody have experience about literally every party now? Everybody wants to.
I'll do the
Yes, that's the trend. Yes.
That's the trend.
If you're in the event management business, what they tell you, because I've worked in that industry for years, is that they say, what did that last person do? Top it.
Yes.
Oh, what cake did they have the last time? Top it. I
So
want them
now-
to see it
so
from
now,
far.
at a
You're
wedding-
looking and thinking, I know you're going to get the money, but please, come on.
Yes.
But it's
They're going to
business for
eat-
you.
No, but they're
because
going to eat it that day and forget now.
Some people say that the event planners are actually the ones that make you go up.
No, it's the
I've
clients.
heard that. And
It's both.
Let me ask you: is it everything you're offered that you
buy?
actually take? So it also adds to the fact that is the Nigerian gullible? I'm not saying so. I'm asking: is the Nigerian gullible, or the event planner just plays on the fact that the Nigerian wants to
gullible.
top the last one? So it's about the kind of people we are.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
my biggest problem, Adesua, I love to party. I'm not that wet.
I say you
I'm not that
have to
wet.
consent, you know?
I'm not that wet. My question is, how enjoyable are some of those parties as parties?
I don't understand.
Some of those parties are no
if you go
fun. Give you an
suits.
example. There's a wedding. You go to a wedding, and you know most weddings these days are just an event featuring Tola and Tunde. The couple don't even have a good time at their wedding because it's a production.
They don't know half the
and
people
everybody
there
has to be at their positions on cue. This has to happen. Then the chandelier, then the lights, the smoke. Then the bride and groom now drop from somewhere. They're suspended. They come down. Nobody has a good time. It's just a show. How about you curate an enjoyable event, create activities so that everybody at the party has a good time.
So
if
you
you even
saying
spend
that-
money on that, we'll say, okay, we
Are you saying that it's
understand.
never justifiable to do a big party?
I wouldn't say that it's never justifiable.
Give me
However,
instances of times that it's justifiable to spend the money.
You like enjoyment, this girl. I mean, you
I
to
don't
support
see
you.
that. No, she's the new generation that has met the big party culture, and she doesn't know otherwise.
No, but Owambe in Yoruba land, though, I won't say.
Yes.
Owambe has always been there.
But like you said,
Ashwebi
it's
has always been
trend-
there.
No, but you're
It's
saying
simple
it's
party from-
trending up.
What is that
That's
Simi
what
song
we're
there?
saying.
Ijó tí mo jó lánàá o, kò máa tó mi rárá o. Is that not the way of life?
No, but the chief proponent of the okay, let me ask you. I went to a wedding party recently. Huge hall. We must have been over 1,000. Okay, wife side, husband side.
Friend side.
One side,
Friends of-
their family, they were very disciplined, so they didn't invite too many people. So their side was very comfortable. In our side, you couldn't get up from your chair. How they packed it tight to contain us. You couldn't get up from your chair. And I'm just thinking, after a few hours, I'm just thinking, I'm not having fun. Can
I get
leave?
you. I get you.
And then
I
the
think-
fights that happen.
For the gifts.
No. Apart from gifts, have you seen a bride
two
and
sides
groom,
of the family.
bride's mother
We're talking
and
about holy marriage.
fights?
that one
What
is
color
just
they are going to
marriage.
put on the cake? What color is going to be in the hall? No, we have more money. We are spending more. We get to say what you guys will do. You know, there's all that whole drama. Why?
I think that you should just, if you have
What
such
happened
family
at your
drama.
wedding? Your
I didn't
wedding
like
is
it. I didn't like it.
Why?
I didn't like some parts of it. I liked some parts. I didn't like some parts. I felt like there's too
Why?
many people there.
Okay.
I had over
That you didn't
1,000
know.
guests. I felt
Okay.
like if we had had less people, we would have had more fun.
More fun.
I had too many people dragging me from saying, you don't know me. You don't know me. Your daddy's cousin, sister's brother. Sorry, auntie. Someone even told me, because it's your wedding, your eye is here, you cannot see us again. No problem.
Okay,
You come
so
back. So I
that's
didn't
why you are not coming to my wedding.
No, we must come.
You mean at your wedding, people were talking like that?
Yes.
I would
People say
No, but I think I think that it's a question of who's doing what. If it's a wedding, for example, what we're having now is that parents take over the wedding,
Because they're
right?
paying, yeah.
So because they have these huge numbers and they want to show off. I mean, my niece got married recently. Come on, man.
You're now moving on to our side.
No.
They want to show off.
It is
so
true.
that's the whole point.
No, what I'm telling you is that people reserve the right to show off if they want to.
Okay, what about the funeral?
That's what I'm
I went to a
saying.
funeral in Benin, and this man apparently was a bit of a lad. So he had children with 7 different women.
That's
But
our
one-
style, oh.
Wait,
Sister,
So
your
each
father is not like
child had catch this. Each child had a canopy, and they had ashwebi.
That's how we do it,
We
oh.
were with the bona fide children that they know. We didn't even feature. Each person was trying to show his my daddy. So
Okay, ladies,
People don't have
can
money.
I ask my initial question because I contributed this topic?
Because you are here.
So let me ask that exact question, and I would like to hear from you all. Big party culture, celebration, or waste? Considering, I want to help you. Considering we've already said how the bride did not enjoy herself. She was, people were actually threatening her about when her eyes come down.
Exchange of rings
Oh,
and the kiss the bride.
Auntie of the bride. And the auntie of the bride who has talked about show off.
Yes.
Was and
I beg, my brother didn't
where
show
the
off,
plenty.
oh.
Okay. And some people who have said they don't even enjoy the thing. Okay, we won't go to Dion. Dion just doesn't like parties.
And she's dressed like this. I will take you up.
it's an irony.
I need people to tell me, from what we are doing as a people now, is it celebration? Mark the word celebration.
Oh, okay.
It's not show off. It's not. Is it celebration or is it waste?
Waste.
Celebration.
Come see, come sir.
Let me say
You're the
why.
deciding factor now.
Well, celebration means that you're celebrating with people like you, people who you connect with,
Yes.
your people. If it's a celebration, so if you invite me when I'm only just that person down the road that you only see twice a year,
On the contact list.
then it's a waste. You know, but I enjoy
So
parties
it's
that are
context. No. There's no way to It's context. At the end of the day, that you're saying that
Yes.
it's context. Because the truth is, if I want to have a party and it's only 10 people, I can still spend 10 million naira, 1 million.
Why?
No, so that's not the question. So that's what I'm saying. So it's context. Yes, I can buy each of them in Rolex.
I think the question then, honestly, we just need to consider it from our cultural point of view.
Yes. What culture? Nigerian culture? African culture?
The Queen's grandchildren, did you think their wedding didn't cost money? You know, so let's not bring everything to money. Because we are not envious of those who have the money and can put up a classy show.
Sure.
Okay? But what we are asking is, by the way, have you also heard that some of the people who put up the big party have borrowed to put up
That's
the
where there's a problem.
That's a perfect place for us to get
Yes.
take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Must we take a break?
Welcome back to the lounge. Just before we went off, we were speaking about borrowing money to throw this big party. Is that justifiable or no?
I asked the question, so I'm listening.
Sorry, I'm looking for something
Borrowing
to
money,
eat
you're an
inside this
accountant,
bag.
So borrowing money is never justifiable if it's not going to make more money, as far as you're concerned. Is that the perspective from which you're coming from?
It's not about it making more money.
Like
You
borrow
have
money to start
no
a business.
business getting into debt
Okay, on any grounds.
for a show-off day.
Okay.
What if it was
going.
to give your parents a befitting?
What is a befitting
What is a
funeral?
befitting burial?
What if they have told you? What if that was a dying
Like
wish?
Beyonce's
My mother
mom.
has told me she's
that
not
was a
getting
So they
dying
would
wish.
have put the monies aside.
Would you spend it even
didn't-
if they put it
so,
aside?
No. Then you would not have borrowed.
Okay.
You would not have needed to borrow.
Okay.
So, but anyway,
So, no. Does anybody think it's justifiable to borrow money for a
no, at least I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree.
But a lot of people do, especially people that are on the lower end of the financial
No,
economy.
I met a photographer recently.
Don't imagine.
In fact,
to-
on the cover of TW magazine, the last one we did what we did in November, when was it? September edition. No. August edition of the magazine, July-August edition. We had a commission with men. One of them was a photographer. And his biggest concern is what happens at weddings. And he has seen grooms who will hire limousine, many limousines or all kinds of money to make the party happen.
So big.
And then they have not paid the rent.
Yes.
That is not good.
Thank you. Can I also ask you something, Anne? Because, you know, as an accountant, you can borrow from the back and pretend you're borrowing for something else. If you're sitting there and your business owes money in the bank and the bank is running after you, okay?
no business
For
having a
they
party.
say, so the money you have put aside for the rainy day, you use it for the party. You have inadvertently borrowed money for this party.
Yes.
How?
Because you're owing
you're
back.
owing.
Even if you have cash, even if you have money.
Personal cash.
But you owe, and they're running after you. They're asking you to come and pay. And this, you've heard, I'll give you a little one that happened with a banker MD, who I love. Because he met somebody, in quotes, he met somebody in the first class cabin. The story has gone around in the banking sector. We know the one that did it, and we know that we know he would do it. Met somebody in the first class cabin on the plane, and this person has owed, and they've chased, and nothing.
Jack you up, man. But give me my
And
money. I'm
then,
not like this.
and then he just goes, Madam, my people report back.
It's a woman.
Yes. Everybody does
Auntie
this
was
thing.
wearing something.
Says, everybody, my people are frustrated by how you run your account. You're flying first class, really? And, you know, so you borrow money to do business, you borrow money you don't pay
So
back.
what you're saying
Meanwhile,
therefore is that
Yes.
sometimes we overplay our hand just to show off. That's what the problem is. Because you're talking about, is it celebration or
Waste.
you know,
waste?
overplaying your hand means
Put it mildly.
your money that you have that you are owing.
That they're not gambling.
You basically are going into debt for party.
But some people earn a living from this industry.
Good.
There's the economic factor.
you know, that's another
an
another
economic
side of the
factor.
balance sheet.
It's feeding some people. So why kill the culture if it's putting food on so many tables?
Okay, are we killing the culture of
Okay.
partying?
Food on their table with
I
candles.
know. Well, people earn money. Okay, you have some people, like caterers. I've seen it happen to caterers a lot because their money is usually like a huge chunk. So what they say, the owner of the person having the party will say, okay, I've paid you 70%. You take the last 30% at the wedding from the money that's sprayed to us.
They never get, sometimes they never get paid the 30%.
No, they take the money that's sprayed to them. Then the caterer comes and dances, and they act like they're spraying somebody too. So the caterer is dressed properly, and they spray her balance.
They are just about
Style. That's a matter of style.
Yeah, close your mouth.
It is not a matter of style.
understand.
It is
It's an
total.
insult.
No, it's total pretense and
And rubbish.
actually,
So if you don't get that amount of
it's
money,
almost
what's waiting?
fraudulent.
What-
It's
almost
almost
fraudulent.
fraudulent.
No, but this Lagos, Sha.
If they don't spray that,
There's nothing you will not hear. No,
It's
are you sure?
ridiculous. Well, Lagos is the biggest culprit, yeah.
Omoye, I would like you to actually, because I don't want this accountant mind. I would like you to speak to the point that because some people feed from the big party culture, therefore, should we be partying just because? Is this philanthropy now?
No, you said, well, it's job creation. No, it's not job creation. Now, while jobs have been created and people can earn a living, they shouldn't extort people just so that they can earn a living.
Yes.
You can still be an event planner and make a decent sum on a decent party.
They are playing on people's if you are
Weaknesses. It's exploitation.
Fumi has said it.
It's
Fumi has said that
exploitation.
They don't force you to do it now. They're giving
No,
you
they
options.
inspire you to do it.
Let me tell you.
Yes, they give you incentives.
Yeah, but
People
it's
saying that
it's
it
the loss
was
of
nice.
the person.
Yes.
It's the loss of the person. So
we feed your
now, we could go on forever about these parties. So I'm going to
Tell
have
me the conversation,
I am
Sue.
going to have to go around, ladies, and I want each of you to tell me in not longer than 2 sentences what you think is the state of play about big parties and what we should be encouraging.
Can I go first?
Go first.
Hey, now wow. As far as I'm concerned, for me, the big party has relevance for as long as the person that is doing it can afford it and doesn't kill herself in the process. Don't owe a debt, but if you can afford it, please do it. Because first, it's giving people a job. Secondly, you get satisfaction from celebrating and giving people. So I think if it's good for you, go ahead.
Well, I think you shouldn't be ostentatious. I think also that if you spend money on a party, just make sure that you're enjoying it and you're getting your money's worth.
You plus your guest.
Yes, but also remember that we shouldn't always be superfluous and ostentatious all the time.
Okay.
For me, I would say if you can afford it, have it. Life is for the living. You can only, you're going to only live once in this life.
YOLO.
Parties are an opportunity for you to meet so many people and bond and build friendships and all of that, for me. So if you're going to make sure you're getting your value for it and you're having fun while at it, if you have the money spending, if you don't, please don't
Plan it
borrow.
well.
Plan it well. Do not borrow, please. It's never, ever worth it at the end. People are going to go home and forget the party. You're going to live in debt for a long time.
I'm going to borrow this Abaya, Sha.
For the next party.
10 million for a party, 10 million for a good holiday, the Bahamas. Holiday.
So it's about priorities.
Priorities for me, yes.
Yeah.
Holiday, I'd rather do that.
Personally, how I see it is that there is room for philanthropy. And we are not represented in the as long as we are not represented in the philanthropic space as much as we need to, considering the amount of money in our hands, I think it's a bit insensitive, I believe.
Yes.
And then the question is, big party, celebration or waste? The question is, if it's a celebration and we are in this party and we can see celebration, people are not fighting, people are not sitting on top of each other, and people can go away thinking they've had a good time, then it's a good party. We should never borrow to have a party. So next time you're having your wonderful party, I'll be there to attend.
Increase the reach of your events or business services To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. The Nigeria Labour Congress on Wednesday stormed the National Secretariat of the Labour Party in Abuja to protest the party's national convention planned for the end of this month. The Congress also demanded the sacking of the national chairman of the party, Julius Abure. NLC leadership accused Abure of planning to hold a secret convention without the inputs of major stakeholders. The planned convention has pitched Abure against NLC and the House of Representatives caucus. The workers accused Abure of planning to destroy the Labour Party. Policemen refused the protesting workers' entry into the party secretariat, and according to a report on Saturday, March 16, the National Working Committee of the Labour Party accused Ajaero of making desperate attempts to replace Abure. The allegation was a response to an open letter written on Friday by the political wing of the NLC, the Nigeria Labour Congress Political Commission. The letter raised allegations against Abure and the NWC, claiming that they had put forward plans for a national convention in Umuahia, the capital of Abia State, on March 27. Reacting to the picketing of the Labour Party headquarters in the Utako area of Federal Capital Territory by the members of the NLC, demanding the resignation of the party's chairman, Julius Abure, the Labour Party National Executive Committee, led by Julius Abure himself, has described it as an abuse of the law. In a press briefing in Asaba, the chairman of the party, Julius Abure, said that the Nigeria Labour Congress does not own the Labour Party. He said that the Congress is being used by some powerful persons to destabilize the party.
Today, what we saw in Labour Party was a show of rascality, an abuse of office, an abuse of the law of the land. The Nigeria Labour Congress is a subject of law. Nigeria Labour Congress, under the leadership of Joe Ajaero, is not above the law. And the law precludes Joe Ajaero and the leadership of the NLC to do what they did today to the office of the Labour Party, where they besieged the office, broke the office, destroyed the fences of the office, destroyed the gate of the office, unlawfully took possession of the secretariat, and destroyed properties worth billions of naira and properties of the party stolen away, including monies made for salaries, and several other things were stolen from the office. And I think that this is unfortunate, this is unrealistic, this is becoming unbecoming.
Other speakers said that the party led by Julius Abure is not planning secret convention, which is one of the claims of NLC.
Are you sure that APC is not the one using them to destabilize the Labour Party so that we can lose our strength, so that we can lose the comportment with which we faced the election in the last dispensation? But we are assuring them that no matter what they do, they are not going to have their way. It's making us stronger and making us more determined that in 2027, Labour Party will take over power in Nigeria.
Shameful, very shameful, that the Political Commission of the Nigerian Labour Congress that was formed to go through all the political parties to get their policies that affects workers are now concentrating only on Labour Party. It's so shameful and disgraceful. I also join my voice to their voices to remind Nigerian Labour Congress, we are not cowards. We know the truth and we must stand by the truth. I challenge them once again to tell me how many of them can show membership card of the Labour Party.
Members of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational Associated Institutions, and the National Association of Academic Technologists of the University of Lagos staged a peaceful protest in front of the school's gate today. They blocked vehicular movements and hindered the free flow of traffic in the environment. They sang and displayed various placards to register their grievances with the federal government over their withheld salaries. The JAC of SANU and NASU had for about a month called the government's attention to its exclusion from the payment of the withheld salaries, which it commenced payment for the Academic Staff Union of Universities in February. Their salaries were withheld when the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari invoked a no-work, no-pay policy against the ASU, SANU and NATS, who embarked on a strike that lasted 8 months, 4 months and 5.5 months respectively in 2022. However, NATS also joined and began its 3-day warning strike today. In Borno State, the governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, has approved the sum of 1 billion naira for the training of basic level teachers across the 27 local government councils of the state. He disclosed this during the inauguration of local government education secretaries and the allocation of 58 Hilux trucks and cars in Maiduguri. While recounting the destruction of educational structures by Boko Haram terrorists in the state, which worsened the number of out-of-school children, he said his administration's progress over the years has dropped the disturbing numbers from 2 million to 850. Governor Zulum said over 1,000 O-level teachers will also be part of the training. The Nigerian Senate has passed the Student Loans Access to Higher Education Act, Repeal and Enactment Bill 2024. The Senate's resolution followed its consideration of the report of the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions and TED Fund. The chairman of the committee, Senator Muntari Dandutse, presented the report during plenary.
Objectives of the bill. The core objective of the bill is to provide a legislative framework to support the establishment of Nigerian Education Loan Fund with a view to oversee the general administration of the management and disbursement of the loan to beneficiaries. Specific objectives of the bill. The bill seeks to achieve the following: provide loan to qualified applicant to pay tuition fee, charges, and upkeep during their courses of study. Senate do consider and pass the student loan Access to Higher Education Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2024, SB 398, to ensure smooth access to higher education.
President Bola Tinubu had last week written to the Senate and the House of Representatives seeking the repeal of Student Loan Access to Higher Education Bill and to enact a new one. The bill, which scaled first, second and third reading in both parliamentary sittings, became law on Wednesday.
The Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Tertiary Institutions and Third Fund on the Student Loans Access to Higher Education Act, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2024, and approved as follows. Non-title as recommended. Number of clauses, clauses 1 to 36 as recommended. Interpretation, clause 37 as recommended. Short title, clause 38 as recommended. Schedules 1 as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole?
On the repayment of loans by beneficiaries, the bill stipulates that beneficiaries of the fund shall begin as soon as the beneficiary becomes employed in any capacity. In the meantime, the Nigerian Senate has warned of the growing threats posed by the menace of out-of-school children to Nigeria, calling for multi-sectoral interventions to tackle it. The upper chamber said the dangers posed to society by the growing number of out-of-school children were real, citing cases of banditry, kidnapping, armed robbery, murder, and other forms of violent crimes as manifestations. Lawmakers expressed their opinions as they debated a motion on the topic compelling need to tackle the challenge of out-of-school children in Nigeria, sponsored by Senator Adebule Idiat Oluronti from Lagos West. Adebule, in her motion, said it has become worrisome, going by 2022 report of the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, that about 20 million Nigerian children are out of school, which represents 10% of estimated Nigerian population of 200 million people, and also represents the highest number of out-of-school children from any country globally. Making a contribution, former governor of Edo State, Senator Adams Oshomole, criticized the state governors who claimed they could not afford the 50% counterpart fund to access the UBE program.
That the social impacts of having about 20 million out-of-school children on the Nigerian state will include impediment to achieving some of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 4, which is to ensure inclusiveness and equitable quality of education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. Convinced that when all the institutions concerned are committed to their responsibilities, the menace of out-of-school children will be overcome, because the situation is of concern to the federal government of Nigeria.
At that same time, I know of states that had as much as 50% out-of-school population. And my argument then, which is the argument I will make now, it cannot be the truth that every governor can afford to buy the same bulletproof car. We can afford the same state-of-the-art government house, but we cannot afford to pay 50% subsidy to ensure that the child of the poor go to school. The bandits of today were the beggars of yesterday. Alaibaka Kabamu. Ayazu Alayabasu Bakubamuba. The states involved in this gross negligence of the children of the poor to be exposed and be able to offer public apology.
Other senators contributed to the debate by calling on the government at all levels to urgently arrest the trend.
Who will know the reasons, part of the reasons for banditry, will tell you that they are not educated. They don't have anything to do. Once their cows are taken away, they now engage in banditry.
We may be talking about 30 million out of school. And that is a huge population from amongst the school-going age of our population.
This is one issue that the states and the federal government of Nigeria would have to sit and deal with it decisively until we are able to have our youth properly educated, prepared for tomorrow, both for leadership and productivity. Growth and development may be eluding us.
Because when we fail to educate our children to become engineers, doctors, nurses, traders, business people, and what have you, what we are preparing them to do instead is to become bandits, kidnappers, armed robbers, and name them. Name all the vices you can think of, they will find solace there. Therefore, we need to collectively, at the local level, individual level, the local government, the state governments, the federal government, high net worth individuals, corporate bodies, all we need to come collectively together to make sure we find lasting solution to this problem.
So education is the veritable tonic and panacea that any society can use with a view to not only lifting people out of poverty, but also a veritable tonic that a society can use with a view to achieving its developmental objectives. Any society that neglects or relegates education to the background does so at the risk of its own peril.
The House of Representatives on Wednesday received a transmission from President Bola Tinubu seeking approval for the extension of the period for the implementation of the capital component of the 2023 appropriation bill from March 31, 2024 to June 30, 2024. The House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, who read the letter at the commencement of plenary, says the President also requested the House to extend the implementation of the Supplementary Appropriation Act from March 31, 2024 to June 30, 2024. He says the extension became necessary to ensure that the provisions of the two acts were fully implemented. Also at plenary, the House urged the National Emergency Management Agency to provide relief materials and first aid kits to the victims of flooding in Makoko and Otumara communities in Lagos Mainland Federal Constituency of Lagos State. It also urged the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FERMA, to immediately commence rehabilitation of the damaged roads in Makoko and Otumara. The resolution by the House was sequel to a motion on the devastating flood and erosion in Makoko and Otumara communities raised by Honorable Moshood Oshun, representing Lagos Mainland Federal Constituency, Lagos State. Honorable Oshun noted that the impact of flooding on the socioeconomic outcomes and community development have become disturbing, especially as low-income areas and overcrowded communities are more vulnerable to the rapidly escalating phenomenon.
The House notes that the impact of flooding on socioeconomic outcome and community development have become perturbing, especially as low-income areas and overcrowded communities are more vulnerable to the rapidly escalating phenomenon. Distinguished colleagues, the House also concerned that the 2024 rainy season is fast approaching, and if the flooding in the communities are not urgently mitigated, it will result in devastating consequences when the rain starts. Mr. Speaker, the House is worried that the incessant flooding in the communities has exacerbated their susceptibility to waterborne diseases like malaria, cholera, typhoid, yellow fever, diarrhea, leptospirosis, and hepatitis A, among others. The House is also worried that the gully erosion caused by the floods have rendered access roads in the communities impassable, causing untold hardship for the residents, as they must travel long distances to access medical care and many essential services.
The House adopted the motion without debate and further urged the Ecological Project Office to provide funds for the provision of sustainable flood management systems to mitigate incessant flooding in Lagos mainland, with FERMA and Ecological Fund committees to ensure implementation. In other development, the House has condemned the abuse and proliferation of orphanages in Nigeria. It urged the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to interface with all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory for immediate and full compliance of the mandate of orphanage homes across the country. This followed the adoption of a motion raised by Honorable Merengwa Sunday, member representing Equere Federal Constituency, Rivers State. Speaking further, Honorable Sunday observed that most proprietors of orphanage homes often prioritize profit over their core mandate, turning orphanages into baby factories where teenage girls are accommodated to produce babies, which are sold and used for rituals and other heinous activities.
Worried that a good number of orphanage homes are being used for human trafficking, whereby innocent girls are being recruited to embark on illegal migration to foreign countries, where they are eventually end up either being abused, prostitutes, or housemaids. The House cognizant of the urgent demand of government at all levels to formulate stringent conditions for the establishment of orphanage in the country to prevent and curb the proliferation of orphanage homes. The House convinced of the urgent need to clamp all unregistered and or criminally motivated orphanage homes in the country in fulfillment of government primary duty of security and welfare of her citizens.
The Nigerian Army has blamed congestion, absence of CCTV cameras and other essential facilities as largely responsible for the Kuje jailbreak on July 5, 2022. This revelation came at a probe instituted by the House of Representatives Joint Committees on Reformatory Institutions, Justice, Police Affairs, Interior and Human Rights in Abuja on Wednesday. The committee is investigating the whereabouts of inmates who escaped from Kuje Correction Center and the issues of congestion experienced in mostly all the correctional services across the country. Major Peter Ogumbunya, the Assistant Director, Commercial Law, Directorate of Legal Services, who made this assertion, says the Army is still investigating his men who were on duty during the day of the incident. But he quickly stated that the incident took place during a rotation of troops and that the Nigerian Army was not the only force on ground on that fateful day.
We also observed issues of low fencing and the CCTV camera absence within the general area. These are some of the things that we observe, and we are unable to, these things were unable to be put in place before the incident. And I want to believe that these things would have assisted the guards to know what is happening, possibly to see how these things can be assisted. However, on our own parts, the troops tried their best by returning fire to the Boko Haram terrorists on their arrival. However, it was very unfortunate that the troop deployed vis-a-vis the build-up of the general area were not sufficient to actually curtail the terrorists that came from different dimensions. And it became a challenge because we are deployed in so many IS operations, and we could not deploy more to assist the correctional center. However, I want to believe that efforts have been made to see how we can improve on the security challenge that's been confronting the correctional center.
On ways to improve conditions of the 260 correctional centers across the country and to forestall future attacks, stakeholders took time to make useful suggestions that will aid the joint committees in their final recommendation to the House.
The Federal Ministry of Justice greatly supported the efforts to decentralize the correctional service to allow states establish and manage their own correctional centers. This was achieved through the alteration of the Constitution that moved the Correctional Service prisons from exclusive list to concurrent list. This is expected to fast-track the decongestion of the correctional centers nationwide when properly implemented. The Ministry appreciates the effort of the National Assembly, this committee with regards to the enactment of the 5th alteration with respect to decentralizing the correctional service, bearing in mind that about 80% of inmates are offenders of state laws.
We have, just last year, over 14,000 that have been processed through non-custodial measures. But without funding, it can't help us. My final comment is this. There are 3 major categories of people who will find in custody. And it's important that we remember it each time we think about these issues. 1, those who are innocent, they have no business being there. We must do everything to make them go out. Secondly, the minor offenders. Those minor offenders, we need to find very practical ways, including non-custodial, to deal with them. Thirdly, those who are hardened criminals. And each of these categories, even if it's 1 day, 1 hour you spend in custody, you will have problem because of socialization into criminal life. And we know it is not only correctional service that have detention facilities. We have 19 institutions in this country that keep people. And yet, we do not have nobody, no agency, no individual, knows the total number of persons who are in custody in Nigeria at a particular time, except the statistics you have in the Nigerian Correctional Service. We can't plan that way. We can't move forward that way. But I believe there's a lot that we can do.
The chairman of the Joint Committee, Honorable Chinedu Oga, Chairman Joint Committees, emphasized the importance of correctional service, describing it as the key to Nigeria's security, stating that the committee will do everything to ensure that it meets global best standards with the contribution of stakeholders.
There is no any sign to show that the military men are on duty from our own constitutional mandate on our oversight when we get to that place. Because we saw where the military people stationed their vehicle, where the police stationed their vehicle, and civil defense. And there is no any act of exchanging of bullets or anything. They just went straight and break the Kuje prison, and those inmates escaped. We know what the military can do. But you have told us now that maybe during the time of election that your people are not. But if your military people are on duty, what did they do to secure that correction service? We want to know, what did they do to secure that correction service? We have so many intelligence in this country. Are you telling us there is no SSS intelligence report? Are you telling us there is no from National Security Advisor report? If there is, why is it that measures are not taken before the occurrence?
The Independent National Electoral Commission has urged political parties who have not uploaded their nominations to do so before the date expires. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission disclosed this in Abuja on Tuesday at the Commission's quarterly consultative meeting with political parties, stating that only 6 parties participating in the Edo State governorship election have so far uploaded their nominated candidates into the Commission's portal 2 weeks after the portal was opened. Recall that INEC had announced the opening of the portal from the uploading of party nominations, which was billed to commence on 4th of March 2024 and automatically shut down at 6 p.m. on Saturday, 24th of March 2024. On the off-cycle elections in Ondo, he hinted that the party primaries will start on the 6th of April 2024 and end on 27th of April 2024. The INEC chairman says 16 out of 19 political parties have so far indicated interest to participate in the Ondo election.
For the Ondo State governorship election, party primaries begin in the next 2 weeks on 6 April 2024 and ends 3 weeks later on 27th April 2024. So far, 16 political parties out of 19 have indicated interest in participating in the election. I urge political parties to adhere strictly to your proposed dates and modes of primaries. Frequent changes, as we witnessed recently during the Edo primaries, are not only disruptive but costly. The Commission cannot mobilize demobilize and remobilize our officials for the monitoring of party primaries for the convenience of political parties. Parties should stick to their proposed dates and modes of primaries for certainty and optimal deployment of resources.
In his response, the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, Yusuf Dantal, says party leaders will ensure that the conduct of the forthcoming Edo and Ondo governorship elections meet the expectations of Nigerians and the international community.
Will live up to its mandate to ensure an environment conducive for the conduct of successful elections. Accordingly, IPAC will set up a constitution and electoral act amendment committee to review glaring irregularities in recent elections and make proposals to the National Assemblies in its ongoing constitution and electoral act amendments. In this regard, IPAC will be proactive to ensure that the Edo and Ondo state gubernatorial elections meet the expectations of Nigerians and international community. So there should be no excuse for poor performance. IPAC will constantly engage INEC as usual and major stakeholders to ensure the success of the elections, and will be there for mobilization and voter sensitization, monitoring of the polls as usual. I expect that the Commission will do the needful as we have always done before. Thank you.
The leadership of the All Progressives Congress in Osun State has accused Governor Demola Adeleke of lack of probity, transparency and accountability in project procurement and contract awarding in the state. Addressing a press conference in Osogbo, the APC leadership allegedly said the governor's award of contracts worth about 50 billion naira to family members and companies with no professional and technical competence grossly violates the state public projects procurement law of 2015. The call on anti-graft agencies to beam their searchlight on Osun towards verifying the level of alleged financial single-handedness being perpetrated by the governor in contracts awarded in the state. Reacting to the allegations, however, at a press briefing, the state PDP chairman, Honorable Sunday BC, said the governor is neither violating the procurement law nor aiding his family to loot the state treasury through contracts awards, as claimed by the APC.
The issue of the boreholes, the company that sublet to individuals who did it, as at when we visited the website of CAC, was Mr. Deji Adeleke, the elder brother of the governor. And I don't know where in procurement law in Nigeria, whether in Osun State or elsewhere, across the globe, where such an influence is allowed in the governance of any state.
For the fact that this seemingly unpatriotic action of Mr. Oyewusi grossly violates provision of the state's procurement law, he should resign his membership of the State House of Assembly outright and hand himself over to the anti-graft agency for prosecution.
A few weeks ago, the Osun State government released details of companies awarded the first phase of projects in the multi-billion infrastructure plan of the state. The company have undergone rigorous scrutiny of journalists and conscious citizens, and there is no established link of any of the companies to Dr. Deji Adeleke or his son, David Adeleke. It is public knowledge that the Adeleke family are enterprising with several known businesses in Nigeria and abroad.
The chairman and chief executive officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde Ojo, has expressed eagerness to collaborate with the Ekiti state government to address the housing deficit in the region. During a courtesy visit to Governor Biodun Oyebanji, Ojo highlighted the agency's new approach to catering to the housing needs of Nigerians, ensuring affordability and alignment with each region's culture and tradition. In his speech, the governor of Ekiti State, Biodun Oyebanji, said the state government will fully support the agency's efforts, believing it would contribute significantly to economic growth across the state. Oyebanji reiterated his confidence in the Renewed Hope Agenda's potential to bring positive changes to the country.
There's housing deficit in the nation, vis-a-vis the population, and that's why we didn't fit at the executive management of FHA, not just to sit down in Abuja. You know, Abuja and Lagos is for the elite, so to say. But we are all Nigerians, and we feel it fit to move around your federation, to hear from the horse's mouth what are the problems, how we can collaborate, how Nigerians can benefit from the affordable housing, which is extremely key, not just housing alone. It's going to definitely at the end of the year help everybody here, because you can imagine if you have 1,000 mass housing units in Ekiti State, then it's going to open up a lot.
When you build the houses and you make them available, you are not going to live there. It's for our people. You know, and you've mentioned it. There's housing deficit in the country. And the point I wanted to raise is for the FHA to understand the sociology, the culture, and the psychology of the people in the audience. And you have spoken about that. You know, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. What we work in some sector of the country in terms of budgets, we don't work in other sectors. And that has been a problem of housing in Nigeria. We just want to design and assume that everybody will like it. So without you will not take ownership. So the fact that you are consulting with the stakeholders means that you understand the problem and you want to chart a different course.
A non-governmental organization on gender and climate change has taken an awareness advocacy to the FCT and the area councils. The two-day training workshop is aimed to train leaders who will in turn train the community on the importance of learning the effects of and solutions of climate change. The Kebet Kache Women Development and Resource Center is a non-governmental organization based in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The organization's main objective is to advocate for women's inclusiveness and to ensure that women are accorded equal rights and roles as their male counterparts. According to the program manager, Idongiset Smart, the organization is set up to ensure that women are given a voice in the society and properly educated to understand aspects of life that will upgrade their mental alertness to navigate the challenges of life.
In African society, they believe women are supposed to be seen and not to be heard. But Kebekase is trying to promote gender balance. We are trying to create gender equality in the society and trying to ensure that women are being included in decision-making processes in different levels, starting from the communities to the state to the national. So today we are training the community leaders, the councillors, community women, the youth, and the local government on what we call National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change. We want the National Action Plan to be localized in the community levels, because most community people do not actually understand what we mean by National Action Plan.
Oxfam Nigeria, who are the main sponsors as well as the facilitator, explained the importance of the training, especially for women and leaders at the sub-nationals, for them to understand the effect of gender and climate change on the social, political and economic lives of citizens.
We want to see community leaders and health presence in the house today. We want to see them that they are more equipped, that their capacity are being strengthened, and they are able to deploy all of the action plans and points shared in the meeting today, and also effect all of those plans.
We realize that there is still a great deal of misconception around sex and gender. A lot of people use them interchangeably, and that is the basic foundation of all of this. If you don't even understand what gender means, that it is a social construct and not a biological rule, you may not understand the gendered impact of climate change on women, how it disproportionately affects women. So we are looking at localizing this, working with people in the local communities, legislators, community members, representatives of the women, representatives of the market women, everybody coming together to chime in to see how they can understand what is in the National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change, take it back to their communities and translate it into advocacy plans and, more importantly, implementation action.
Participants expressed their satisfaction on the training, promising to impart it on members of their various communities.
A lot of teachings, both we, the males and the females that are with us, that will take it back to our domain, that our people will be enlightened how the climate and genders are changed in our domain, so that there are many that are ignorant of all this that's happening. So it's a great one for us to have to come to this program.
In our everyday life, we should be conscious of the activities that we play, the roles that we stand for as individuals, because most of the things that we do affect either us or our surrounding environment. There are so many things in our environment that have been built from these trees, and by the time you cut them down, it affects production, it affects our economy at large. So in other words, some of these things that we do, as it affects us directly, we should curtail.
Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. It's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Thanks for staying with us. As part of efforts to preserve and protect cultural heritage, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, and the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Nigeria, have signed a Cultural Property Agreement Implementation Grant Program titled Preserving Nigeria's Heritage. The $95,000 program seeks to create a digital inventory of collections at the National Museum, Lagos. In her remarks, the U.S. Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, Liz Tatterfield, underscored the U.S. government's support for the preservation of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage using different partnership mechanisms.
And we want to say thank you to the CG, with whom we have met so many times, and each time we are meeting the past 3 days in order to be sure
with other museums, both national and international, competitiveness. As a museum professional from National Museum, please round of applause.
residing in many European and American museums. And it has raised the question of fear of those who are hosting this subject has always been that how do we assess them?
In New York, and exactly 1 year, with other museums, both national competitiveness. As a museum professional from National Museum Lagos.
Also speaking, the Acting Director General, National Commissions for Museums and Monuments, Babatunde Adebiyi, described the signing of the MOU as very significant and would impact positively on the activities of Lagos Museum. He disclosed that the federal government of Nigeria is developing concepts in culture and arts to attract the youths. Principal Curator, National Museum Lagos, Ephraim Chizoba-Joy, expressed excitement over the materialization of the MOU on the digitalization of the digital archiving.
Youth in culture is very essential. So we are collaborating with several nations, particularly the United States of America, to develop concepts in culture and art that the youth will be interested in. Then to promote culture itself, so that people will not see culture as something belonging to the old folks, gaunt-looking folks. No, culture is trendy, art is trendy. And then we see the commerce in culture as well, and the commerce in art. So soon you start seeing the effect of this.
When I go into our storage, we have close to 45,000 collections in Nigeria here. And then when you look at our the way we save out the information and details of these collections, it is kind of not really kind of working, because they are already stored in paper, and these papers are fading away. And when the paper is faded away, the informations are being lost. So when this information are lost, the object has no value anymore. But with the collaboration, they are going to do digitalization on this of this information, and they are going to store it in the air. And when it is being stored in the air, I think we should be able to, have an everlasting solution to this problem.
We move now to other parts of Africa. Unidentified assailants have taken the lives of 15 individuals in South Sudan's People region, including the commissioner, according to a senior official on Wednesday. This incident marks an escalation of violence within the country. South Sudan, battling with internal conflicts, has faced significant turmoil since gaining independence from Sudan. The strife, primarily along ethnic lines between Dinkas and Nuers, resulted in widespread casualties from 2013 to 2018. The fatal attack occurred on Tuesday as the commissioner of Boma County in Pibor was returning from the village visit. According to Abraham Kelang, the information minister of Greater Pibor Administrative Area, he indicated that the perpetrators are suspected to be youths from the Anuak community within the region. Those killed included Boma's deputy army commander, government officials, and the commissioner's bodyguards. Senegal's president has said he does not regret delaying this year's elections, a move that sparked deadly protests. Macky Sall said he had not made the decision alone. He was responding to concerns raised by parliamentarians. After a violent backlash, many feared the relatively stable nation was slipping into political crisis. But the attempt to push the election back by 10 months was blocked by Senegal's top court. The vote will now take place on Sunday, a month after this was initially due. Critics accuse Mr. Sall of trying to stay on beyond his term of office, which the president denied, arguing that the delay was needed to resolve a dispute over the eligibility of presidential candidates. He says it was opposition politicians who raised the concerns. Outside Africa, Israel's military said on Wednesday it had killed around 90 gunmen and arrested 160 in a raid on Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, an allegation the Islamist Hamas group denied. Al-Shifa, the Gaza Strip's biggest hospital before the war, is now one of the few healthcare facilities even partially operational in the north of the territory, and had also been housing displaced civilians. It also published the names and photographs of 2 Israeli soldiers killed in the operation. Israel's raid at the hospital began in the early hours of Monday. The military, which published videos of weapons stashed inside the facility, said it had a scent or it had sent in special forces supported by infantry to the base. Ismail Al-Tawabta, director of Gaza's Hamas-run government media office, said all of those killed had been wounded patients and displaced persons inside the hospital. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken landed in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday to discuss efforts to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and ramp up aid deliveries to the Palestinian territory. The U.S. top diplomat touched down in Jeddah, where he was met where he will meet Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and said an AFP journalist on board, the first stop on Blinken's sixth Middle East tour since the Israel-Hamas war started on October 7. Blinken on Thursday is due to travel to Egypt, which neighbors Gaza and whose envoys have been involved in previous mediation efforts. In Jeddah and Cairo, Blinken will discuss efforts to reach an immediate ceasefire agreement that secures the release of all remaining hostages.
So with regard to the trip that we'll be taking from here, going on to Saudi Arabia and to Egypt, the purpose is multifold. It's, of course, to push for an agreement on a ceasefire and the release of hostages. As you know, we're intensely engaged on that every single day, and we're doing everything we can to push that forward and to reach an agreement. We've been doing a lot of work since January, particularly with our Arab partners, and we'll be pursuing those conversations, as well as discussing what is the right architecture for lasting regional peace. There, too, a lot of work has been ongoing in the last weeks and last months. So that's exactly what we'll be doing there. Beyond that, I can say we've also impressed upon Israel the imperative of having a plan for Gaza for when the conflict ends, which we hope will be as soon as possible, consistent with Israel's needs to defend itself and make sure that October 7th can never happen again.
Chief financial officers of firms have been advised to harness the power of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration to drive transformational change and unlock the opportunities for growth and success. This advice was given by the Dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche, at the maiden edition of the school's CFO Leadership Summit, which held in Lagos. Details in this report.
Or setting exposure or setting compliance gaps.
The Chief Financial Officer is engaged in communication with critical stakeholders, including the C-suite, colleagues, boss, regulators, and investors, among others, thus requiring big picture and strategic alignment in the overall vision and execution of the firm, led by the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO. It is against this background that this maiden CFO Leadership Summit tagged the CFO as strategic architect, maximizing the CEO-CFO synergy, which is put together by the Lagos Business School, is apt.
Now, according to today's theme, which is the relationship between the CFO and getting that strategic synergic partnership together, I would like to start from the point where, the environment is challenging. It's not a typical environment that we exist in. So the role that the CEO and the CFO play is quite key.
The organizers say the objective is to deepen the leadership horizon of the CFO as a strategic partner of the CEO in delivery of the goals of the firm. The Dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche, says it is through events like these that the school affirms its dedication to driving positive virtues and shaping the future of business and the society.
Together, let us harness the power of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration to drive transformational impact and unlock new opportunities for growth and success in our organization.
As we embark on this journey together, we also stand at a tipping point wherein the African Continental Free Trade Area, considered to be the world's largest free trade area by the number of participating countries, is unfolding. AFCA aims to boost inter-African trade by reducing tariffs and other trade barriers.
So my question is, for some time now, blockchain technology has existed.
Why is blockchain technology not commonly used in Nigeria?
Participants get an invaluable opportunity to engage in insightful discussions, gain fresh perspective, and exchange best practices that will undoubtedly shape the future of their firms, the nation's economy, and the continent.
So it's really important to have a strategy within the organization, but also addressing skill gap in terms of JAPA. This should be a continuous engagement.
And it's also not cheap. That tech is quite expensive and complex. And when you don't understand something, sometimes people just take a back seat. They want, some other people to pioneer it, run with it, and then you can learn.
Speakers, panelists, and experts drawn from diverse business sectors in Africa share their experience and expertise on the theme of the summit against the background of the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities.
Secondly, as both custodians of financial information, CFOs possess a wealth of data that can provide valuable insights into the organization's performance. By harnessing the power of data analytics and leveraging predictive modeling.
The LBS CFO Summit is also a platform for fostering collaboration among peers and building relationships that will endure long after the program concludes.
Mr. Anthony.
That was business news. Now to entertainment news. Former Big Brother Naija contestant Chi-Chi has announced her retirement from exotic dancing. The reality star revealed this on her Instagram story in a light-hearted exchange with a hairstylist. Chi-Chi playfully offered the hairstylist a free lap dance, only to be politely refused. This prompted a playful boast about her past earnings as an exotic dancer. This news comes after Chi-Chi openly discussed her experience as a stripper in a 2023 interview. She aimed to challenge societal stigmas, emphasizing that stripping can be a legitimate profession for financial gain. Nigerian comedian Ali Baba has sparked debate with his recent comments on Channels Television's Sunrise show. Ali Baba took aim at the country's constitution, calling it an anomaly that hinders national development. He argued that the document doesn't speak to the growth of Nigeria and suggested it was hastily drafted without considering the nation's long-term needs. Ali Baba further advocated for greater state autonomy, proposing a system where states generate their own revenue and the federal government offers supplementary support. These comments come amidst discussions about Nigeria's government structure. Ali Baba expressed his belief that some states were created for political reasons rather than for fostering economic growth. Kris Jenner's sister Karen Houghton passed away unexpectedly on March 18 in San Marcos, California. Law enforcement sources attributed the death to natural causes, though details remain unclear. Karen, Kris's only sibling, was 3 years younger. They grew up together in San Diego, primarily raised by their mother, MJ, following her divorce from Robert Houghton. This is MJ's firstborn child, and the Kardashians-Jenner family is offering each other support during this difficult time. In a heartfelt Instagram post, Kris shared photos and memories of Karen and said that she was the sweetest, kindest, and most sensitive and vulnerable, and so funny. She cherished their time together and emphasized the importance of expressing love to those close to them. Karen is survived by her daughter, mother, sister, nieces, and a nephew. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, you're welcome to Timeless Conversation. My guest today is a very well-known Nigerian. He's an international figure. He has inspired quite a lot of young Nigerians today to speak out, to be non-conformist when things are going wrong. And at the same time, he's someone who cherishes his culture, his upbringing, the societal value, and the family place. My guest is none other than the man we all call Charlie Boy, but he has the birth name of Charles Oputa. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, was born on the 19th of June 1950. He hails from Oguta in Imo State. Multi-talented Charlie is a singer, songwriter, television presenter, publisher and producer. One of Nigeria's most controversial entertainers, Charlie Boy is best known for his alternative lifestyle, political views and media productions, including the iconic Charlie Boy Show. He once served as president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. In 2011, he was also a judge on the Nigerian Idol set. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, good to see you.
Happy to be here as usual.
Indeed, you know, since we've known each other, I'd always looked at you as someone, this man is too different. What's the difference?
How different?
Yeah, what's the difference in you? There's something that
I don't know. I feel very regular and very normal.
Are we going to start to
In fact, over normal, they worry me.
You want me to define regular?
I don't know. I don't see anything abnormal or different about
Okay, let's
me.
try this now.
Yeah.
Sometimes they list your birth age as 70. Another set of people will say 71.
Because I've decided not to say anything about my birthday. I don't know why
irregular.
that one is
That
an
is
issue.
That is irregular.
That is irregular.
Most people your age will talk proudly about their date of birth. Before we start this program now, you know what they talk now.
Waiting at the talk. Remind me.
I know.
You know, too many spirits they pass. So
no. Make
sometimes.
one spirit for another spirit. Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you want to talk about your actual date of birth?
Because, you know, we get football age, we get passport age, we get spiritual age. You can assign any age to any of these different compartments or departments, you know. And because in the beginning, I don't give many dates, so I don't get confused. I know, I don't know really what it is.
But one real age that is there is what?
The real age, the last time I looked, it was 70. That was
last year.
Last year, 2020.
So 19th of June,
But
1950 led us to 70 in 2020.
That's what they said.
There you go again. That's what is coming up.
Unfortunately, my mom is late now, so we would have asked her. She would have been the only one who would have
to remind you
specific.
To remind you, because I know she told you. I, for instance, I know that you were so close to your mom. Describe your relationship with her.
Oh, it was heavenly. You know, that was what kept me in Abuja for a long time, taking care of my parents. And I'll tell you that that is the proudest job I ever did in my life. And I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to take good care of them, shower them with love, you know, because I'm sure in the beginning they didn't even think that that was possible, that it was going to be me. Because I give those people, I give them a tough time. I show them pepper. I show them pepper now, you know, as a growing teenager, you know. But I think in a roundabout way, I hold my father responsible because he always taught us to speak up and speak out, you know.
So you got that from him?
Yeah. He will always say things. I remember some of his famous quotes, you know, anywhere you see injustice, you know, you fight it. If you don't fight it, it will come back and chop your head off, you know, things like that. We always had that in the household. We always had things like, do you know who you are? Do you really know who you are? I'm giving you this name, or don't go and spoil it, or, you know, you have to preserve it. So after, do you know, every time, do you know who you are? Do you know? I say I know who I am. My name is Charles Chukwemeka Oputa. I live at number 11 Borokiri, Ahofia Road, Port Harcourt. He said, no, you are an Oputa. I said, so? What does being an Oputa mean?
Well, can I pose his question back to you now? Do you really know who you are?
Yeah.
Or have you found out
It's because of knowing who I am. That gives me the confidence in the things that I do and in being comfortable in my own skin, because I know who I am, I know where I'm coming from, I know where I've been to, and I know exactly what I want to do with my life. And praise the Lord, I've been doing that for the past 70 years.
70 is back.
Sure you wanna test my ride? Power back here. Sure you wanna take a ride? CB, you know me.
Now, the journey to discover yourself, to know who you are, took you out of Nigeria in your teens. And your dad wanted you to be a lawyer.
Not necessarily.
So,
he wasn't fussy about. He wasn't. He would have loved everybody, because he sees anybody, you know, they start talking law, or if you have some love for law and things like that, then he made a friend in my father. But no, we were just allowed to express ourselves, you know, any which way we wanted, because that was the first freedom, to be vocal, to be curious, to ask questions. We were taught that.
Probe your environment.
Yeah, not to. We're not like the kids. Like when you have elders come over to the house, you tell your kids to go to the other room. Elders are there. No, we weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to stay with elderly people, and we were encouraged to be curious, to ask questions, even though we didn't know what the hell, the issue were about those days. Yeah, and then from early enough, that kind of made me very comfortable with people who are much older than me.
Yeah, I read somewhere that you studied communication.
Yes, I'm a mass comm major. I did mass comm, radio, TV. I used to run a public relation, outfit. We specialized in TV program, radio program, adverts, stuff like that, the documentaries. We did a lot for state governments, federal governments, back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let's relate that to your life as a performer, as an artist. Was your education helpful in putting it on track?
Yeah. It taught me how to look at things from different perspective. It taught me about being open, being my authentic self. My father raised us very well, if I must say, because early enough, I always heard him say, "Man, know thyself." A person who has a full understanding of him or herself and knows exactly what he's been given grace to do will only find fulfillment in the things that he or she does.
That's deep.
Yes, and I think my parents set us up on that track. Yeah.
So, reading mass comm was very useful to you in your engagements as a performer.
Oh yeah.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding.
As an activist.
Understanding the human psyche, understanding, arty people, they like to exaggerate a lot, and where your stunts, your hypes have become effective is when people start to see you in different lights.
Yes.
Because Charlie Boy means different things to different people. It's only from where you stand. If one stands on the side of ignorance, that's all you think that whatever this brand is doing is just something weird about him. There's nothing weird about it.
Talking about something weird, when you hit the scenes in the 80s, everybody was saying, he's the son of a Supreme Court Justice.
So
how can he dress like that? And you're still dressing like that at 71. Well, almost 71.
I've calmed down a bit.
Calm.
Yeah.
This one is calming.
This one, they come now. I remember when my head used to be red, yellow, green, and all of that.
And you don't get hair again.
Yeah, I don't get hair again.
So it's not calming. You're toning
when I used to wear 2 different shoes on, each leg. My craze that time, computer no reach them.
You even use the word craze.
Yeah.
You have noticed that craze.
Although my mom was very understanding. My father, on the other hand, actually thought I was crazy. I say crazy because a lot of people out there too thought that the flamboyant image I built as Charlie Boy was crazy, weird, too loud, too flamboyant, not acceptable, perceived as not responsible, especially for the family image. You see, it's a different kind of craze because this craze, wait a minute, this craze is organized. It's well.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
What was the intention about?
You know, when you have a famous father,
good.
It's like a big thing hanging over your head.
A huge umbrella.
No, not an umbrella. It becomes a burden. Like, I like to give you an example.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? Femi Kuti.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? Fela's son.
Yeah.
Fela was that big.
Huge.
So, can you imagine the struggle Femi at the time was going through to be
Femi?
To be Femi.
Not Fela.
To find his own identity.
Yes.
Because no matter what he will do at the time, he said, you can't be like Fela.
So there you were. There you
were.
Yeah.
I hated to live under anybody's shadow. I didn't want that.
But that man gave you covering.
Say?
Your dad, his name gave you covering. He pushed you to go get education.
No. Yeah. Yes. I mean, from that perspective, sure. He gave me all I required.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
And then you came back, you rebelled against all that you got. We need to say, I want you to say it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Because you don't want that cover.
Why? Because you can't just call me up one morning and say, here, take a letter, go there, pack your bag, go and start work. No. I am going to take that from anybody. I never told anybody, I never had any discussion. Say, I'm going to go into paid employment 9 to 5. Yeah, we not discuss that. So when I got that letter one morning, that was in Owerri. I learned I know they go anywhere. That was when our fight really started. You say, why? Everybody, once they finish university, then find work. We don't find for you, you no one work. I said, I didn't have that discussion with you. Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Because I was tired of living under this shadow. Yeah. I wanted to break away. I wanted to do my own thing.
Not break away, break out.
Break out, yeah. I wanted to do my own thing. So when it came to a head, when they asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to be an entertainer. Of course, now, everybody was disappointed. So that was when I decided I was going to cut the umbilical cord between me and my parents. At that time, we were in Owerri. So luckily for me, he was promoted as a Supreme Court judge. So he went to Lagos. Then me, we from America, come back. Now village I go enter. You don't see that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. You wanted to
for 7 years.
He was hitting the reset button.
Yes. Now village I go start to build the brand Charlie Boy. And for that, those were the darkest 7 years of my life.
Wow.
Because that was when I came to appreciate poverty.
Poverty?
Struggle, yes.
Why?
Why not? Because what grows in the village, really? Villages are where people go, elderly people, senior citizens go to relax and fade out. There's no prospect in the village. But even though I had a recording studio.
There's rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation?
Yes.
When you are young, you're not talking about rejuvenation. You're talking about your burning ambition.
Yeah, but if somebody give you contact, you say you don't want.
Why I go on to 9 to 5 now? I want to do my own thing now. Other people know they succeed when they do their own thing.
They do.
Must I
but that was all he knew.
Huh?
That was all he knew. He was offering what he knew.
No. Well, I don't blame him. Okay. You know, parents are usually, sometimes they're overbearing and they worry a lot about their children. I've learned from
That's very true.
My parents to worry less. Because look at how I turned out. I'm sure in my father's wildest dream when I was like 15, 20, he wouldn't have believed it. Because I always said, oh, you just want to throw your life away. But I knew exactly what I wanted. And I wasn't going to throw my life away. But I was going to do it my way.
So after 7 years, what happened?
After 7 years in the village, well, an angel I met in one of my rare trips to Lagos to, scout for recording company, see who will, take my body of music. And, I met Tina Onwudiwe.
Onwudiwe, yes.
Yeah, the African Oyibo. Yes. She's late now.
Yes, she is.
And that woman did a number on me. She was the one that restored first my confidence, because 7 years in the village robbed me of my confidence. I started to have an inferiority complex. I was avoiding my friends who I thought were doing much better than I was, and I swore never, ever in those 7 years to go back to my father to say, help me out.
I was just going to ask that in those 7 years, what was your relationship like with your dad?
It was really messed up. We weren't talking. In fact, I can boldly say that I disowned my parents. It got to a point where, I couldn't really take care of my family. I was living with my present wife in the village at the time.
Yes.
So you can imagine, from America to the village, no running water, no light, nothing. So we're like stuck. But the beginning seemed all right. I just had some few gadgets and stuff. I did one emergency studio where guys will come patronize me. Okay. But after the first year or so, everything dried up. Nobody was coming again. That was when I learned how to chop bread and granite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And it's usually very tasty.
It's very tasty, but too much cholesterol and all of that, not healthy. But that was what we could afford at the time.
At that time.
So 3 years, when me and poverty would do face you challenge, I had to ask my wife to leave, to go back to the US and work and see whether she can send some little monies for us, because we just had our first baby, my last boy, before she traveled. So I think my son was just about 9 months or a year.
Okay, before they both left.
Before, they didn't both leave.
Oh.
My son stayed. I was taking care of my son. Yes. I mean, they changed nappy. Now me, they cook within the boy, they chop. Yes. I didn't have a maid. I didn't have anything.
It would be okay to conclude that you're a stubborn man.
Yes. If I want something, I can die for that thing.
And you took after your dad in that stubbornness?
I think it's my mother. I got that from my mother.
Both of them?
Oh, my mother is, you can't shut my mother up. A big winch. Yeah.
So your wife went back to the US?
Yeah, she went back. She stayed almost 4 years. I didn't see her. She was sending money. God bless that woman. So
you guys are still together, right?
We're still together now. We'll die here.
But after 7 years, you now broke onto the national scene properly. Then.
Yes, thanks to Tina Onwudiwe. I'll always say you can't talk about the history of the brand Charlie Boy without mentioning that name. That was that time now I was like Mumuna. I was Tina's like pet. She noticed my self-esteem was low. She noticed I didn't have confidence. But she admired me for all the creativity at the time. And she saw in me what at that time I did not see in me. Because she was convinced that this was something special, this was something different, and it was going to blow. I didn't see that because 7 years in the village, like I said, took its toll on me. I started to even feel sorry about myself. So she was the one who gave me my confidence back.
Now you got back that confidence, and it was easy for you, or wasn't it, to chart a path for yourself, to say, this is where I'm going?
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yes, too
so
easy.
So those 7 years were necessary then?
Yeah, you have to go through, you have to go through a baptism of fire. I mean, you just don't, things don't just happen like that. You must suffer, you must sweat small.
Okay. In the 80s, you were in your 30s. Now, you're at the beginning of your 70s now. You're 71 in June. Now, what has it been like?
Up and down. Because sometimes I have to be Charlie Boy. Sometimes I am me, Mr. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. And all the time that I'm me, sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's one ankle ache, one wrist ache, one headache somewhere.
The body.
So the body is not adjusting to the commands that I'm giving.
But the engine here is still...
But the engine here and Charlie Boy, they seem all fresh.
They're in sync.
Youthful. Okay? And that is why when I leave the Charlie Boy brand, there's that thing that attracts young people, little kids, that lives in that brand that I don't want to lose, because it is the brand's simplicity, openness, authenticity that also keeps him youthful.
Now, talking about the youth and being youthful, you have been seen as a huge father figure to the younger generation of Nigerians, at least in the last 3 to 4 decades. And to all intents and purposes, you seem to have influenced the flow of their thoughts.
The brand has crisscrossed generations.
But there is a problem in our society today, and it is drug abuse. East, west, north, south, everywhere. What can we do about it?
We just have to keep fighting it.
How?
The people who young people look up to, they need to start to talk about it in a more positive light. For me, like, you know, I'm open, I'm blunt, sometimes I'm wickedly blunt as Charlie Boy. You know, I smoke weed, but I will never advocate that for young people. I can't, but I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what's not good for me. So I do my thing, okay? The drug issue is a scourge as far as I'm concerned. And that is why, like with my kids, I want to be in tune with them, that I know everything. I mean, they can come up, they can be as open as I was taught to be with me. And they look upon me as their friend, okay? Because I've been down that route before.
You said as their friend. That means that you are improving on the perception of the relationship. Because at some point, you didn't see your dad as your friend.
No, every child, you go think say your papa na wicked person, you know. But all the good things that we were taught when we were little, those are the things I've run back to. Those are the things that are helping me in my life, even though that it's not in sync with the environment. But I've had to fall back on the values of the morality, the integrity as handed down by my father. And thank God, I'm not so much in a bad place not to say, I'm not going to do this. Putas don't do that.
Yes.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be like this. Even if it kills me, yeah, I can afford to do that. And so that's who I have become. But you know, the difference between me and my father, because in the beginning, my father used to punish us. So he whipped me tire. And he scared me from learning because he would want us to be cramming things. Cram and come and recite for him. That's not learning. So we're not learning because we had fun learning. We're learning because we're afraid. If you don't get this thing, you say make you go cram. It go whip you. It wasn't until I got to America that I knew that even learning could be fun. And I never looked back since then.
Since then. I was going to say that, you know, you're a very brilliant man.
I don't know about being...
It's me talking now. You don't need to agree.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that's something that I needed to say so that I could put you a bit in a position that would be uncomfortable, because you don't like talking so much about what you have achieved.
I don't think I've achieved anything.
Oh, yes, you have.
It just maybe a little.
If you had it, for instance, there was a time you were the one who came out and quelled the uprising that Okada riders were about to embark upon in Lagos about 2-3 years ago. And at that time, you had even stopped riding publicly. That's an achievement. You were a voice, and still you are a voice that people listen to.
Yeah, I know that a lot of millions of youth have been inspired by my lifestyle, by my story. They've been inspired in such a way that they now understand that they can't give up on themselves or their dreams. And it doesn't matter whether it's your father, your uncle, don't let anybody run your life. Live your most authentic life. And I don't know how it sounds now. It may sound too analogish, but hard work does pay.
So, hard work pays. Still on the youth. I don't hammer. I want hammer. That's all you hear. That motor winning they drive. That's what I covet. I claim it. How? What can we do?
Because the young people are looking at the elders. They're copying all these things from their elders. They are not living in isolation. Monkey see, monkey do. They are waiting how Papa live their life. Now then they copy so. How the people who, by God's grace, are in a position of leadership, how they messed up. They messed up our environment, they messed up the system. You can imagine the plight of young people. Government has failed them. Community has failed them. Parents have failed them. Where should they turn to? In our time, in your time, we had support system. If you are naughty, you're not in your neighborhood, and you're in some other neighborhood, and you do something naughty. In our time, somebody could see you and say, who you be? Who be your papa? After you don't ask that question, say, oh, no, they behave like this for this house. He go correct you, he go send you back, go meet your parents, say, this is what I found your kid doing. Everybody's eye was on the young people, the teachers, the community.
Yes.
Because for my time, when you don't finish like class 5, before you go to the university and you have a good result, before you come back to your house, many people don't call party for your head.
Yes.
It was a thing of pride for parents to say, my son is doing so well in school. It wasn't about the money.
But would you say there's also the part played by population explosion?
It's population explosion wrong priorities, wrong values. You know, after the war, when we now started to adopt the system, my teeth better pass your teeth. Now there everything crash. Because a thief is a thief. There are consequences of stealing.
Yes.
So all thieves should be prosecuted the same way.
Same way, yes.
No be when your man there for position of power and he's a bloody thief. You say, no, it's okay. But when my own thief come now, it becomes a problem for you. Until we can solve that. It's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
Your thief is better than my thief.
You're saying there must be equality in justice.
Precise now. Precise now. Do A as you take do B. The problem we're having in Nigeria today is because of the too many injustices everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the west, in the east. Injustice everywhere.
Let's evaluate the problem of insecurity in our country. There's so much call for breakup. North wants to go, East wants to go, West wants to go. Where are we going?
We're entering a big dark ditch. We don't know who is flying this plane. This contraption called Nigeria, where is it from? Is it our creation? Or is it the British creation? So, if you have leadership from the 19th century, it can't fit in the 21st century, can it? It can't work.
It can't, yes.
Yeah? If you have a building with a faulty foundation, with the foundation of the building, they're not doing well. Then after it don't build like 2 stories, you want to put the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th on a faulty foundation, will that house stand? My brother, it no go stand now.
Yeah.
So
what's the solution?
The solution, bring down this house. Start again. Because whether we like it or not, what is coming, what is about to happen to us is worse than what we've seen already.
By bring down the house, are you saying restructure?
We start it could be restructuring if we go agree. Because you see, this is a give and take situation. Husband and wife live together. They no go talk. When they come to the table, if they have differences, they talk it out.
Yeah.
They have equal respect for one another.
Yeah.
If now the husband just they do what you do, na me dey here, na me be Lord and Master, how the marriage go work now? That is it. Because before we used to have this regional system where we made contribution to the center.
Yeah.
Why monkey go to work babu dey chop? I don't understand. That is the injustices that I'm talking about. That is why Biafra people want to go their own. Oduduwa people want to go their own. Arawa people want to go their own. Because they can't stand these injustices. So until we come to the table to have that conversation sincerely and genuinely, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse. Then we now bring down the house. The house will fall, bata, bata. Then we can start from beginning and correct that faulty foundation that we failed to correct in the first instance.
That's your prescription.
That's my prescription.
And
that's the only way I can see it working.
Talking about prescription, have you taken your COVID-19 vaccination?
They were supposed to come. They were supposed to come to the house this morning. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that this week, they come to me.
Supposed to come?
Yes.
You're your father?
Yes, sir. I say father now.
But what would you say to people about the vaccine and being healthy?
Well, how much time remains for me now?
Not to talk like that. Not scare us now.
No, just being realistic. How much time remains now? If na poison be the vaccine, they give me that. When man must die, something killed a man. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Prevention is better than cure. So I rather know that I've done everything to be safe. So whatever happens, happens. So it's a good thing. I think I like to encourage people to go out and have the vaccine. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Yes.
And still wear the face masks and practice good hygiene.
Good hygiene. Now, you don't like being reminded of your age. You love being the one to tell us that you are.
because age. What is age?
Now, I
Age
never
is
finished the
needed.
thing.
Okay,
Now,
sorry,
make you
sorry.
hear me now. Which
Okay,
one?
Okay.
See, in regular society, everybody will be calling you senior citizen, elder statesman, and all that. But all of those things don't resonate with you. How does it feel to be a grandfather?
I don't feel any different. I feel the same way I felt 30, 40 years ago.
But how
It's
do you
not a big
relate
deal.
with your grandchildren?
I have 16. Oh, like my relationship with my children are not like father and son. They're like two adults, two playful, spoiled kids. And that's the way I like it, because my children tell me everything. You can't imagine sometimes I'm dazed by what they're saying to me, but I try not to show it, so they will always feel that they have a hip father, that I'm with the times, because the kind things where they come out for their mouth, I say, okay, let me bond them anyway. And when I remember as I shaking my parents too, I will just laugh. I go calm down for Jesus, because what goes around comes around.
It comes around. I wish your mom were alive.
No, my mom, I had a good time with my mom after my father left. It was 3 years, so all the love was showered on her. And my mom pulled the biggest trick. I don't think she knew that I would have loved to be with her as she passes along, but she waited till I traveled when I wasn't around and decided to leave. And for a few days I didn't forgive her about that. I thought it was that wasn't the plan. But yes, I had fun with my mother. I always joked about her vision, and that's why I call her a witch, because she was very futuristic in her thinking.
She was like a prophetess to you.
Precise.
So the kind witch where you say your mama carry, you never seen type before. Why?
Simple. She was very futuristic, forward thinking. She held my father. That woman held the house. My father was a player, but my mom tamed him and tamed all of us, more or less.
But she was also very soft towards you.
Oh, yes. Because she was the first to see that boy in me. She used to call me from the very first day I did hear something. I could comprehend things. She used to always call me Charlie Boy. So that's how that name came about. Because that was my pet name.
So the Charlie Boy actually came from her?
Yes. Yeah. That's why they call her witch. And when people want to get into issues about how old are you, I say, I beg when I leave that thing. If my mama be winch, waiting it is, I have vampire blood now. What do I have to do with old age?
You had your first child at 17?
At 16.
16?
Yeah. I'm from Bele spoil now.
From Bele?
From Bele.
Tell me.
I make, if to say all these funny pastors, they for that time, night vigil, them for the carry me go, deliverance. Yeah,
But your mom took care of that's your first child. What's your relationship with him now?
I didn't even agree that it was my child now. Now, when I come, things begin work out for me, that I became more mature, that I went back to look for him. But then, at that time, we were supposed to be in school, not going around and getting women pregnant.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
But your mom did not, she didn't give up on you.
No, just like I can't give up on my kids. You know, like I told you, children are like monkey see, monkey do. I've always seen my mom and my father together since I was born.
Yes.
Even when they have challenges and issues, before I turn my head the other way, I see them stealing kisses, holding hands, you know.
And that's why you're still with your wife.
I guess, because I wanted to be better than what I saw. You understand?
Would you give yourself a pass mark now? Or would you grade yourself, looking at their sheet and your sheet?
Yes, I've tried. 45 years is no more now.
Yes.
Staying with somebody, no. The same smell, the same body, the same face, the same routine. I try. Over-try worry me.
Something to say to her?
She's my best friend. She knows that.
Look into the camera and tell her.
I don't have to be looking into the camera to tell her. She knows what she knows, and that's why we're all dying here. Nobody's going anywhere.
All right, we're about to round off this session of talk, but we won't go without talking about how to sustain older people in their old age. You're an old man now. What are your needs? What really are the needs of an older person?
You see, I'm always, like I say, I'm such an exceptionally blessed person. Only God fit understand. Okay? The kind blessing where I get, sometimes I don't think I deserve it because it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You understand? But I think that I'm living my life on purpose because I'm doing really what God had always intended for me to do via people. I love people. I don't like to see suffering, people in agony. So my heart is always going out for the underdogs. And I got that from my mom. My mom was generous to stupidity. And my father had a little bit of that. And I know that I'm not even supposed to be alive as I'm talking to you. No, because my youth was rough. I got into all kinds of things. Okay? Even drugs. But I healed myself because those were the American years.
Dark days.
Yeah. And I said to myself, this is not how I was brought up. So why are you doing this? I had to even go and see a shrink to figure out, to say something wrong with me or my, only to be told that what activated my misbehavior at the time was the racism I experienced one-on-one in America. At the time, I was with my baby mama. Her sister came to visit. So there were 2 white women. And here I was sandwiched between 2 white women. We were just taking a leisure walk downtown Boston. And then 7 white, excuse my language, white trash comes out of the Cadillac, all with a baseball bat, nigger this, nigger that, just because I was walking with 2 white chicks. One was the mother-to-be of my baby boy. They beat me that day. I thought I was going to die. The only thing that saved me that day was the police. You know, as police just they go around everywhere and are crime now. So they thought that, you know, the white women I was with had run up to call the police. That's how they let me off. That's how I was saved. And I ended spending almost 5 weeks in the hospital. I never forgot that experience. That was just barely 8 months staying in America. I never thought I had racism in my blood. But then my hatred was potent because I just couldn't figure it out. In our house in Port Harcourt, when my father was a lawyer, he was a legal attorney to Mobile and stuff like that. So we did see Yoruba people, they come house. It was I didn't think that there were any, I look at them as equals, not as superior to me. Only to go to America, then they asked me where I sabi speak English, whether I live in trees and all that crap, and to call me a nigger. So it wasn't till I saw the shrink when I was now questioning my modus operandi in America. Why am I doing all the stuff that I'm doing? That is kind of alien, you know? That came up.
Okay.
And that was how I was healed, and I said, I'm getting out of this country. I agree now, sir, old. No be lie you talk.
So what does
Charlie
that
boy
old man
can be
mean?
old, you know now.
Yeah, now.
Me as Charles, but I agree. No be me they talk now. Sometimes I wake up, my knee is not in the right position. Either my neck don't bend, go one side. You know, little things like that. I'm more into myself, always checking my prostate, checking this, checking that, you know, as a health freak.
What does a man need, an old person need to survive now?
An old person needs a lot of companionship.
Companionship?
If you have children that are good, that are like Charlie Boy, who took care of his parents, that will make, you age so gracefully. And because an old person needs to surround himself with family and a lot of love.
Okay.
It can bring sunshine to your life.
Good health?
Good health is a sequence of where you are financially. So if you're a little okay, I think that's the major investment that everybody should make in themselves to make sure all the things are working when they should.
So let me throw you this final one now. All right. Are you okay financially?
Am I okay? Financially. Is Dangote okay financially?
On that note, thank you very much for coming on the program. You didn't disappoint me at all. I was expecting something like that. Thank you so much, Charlie Boy, for coming on the show. That's how we greet now. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice having you. I hope to come back so we can talk again and look at deeper, other deep stuff.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do. But I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced a song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Shemi to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo has enjoined the management and staff of Punch Nigeria Limited to keep the flag flying and continue to sustain the legacy of the founder, late Chief James Aboderin. Now, Obasanjo stated this while speaking at a black tie dinner to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the newspaper. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all of the beautiful moments.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of his founder, Chief James Aboderin. It's part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People of all strata graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Aboderin decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality is limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins. Intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I've been a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. And to me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodere.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes. And like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward, into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
The next event is on the birthday celebration of former LASU CMD Femi Olubide at 70. Turning 70 represents 7 decades of experiences, adventures, wisdom, and relationships. It is an impressive milestone worth celebrating, but rather than throwing a lavish party celebration, former Chief Medical Director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Olufemi Olubide, decided to mark it in a simple but unique way with a Thanksgiving praise and worship service. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was present at the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician, LASU, where the event took place.
This isn't the usual church service. It is a birthday Thanksgiving, praise and worship service in honor of the former permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Olufemi Olubide, who got enlisted in the septuagenarian table. Family, friends and well-wishers all thronged the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician in LASU, where they joined him in giving praise to God. Taking his sermon from the book of Matthew 6:25-34, Bishop of the Chapel, Right Reverend James Odedeji, reminds the congregation of the need to have an uninterrupted relationship with God and try to improve on society and make life better for others.
If God cannot provide for you, nobody can provide for you. If God is not sufficient for you in times of trouble, you cannot go far. What the Bible is saying here is about relationship. The Bible said, and God blessed them and said to them, they must talk, they must relate. And so father and son relationship must be cordial.
He eulogizes Dr. Olubide for his selfless service to God and humanity.
And so 70 years here to appreciate the goodness of the Lord. Birthday celebrations is a service of gratitude. It's an attitude of gratitude that if it has not been God who has been on our side, when the enemy rose, the Bible said they will have swallowed us quickly.
This was followed by the Thanksgiving proper by the celebrants. Performance by the guest artist BJ Sachs further electrifies the gathering, catapulting the congregation into a higher realm of praise. Plus TV News crew gets up close with the celebrant, a prolific writer and well-known psychiatric. At 70, he feels fulfilled.
Excited, I'm very thankful to God. It's been a turbulent ride, but God has been faithful. And that's why, more than any other reason, I felt compelled to celebrate him today and to focus on Thanksgiving. I am truly thankful to God for his mercies and for what he has done for me and my family, and for the protection that he has granted us. I take nothing for granted. I know that I have been favored, and I pray that I continue to receive favor. In return, I want to bestow favor on other people. I want to do things that will improve the lives of other people.
To his children, he's the best dad in the world, and to his friends, a dependable man and a trailblazer.
Daddy is a very loving and caring father, and is an amazing grandfather. I'm married to his son, Ayode Jolubile, and they have the same characteristics. They're kind, they're gentle, they're loving, and they're very understanding. And I'm so happy to be able to celebrate with him today, his 70th birthday. I pray that he celebrates many more years to come in good health, and most importantly, in happiness and joy.
To tell his kids and instruct his kids properly, but also on top of just instructing, he's also modeled very good and godly behavior for us, and so we've had a lot to work with. I'm thankful for having him as a father, but I think maybe to add, the most important thing that any father can do for his child is to continue to intercede for them, because when they go out into the world, you don't know what they get to see, you don't know what they get to face. And so apart from the instruction and modeling, the constant intercession has been a very good source of blessing for us.
He's a wonderful person, very, very wonderful person. And he's a fatherly person, and as a physician, he goes beyond service to serve the community where he finds himself. So I'll say happy 70th birthday and congratulations to him.
Prolific writer, a well-known psychiatrist, one of the best around. I wish him all the best as he lives the remaining parts of his life. And by God's grace, we'll be here at 80 and 90 to celebrate him.
Highlights of the event is the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, it was a night of glam and excitement as stakeholders, directors, and volunteers gathered together to raise funds for out-of-school children. Worried by the increasing number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, a non-profit organization, IA Foundation, initiated this call to action to ensure indigent children have access to education.
And the way I feel now, 'cause I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. Guess I'm on my way. So easy. Down my mind, you can wait around home and love me. Guess I'm on my way. I can live just a year.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity ball and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make he reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erewa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcase the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your event to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that what you said? No, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, going for auditions, and sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose, yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. The things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But God was merciful throughout those period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. Like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine, and then you do the second one and you get heartbroken, and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I knew I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive, so I felt maybe He kept me alive for a reason. And He just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently, and that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes, and family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before being in the state of mind to record and create good music. Sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago. Or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square, we're waiting for you guys to drop new songs and all that stuff. And
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today is the 20th day of March 2024, and we're glad to know that you were able to make it, or all of us were able to make it to this moment. We thank you for being there. Today we'll be looking at so many issues on the papers and everywhere else. Reps urge federal government to ban importation of local fabrics is one of the topics that we're going to be looking at this morning. We also are going to, like I said, be looking at what is in the papers, what is making the headlines on some of our national dailies this morning, and every other thing around it. We're going to have guests that will be here to discuss this with us. But first of all, to set our minds on the goal for the day, let's take the quote for today. Today is your day to start fresh, to eat right, to train hard, to live healthy, to be proud. That is from Bonnie Feister. Today is your day to start fresh, to eat right, to train hard, to live healthy, to be proud. Bonnie Feister. Okay, that's the code for today. It means that you don't have to keep for tomorrow what you need to do today. There are a lot of people who say, well, I'm waiting for the new year so that I can have a new year resolution. Next year I'll be better. Next year I'm going to hit the gym because I need to burn those calories. And next year I have to write a book because I need to put some thoughts on paper for others to benefit from. Next year I'm going to stop drinking or smoking or eating any other thing that is not good for my health. Next year I'm going to do this or that. But next year begins at this moment. That is what that quote is telling us. So today is your day to start fresh, to eat right, to train hard, to live healthy, and to be proud. So whatever you're putting up for tomorrow, don't. Today is the right time to start, and there is no option to that. So whatever you intend to do, you can start now preparing for it, even if it's something that you can only achieve by the next year. Maybe there are people who are, for instance, supposed to come from the US next year for you to have an understanding and get into business or something. I'm just using that as an example. You will start to lay the foundation now so that when they do come, you won't be found wanting. Well, we are having top trending issues this morning as usual, but first of all, the traffic situation on the Third Mainland Bridge, if you're coming in, except by now the bus has been moved, but there was an accident on the Third Mainland Bridge this morning. I'm not sure any life was lost. We've not heard the official statement regarding that, but we saw when we were coming to work a bus upturned in the middle of the Third Mainland Bridge, and some things, whatever it was carrying was being removed from the bus, maybe to look for another bus to put it, but we didn't see any sign that there was a casualty, at least not a death. So if you're coming and you're seeing a little bit of slow traffic, it's not because it is all the way. After that portion where there was that accident, it's very free coming towards the island. So that's the traffic report we have this morning. So top trending this morning, Rep summon minister over alleged misuse of $300 million anti-malaria fund is our first top trending issue this morning. Now, the House of Representatives Committee on Anti-Malaria, HIV, AIDS, and Tuberculosis on Tuesday gave the Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Mohammed Pate, and the Permanent Secretary, Daju Kacholom, a 72-hour ultimatum to appear before it over allegation of misuse of $300 million meant to tackle malaria since 2021. This is just as the committee threatened to order the arrest of the Permanent Secretary, Kacholom Daju, if she fails to honor the summons, having failed to appear before it after 3 invitations. The duo is also expected to answer questions on allegations of denying indigenous manufacturers of insecticides nets from participating in the contract for the procurement of the items and other related products. The chairman of the committee and member representing Isukwato Amunochi Federal Constituency, Abia State, Amobi Oga, who read the committee's resolution on Tuesday at the National Assembly, expressed the displeasure of his members about the permanent secretary's absence, and Nigeria borrowed $100 million from the Islamic Bank, which was approved by the National Assembly in 2021. Of the $100 million, $10 million was granted and another $200 million borrowed from World Bank in the same year for Impact Project Malaria Financing Agreement, making it a total of $300 million. The resolution by the National Assembly was passed to prioritize local content to encourage local manufacturers. However, the ministry contracted the United Nations Office for Project Services to do the procurement process at a cost of over $3 million for the purchase of anti-malaria commodities. Describing malaria as an epidemic in Nigeria, Oga said the government has always wanted to help the people. The lawmaker noted that a few weeks ago, the committee received a petition from Season Law Firm on behalf of Rosie's Textile Mills Limited, accusing the Ministry of Health and Permanent Secretary for denying indigenous manufacturers of insecticidal nets from participating in the contract for the procurement of insecticidal nets and other related products. Oga called for the Parliament's intervention to address the issue. And this is a very, very, very serious issue. Malaria is a scourge in Nigeria. A lot of people are suffering it. We thank God for small mercies. He has given us the bodies to resist it somehow or to withstand malaria infection in Nigeria, but we shouldn't take that for granted. Now, the bone of contention is why are the local manufacturers of insecticide-treated nets not allowed to be part of the procurement process. While I condemn that, I also ask a simple question. Does the National Assembly have the moral standing to even accuse anybody of leaving the local manufacturers to go outside to procure something or to give contracts to other people who are coming from outside, because they do the same? If you go to all the ministries, you'll find out that all the ministries have their conference rooms, but none of them have their AGM or any serious meeting in their conference rooms, because the conference rooms are nothing to write home about. They go to very, very expensive hotels, spend the money, taxpayers' money, to host an event that could have been hosted in their ministry. So why are we having conference rooms and all other kinds of places that we build inside whatever ministry that we find ourselves? So we have these things, and they still go out, spend a lot of money because they feel that, you know, it gives them the name. And then the National Assembly is procuring cars, vehicles from other countries, and when they were asked, some of them now said, in fact, let's say the National Assembly said they needed to go for something that has a name, you know. So they're procuring vehicles that could have been bought in Nigeria, giving more money to a Nigerian company and putting more money in the pockets of Nigerian employees, and they went outside to buy because of the name. What happens to the Nigerian name? What happens to the Made in Nigeria? So if they are now telling the people who are in charge of this that they shouldn't have done that, they should have also allowed the people who are local manufacturers to participate. They should also be just standing before the mirror and looking at themselves. Are they leading by example, or is it better to just point fingers at someone else's faults? So while I condemn the fact, like I said, that local content is not being also used, I also condemn the fact that the National Assembly that should have been teaching us or should have been showing us good example is not doing that. And they're doing the same thing they're accusing these people of right now. So let's say change begins with you. National Assembly, the change will begin with you, and every other person will stand in line. If they don't, you can beat your chest and say, see what we are doing. But are you? Well, I'm not standing on the side of the other people being accused, but if we have to throw accusations, we should also be sure that we are doing the right thing. That they say he who must come to equity will come with clean hands, and if you don't have clean hands, well, so you still do your duty, but show us good example. So for the people who are making sure that the local manufacturers are not part of this procurement process, please desist from that and make sure our local people are also involved. Let the money go around, and whatever we can get from this country, we should get it from this country and not continue to order pizzas from the UK or from France and continue to order everything that a lot of us preach. Buy Nigeria, produce Nigeria, and all that. Some of them live abroad. They don't even live in Nigeria. So how are you also encouraging people to buy Nigeria when you don't even live in Nigeria? Meaning that from the food you eat to what you wear to everything that you do is abroad. So let's live by example. That is how patriotism can be spread, because when we see our leaders doing the right thing, we will fall in line and continue to do the right thing. So whoever is involved, please wash your hands clean and let the merry-go-round as it is. Nigeria will be great again. The second thing is that the court denies Nnamdi Kanu bail, orders accelerated hearing. Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court Abuja on Tuesday denied bail to the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu, he is Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. The court, however, ordered an accelerated hearing of the case involving the embattled IPOB leader who is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony. Kanu, who was brought to the court on Tuesday, has been in the custody of the Department of State Services since his arrest in June 2021. Delivering the ruling, Justice Nyako held that the court would only grant an accelerated hearing in the matter and ordered the prosecution to call its first witness. Counsel for Kanu, Aloy Ejimako, expressed his displeasure over the ruling. He said the IPOB leaders' legal team cannot go on with the proceedings if not allowed to speak with their client. Ejimako added that it had been difficult to have a meeting with Kanu in custody of DSS, as their conversations were always monitored, and Kanu is still wearing the same outfit which the court ordered to be changed. He alleged unfair treatment of his client, which he said contravened the Nigerian constitution. He expressed the dissatisfaction of Kanu's team of lawyers and asked for a stand-down of the case to enable them consult with their client, which the court has granted. Kanu asked to address the court and his request was granted. He told the court that he is suffering from cognitive heart disease and has not been getting the best treatment in the custody of the DSS. He asked to be moved to Kuje prison or placed on house arrest, but his pleas were rejected by Justice Nyako, who subsequently adjourned the case to April 17, 2024 for commencement of trial. Okay. I do hope this accelerated hearing will bring accelerated judgment. If he is guilty and he needs to be sent to prison, let them go ahead and send him to prison. If he's not guilty and he needs to be freed, let them go ahead and free him. There's also a statement credited to Kanu after he was denied this request that he made, that he thinks that some people, even in government, are profiting from his incarceration because, according to him, if he's released, in the very first week after his release, there will be peace in the southeast. So if that is an option, if that is going to be true, then who actually is profiting from this? Why will you incarcerate somebody for 3 years without everything that needs to be done, without hearing, without judgment? You can't procure judgment in 3 years. What is keeping it? Why are the people who are representing him not allowed access to him? Why are the things that the court ordered not being adhered to, like change of clothes and some other things that have been complained about? Well, Kanu is there for treasonable felony, and if he's found guilty, he's going in for it. I am all for that. But if he's not found guilty and he's been incarcerated for 3 years, that will be a slap on the security apparatus that we have in this country, and on the legal system, the judgment, everything that we should have been having in this country. So whoever is guilty, make sure that as fast as possible they get the judgment they deserve. If they need to go to prison, they go. If they need to be hanged, they hang them. If you need to administer lethal injection, you do that. But let's know that all avenues are explored, all investigations are carried out, and beyond reasonable doubt, that person is either guilty or not guilty. It doesn't speak well of Nigeria just holding someone captive for a crime that is not at this moment proven to be what it is. We've seen people being detained for a very long time for treason, and after that the security people will just come out and say, okay, he's no longer charged with treason, and they go scot-free. What was the reason behind their being charged in the first place? Well, I don't know how the legal system works. I do hope that this judgment will come swiftly and we will rest. If he needs to be released, let him be released. If he needs to be imprisoned, like really imprisoned, let them go ahead and do that. But whatever he's complaining about, if he's not getting the correct medical attention, please, the authorities should look into it. He's still human and he has his rights, even in detention. We have another one, which is Zenith Bank appoints first female GMD, or Moeji. That's a laudable one. Zenith Bank PLC has appointed Dr. Adora Emeoji as its new group managing director effective June 1, 2024. This was disclosed in a statement signed by the company secretary Michael Otu, which was filed by the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday. Emeoji will take over from the current GMD, Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, whose time in office expires May 31. Before this appointment, Emeoji was the deputy managing director of the bank since October 28, 2016, and has close to 30 years of banking experience, of which 26 years has been with Zenith Bank. According to her profile, Omoeji is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, where she's attended the Advanced Management Program, and an alumnus of Columbia Business School with a certificate in the Global Banking Program. She also holds a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors degree in law from Bayes University, Abuja. She holds a master's of laws from University of Salford, United Kingdom, master's in business administration from the University of Calabar, and also has a doctorate in business administration from Apollos University, USA. She holds a certificate in economics and for business from the prestigious MIT Sloan School of Management, USA, and has attended various management programs in renowned universities around the world, including the Strategic Thinking and Management Program at Wharton Business School, USA. With this appointment, Omoeji will join the ranks of female bank MDs in Nigeria and make her first female MD of the bank. And Zenith Bank is one of the banks in Nigeria that has large assets banks and belonging to the elite club of banks with a market value of over 1 trillion naira. So we congratulate Omoeji for that achievement, but this also points to the fact that women don't need handouts. Women need to be prepared. Omoeji was prepared. Omoeji is very qualified. You cannot say she got that appointment just because she's a woman. No, it's because she's very, very qualified. You see the degrees she has. You see the things that what she has studied, where she has studied, things she has achieved, and how many years she has put into the business, up to about 30 years in the banking industry. So everybody needs to prepare themselves. Even in politics, I feel uncomfortable when they say we have to hand out some things to women and all that. I know there are some places that they are disadvantaged because of their sex, but we do know that a lot of other places, the women will just have to prepare enough. At the end of the day, you find out that when you're very, very prepared and qualified, there will be no option than for you to be appointed into the office that you need to be appointed. In the banking industry, we've seen a lot of women being at the helm of affairs, and we commend the banking industry for doing this. We hope that all other industries can do the same. Let's have the Okonjo-Iwealas of this world, let's have the Dora Akunyiles of this world come to help us out in Nigeria. So Nigeria has become the Macedonia. So come into Macedonia and help us. We're calling on the women. But you need to prepare. It's good for the women to be given some leverage because of their sex, but it's also good for them to be prepared and qualified enough. Let no one say it's because of she's a woman, that's why she was given this commissionership, or she was given this ministership, or she was given this and that. It happens to the men as well. Some people are just being given positions because they are boys to big men or people who are the movers and shakers. We know all these things. But bottom line is, we thank Zenith Bank for doing this. We thank the banking industry for recognizing women and their potential, and that's why they're flourishing. And we're calling on every other sector to recognize the contribution of women to society and give them very, very important positions as well, so that, things might just change for the better. We're still in Nigeria. We hope Nigeria will be better than now. And there is no other country that I would rather brag about. I saw on the social media yesterday or so, someone who said that he has a citizenship of another country and is not regretting at all. Nigeria is this and that. And hey, I tell you, Nigeria is a great country, no matter how you see it. And you are leaving I saw some comments there. People are saying, well, you left your father and mother and maybe some of your siblings back in Nigeria. They must be the terrible people you're referring to as Nigerians. Nigeria is a great country. Some people are giving it a bad name, but all of us collectively can make it better than it is right now. Let's remove Nigeria of our dreams from the dreamland and bring it to reality. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll be looking at the papers on Off the Press. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thanks for staying with us. It's time now to go to the press and see what the headlines are this morning. And we're being joined by Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Kolawole.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Hope you had a great night.
Yes, I did. Thanks to God. We do hope that you have a great night as well. Okay.
Mine was pleasant too.
Yeah. So we're starting this morning with Business NG. The Business NG this morning is the first paper we're beginning with. And the headlines there read that NGX declines by 62 billion naira as sell-offs hit Zenith, MTNN, and all that. So we're looking at this. NGX has declined. Now, I don't know what your take is on that.
The matter is that the economy is going through a lot of turbulence, both internally and then from external forces. Lots of people are withholding investment in Nigeria. Those that are already pulling out. And the situation with the banks are also not very, very encouraging. We're getting that they're going to the CBN now to borrow trillions of naira to be able to meet their obligations to the depositors. So when issues are like this, when the country is unable to even export and then sell the crude oil that has always been its mainstay, you will expect the kind of a situation that we have found ourselves. Of course, the oil theft in the Niger Delta has not abated. Rather, it would appear to be on the increase. So it's all sorts of multiple things. But if you ask me, it's ourselves we should blame for all these things. We have always had a rainy day, during which we should have prepared for all these eventualities, like some other countries are doing. Take a country like Saudi Arabia, which people may not understand what our country is doing today. They are now investing heavily in tourism and in sports because they have seen the light as sooner than later. Their mainstay, which is export of crude petroleum products and all that, they will no longer be able to sustain that country, despite the fact that it makes a lot of money, huge trillions of dollars from visitation to Hajj on an annual basis. That is how countries prepare for the rainy day. When our own situation, we haven't prepared at all. And in spite of the challenges that we have, medical tourism has not abated. A lot of affluent Nigerians are still sending their children abroad for schooling. And of course, too, cost of contracts, cost of services, whether locally or internationally, hasn't reduced. In fact, it's been on the increase. So if you have all these high-tide challenges and problems in your hand, you should expect that foreign exchange would be declining. We just must find a way to shut this down, to get on top of all this. For example, I was reading the papers yesterday, and one federal government agency went to Dubai to host a workshop for some so-called to attract foreign investors and all that. Whereas such kind of a forum could have held in Nigeria, which will bring in people to Nigeria who will bring in their money, who will spend on hotels, on tourism, who will spend on air transportation, and what have you. But rather, they went with an armada of federal government parastatals and personnel to another country to put food on that country. So by this was Dubai, they went to hold the workshop. And these are the dream pies. And we seem not to be able to arrest all these dream pies. And until we're able to do that, there might not be a solution inside. And don't also forget, Nigeria has been at war for some time now. The Boko Haram war is there, the war against bandits there, the war against kidnappers are there, the war against those who are taking mineral resources in another part of the country and killing farmers are not there. When you want to keep the army, you import the AK-47, you import the bomb, you import the bullet, and what have you. And all these things are dollar denominated. All these things are bleeding the economy. I remember with due respect and with all kinds of humility, I have said it times without number on your program, that we need to find solutions to importation of most of the arms and ammunition that the military is using to fight banditry, all these insurgencies all over the place. By now, Nigeria, after 15, 20 years of this insurgency, we should be self-sufficient in AK-47 production. We should be self-sufficient in bullets, light arms and ammunition production. We should by now not be importing any bomb or grenade from any country, and not our own drones and what have you. We should be making them locally and all that. While I agree, while I understand, while I see that the Nigerian Army, the military industry is making efforts in that direction, I would still want to say that the efforts still far-fetched. It's not enough to drastically reduce our dependency on the importation of arms and ammunition to fight this insurgency. Apart from the importation of the weapons that we need, when you also keep the soldier, when you keep the police, the front and all that, you have to pay them allowances, you have to feed them. All these things are bleeding the country. So we must find a solution to this insurgency, to this banditry, and to all manners of war that are being waged against the Nigerian Federation. With due respect, our plans without number suggested, if that is going to be a solution, that we should have a referendum on our article of association, the 350 languages in Nigeria. Let's conduct a referendum among them and see how they want to relate, how they want to cohabit, what manner of relationship we don't want to see in the country, not just in terms of physical cohabitation, but also in terms of economy, in terms of sociology, in terms of culture, education, and what have you. For too long, we have slept over this challenge, over this problem, pretending there are no problems. And to me, that is just behaving like the ostrich that buried his head in the sand, whereas the other part of his body is widely exposed out in there for the hunter to be able to make a good shot.
Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper, we're not taking the leading headline, we're taking a small headline from top left corner, which says, reps to quiz minister, top center, reps to quiz minister over $300 million malaria loan spending. And this is an issue that has come up. The reps, members of rep want to quiz them. Let's say the way it was spent, it was not very clear, so the permanent secretary and the minister are going to face the reps panel. What do you think about it? $300 million borrowed for intervention in malaria?
Constitution gives the House of Reps, the National Assembly, and the State Assembly to do oversight functions over the executive arms of a government. Apart from representing their people and making laws, oversight functions is one of the major responsibilities that the Constitution has given to the lawmakers and others. So if they are found that $300 million earmarked for malaria treatment all over the country cannot be judiciously spent, then they will be in good state. The law allows them to be able to carry out some oversight functions, to be able to do investigations as regards the management of that resources. But also remember that I'm not a fan of all these inquiries and investigations and what have you that the National Assembly have always done. And my pessimism is derived from the fact that all the ones that have been done in the past, what have been the results? Reports have merely been written, and then white paper done, and then they gathered up in the National Archives of the National Assembly and that of the federal government at the end of the day. And the reason for this are not perfect. By the time they begin to probe a lot more further, they will find out, even the National Assembly will find out that it is not impossible that one or two of their members have benefited immensely from the spending of that fund. And once they discover that, then they will reach a dead end. And then that will be the end of the probe, the investigation, the oversight function that they are doing with these so-called malarial drugs. They recollect the off the mic, and then the one with regards to the oil subsidy, and all the other ones that have been carried out in the past. It has never seen the light of the day. Rather, it becomes another jamboree, another waste of precious resources. It's sort of using very good money to chase a very bad debt. Because when committees are sitting, funds will also be allocated. All manners of stationaries would have to be bought, and the consumables would have to be provided and whatever. Man-hour will be wasted to a function that will at the end of the day not see the light of day. There will not be any benefit for the country. How many people since the inception of this democracy have been punished or arraigned or taken to court based on the probes that have been conducted by the National Assembly or by the State Assembly with regard to the mismanagement of the nation's resources? Very, very few indeed. It's the ICPC, the EFCC, the police, the special fraud units that have taken people to court. Not the National Assembly recommended that we have found that this person hasn't done too well with regard to the management of this of national resources. We recommend to the Attorney General of the Federation and then the police to do further investigation and then prosecute them in court. I'm not aware that they have done too many of this since 1999.
Problems that the National Assembly is worried about is that local manufacturers of insecticide-treated nets are saying that they were not given the opportunity to be part of the procurement, which means it's possible that all the nets that were bought for their intervention came from outside the country. And the National Assembly is saying that it is so wrong. They should have involved them as well, because there was a complaint from this association of people who produce this net locally here. And I don't know how you feel about that. National Assembly saying local content should be patronized and all that. What do you think?
He who goes to equity must come with a clean hand. If the National Assembly will be saying that, then charity should begin at home. Rather than buy their own official cars from Japan and whatever, they ought to have gone to Innocent Motors in Anambra State and all that to purchase those vehicles. So if they are condemning certain persons for not going to the local manufacturers of drugs and all that, to purchase those drugs and all that, have they themselves shown good examples in that regard? The answer is a no. Too many times all government agencies, whether they be at the legislative level, at the federal, at the executive level, or even the judiciary, would prefer to put food on the tables of other persons outside the country, rather than butter the bread of our own people. This is like a pot calling the kettle black. I'm not too enthusiastic in whatever justifications that they might be making for this so-called proof that they are carrying out over these functions.
Like you said, they should lead by good example because they are buying cars from outside just for the name. Okay, so we'll go to another headline here. Once again, the 30 trillion naira loan, Senate uncovers fresh infractions and summons Cardoso. So it's a new thing now. They have done this before. They saw some things that they wanted answers to questions. Now they have found another thing and summoning the Central Bank of Nigeria governor. And let me hear what you think. 1 week, one trouble.
The economy was poorly managed under President Muhammadu Buhari, and we should not be too surprised about it. You recollect that when he came to power, that former President Bishop Obasanjo said that he could not trust Muhammadu Buhari with the economy of the Nigerian nation. That his performance might be good in the area of the military, managing the security situation of the country, but that he was rather very weak when it comes to economic issues and all that. I think this is what is coming to play. What Bishop Obasanjo has already told us, or what he alerted us about, when Buhari's government came into power, is now what we are now beginning to see. If it is just the 30 trillion that they have now discovered again, I am sure more will still be uncovered because there were series upon series of borrowing, layers upon layers of borrowing from IMF, from World Bank, from individuals, from some other multilateral organizations all over the world that were not put on the table of the Nigerian people to see or debate or to be aware of and know that whatever the National Assembly may have seen or found or uncovered and know that, you and I will see with due respect to point an accusing finger to at the National Assembly, because most times when the Deputy of Government General Muhammadu Buhari took a bill, wrote a letter to the National Assembly that they wanted to borrow money for one thing or the other and another, the National Assembly hardly scrutinized those applications thoroughly before giving their approval. They just give a blanket approval for some of these things, rather than asking questions, rather than raising queries, rather than asking them what they have done with the previous approval that they have given. So this may just be another tip of the iceberg. I suspect more could still be found. As the National Assembly continues this probe. But take my word for it, or let's sound this note of warning. I am sure a time will come when the National Assembly will become wary or will no longer have a political will to continue with the probes, investigations, and discoveries that they are making. The whole exercise will become a political thing, because immediately elections begin to approach, they will be thinking about the name of their party, they will be thinking about the next election, they will be thinking about their reputation, they will be thinking about the integrity of the National Assembly. Of course, too, it is the APC that was in government for 8 years that badly mismanaged the economy. It is also the APC that is in government today. I will not think that they will have the political will to thoroughly or to indict themselves or undermine themselves in such a manner that they could jeopardize or affect the fortune of the party come the election 2027.
From the Punch newspaper right now, federal government names 15 terrorism financiers, BDCs, plans sanction. I don't know. My problem was on the word sanction. You have 15 terrorism financiers, BDCs, and the rest, and you're planning sanctions. I don't know whether sanction is a word that also involves prosecution and subsequent jailing or made to face the wrath of the law. I don't know. But the word sanction seems seems so mild to me. I don't know, you are the legal mind. Tell me about it.
When I read that story, I was puzzled as much as you were also puzzled. It's a puzzle jigsaw that I also don't really understand. If people are financing terrorism and all that, our laws are very, very explicit on those who engage in terrorism and those who finance them. And all you need to do is to make arrests and then take them to a court of competent jurisdiction and then prosecute them. And some of the names that they have listed, unfortunately, I finally one name was listed. One man who negotiated between the bandits and then those who paid ransom to release those who were kidnapped in the train issues between Abuja and Kaduna. And to the best of my knowledge, the man was arrested by the TSS and is currently being prosecuted in court. The other people involved in this, which the federal government says is going to sanction, their name was not mentioned. It's only one person, that's a man whose name has been mentioned in this. And the man is already in court and all that. So this appears to me to be diversionary, to be placed to the gallery. If you know of anybody who is financing terrorism and all that, you don't need to start announcing, broadcasting, or prosecuting the person in the pages of newspaper. All you need to do is to ask the police, to ask the TSS, and then the ICPC and whatever, and the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and all that, to prosecute the person, to arrest, investigate, and then prosecute the person. This goes to the rooftop to start announcing that you have discovered those who are committing terrorism and you are now ready to deal with them. It's neither here nor there. And don't forget, this will not be the first time this will be coming up. Under General Muhammadu Buhari, when General Muhammadu Buhari was in government, lots of time, more than 2-3 times, we were equally told that the federal government had discovered or uncovered those who are financing terrorism, and the government was now ready to deal with them. So if that cliché is still being repeated under the present administration and all that, honestly speaking, not too sweet by that kind of announcement. Rather, it rather look like a propaganda stop, if not a blackmail. In my humble opinion.
Well, I did say we were going to take the last headline from Punch, but there's this one screaming at me right now, which is the major headline that I kept for later. Reign of Terror, that's how it is being titled. 165 farmers killed in March. Farms deserted as bandits demand 3 billion naira. 130 farmers killed in 4 Benue local government areas, 28 in Sokoto. Sorghum production falls by 90% in Borno. Benue farmers lose 1.1 billion naira to attacks. Sokoto growers pay 3 billion naira ransom, 5 million paid in Delta State. Now for you to farm on your own farm, you need to pay tithes. It's not even tithes because tithe is 10%. You need to pay, I don't know, ransom for you not to be kidnapped, or killed. And I don't know where we're going. Now the federal government is taking loans, is taking some handouts from the World Bank and other bodies to give to farmers. And I'm wondering what farmers they're going to give to when the farmers that are supposed to collect this money are being killed every day, or they are not able to go into the farm and they're still collecting these monies and all that. But what does this tell you about our tomorrow's Nigeria, even now that we're talking about food insecurity every day? And the president came out and said that he was going to end all this insecurity and everything in 2 weeks. I don't know whether the 2 weeks has elapsed or not. But what do you think? Farmers are now paying money, paying tax for them to enter to go and farm for food to be on the table of every Nigerian.
Well, as certainly as the headline, the Punch might be and all that. In my humble opinion, Punch newspaper is not saying anything new, anything that we have not had before. Remember that this payment of levy, taxes, and ransom started in Borno State when the Boko Haram seized a large chunk of the local government of the land in Borno State, and we ask the farmers to contribute a percentage of either their farm products or to contribute money to pay levies to be able to plant, harvest, and also to be able to sell their goods, their products or grains in the market. It's been going on for like say almost 15, 20 years now. The only thing that has changed is that the thing has now spread very widely all over the country to the middle belt, as far back as the southwest and then the southeast. Even in the Yoruba land, in the southwest and northern, certain farmers can also not access their farm without paying ransom, without giving money to bandits to be able to access the farm. If you say, or if you are asking me the consequences or the implications of this and not, I want to say, apart from being a reign of terror, it is anarchy that has been let loose on the country, and we somehow have not been able to find solutions to this over these past 15, 20 years or thereabouts. If my calculation is correct, we need to really go deeper, as it would appear to me that a military solution might not be adequate for what we now have in our country. If a war or if this banditry has been going on for almost 20 years now, and rather than abating, rather than reducing, it's spreading all over the country, catching up in places that it has not caught up before. Look at what happened in Delta State, a very horrific clash between two local communities, which also boiled down to a clash between the Nigerian land and then the local community, with senior officers and rank and file. About 16 of them losing their life. Look at how long, how expensive it takes to train a lieutenant colonel, to train a major, to make a man become a captain in the Nigerian army. And look at the weapons, the AK-47 and then the other weapons they were carrying. Nobody has given account as regards to what happened to the arms and ammunition that those soldiers that were killed they were carrying. The party would have been confiscated for the bandit of the people who killed them. And when you make such leather weapons available, or you put them in the hands of bandits and all that, the consequences can be very, very great. Look at also what is happening in the southeast. Things are falling apart, so to say. And if you remember what Abdul Karim, the musician, once said, which Obasanjo Nkrumah for that Nigeria is almost turning to a Jagajaga nation. Another Haiti, or Syria, or Iraq, or any of these other banana republics that you have all over the place. If I were Mr. President, I would, apart from the army generals, I would also summon the leaders of thought in the country, the former head of state, religious leaders, army generals, retired police chiefs, and what have you, for them to put their heads together and really provide very honest solution to the challenges in our hands. In my humble opinion, we may need to really conduct a referendum as regards the article of association that the 350 languages in the country or nationalities, how they want to relate with each other, how they want to share their resources. This thing has gone beyond mere true federalism. It is no longer true federalism that we are now looking at, or that can solve this problem. It's gone beyond that. We must take a holistic approach to this problem and then be able to find solutions. Too much bloodshed all over the place. A country like Ukraine that is at war is not losing as many people as we are losing on a daily basis in Nigeria. A country like Ukraine that is at war is still exporting grain. A country like Ukraine that is still at war is producing a lot of its own arms and ammunition, producing long-range missiles and all that to fight its own battle, producing drones and what have you. On the other hand, around here, everything, all areas, all places of our life is going to help the economy, education, reconnect. About 200 and something students were kidnapped some few weeks ago. Those children have not been found. Some others have been killed in their school and what have you. It is not beyond the terror. Anarchy has been let loose over the country. And we need to really get the leaders of thought and all those who love this country to come out and provide a honest solution, a very holistic solution, not cosmetic solution to the challenges and problems that we have in our hands. If things are not to degenerate further, if this bloodbath all over the country would have been, it has never happened, and we should put an end to this.
Okay. Parties in fighting, parallel primaries wasting INEC resources. That's according to Yakubu, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. It's saying that parties in fighting and parallel primaries is what is wasting the resources of INEC. Some people might say it's because INEC is not doing well. That's why there are even this infighting and parallel primaries. Some will say that the parties actually are doing this. But where do you think the blame will come from? That INEC's resources are being wasted? Is it a problem of INEC? Is it a problem of the parties? Is it a problem of legislation? And where should it come from?
Well, the parties are primarily to blame. The parties are primarily to blame. You find out that, take Edo State, for example. Almost all the different political parties that have done primaries in Edo State, there has been parallel primaries, parallel convention, producing different governorship candidates for the different political parties and what happened. Some of the cases have gone to court. Fortunately, if the election is coming up in November, INEC would have prepared. They would have printed some materials and what happened. If another person whom they have printed material or whom they have designated would appear on the ballot box, eventually does not win in the court and what happened. The party would have to print some of these materials. You have to print new ones and all that. So that affects planning. That affects logistics. That affects so many other things. It wastes resources and it wastes time. So the infighting, there is no doubt about it, that is affecting INEC and wasting resources, not just of the political parties, not just of INEC, but also of the political parties as well. The question to now ask is, why is there so much infighting within the different political parties? The answer is not far-fetched. It is because getting or contesting elections and winning those elections has become a do-or-die affair in all the different political parties. And it's a do-or-die affair because winning elections and then serving in political offices, either as governor, deputy governor, House of Reps, National Assembly member, State Assembly member, has become very, very lucrative. There is no other business that you can do in the land that will fetch you the kind of income, the kind of money that politicians make without investing much in those areas. So, if you are going to stop the infighting among the different political parties, I suspect, and I would recommend, we will need to make the holding of political office less lucrative, less rewarding. If we are going to have some peace in the different political parties. So I think INEC is correct. And unfortunately, there is nothing INEC could do. When you look at the Constitution, when you also look at the Electoral Act, INEC is like a post office. Garbage in, garbage out. If anybody within the political party is doing something wrong, INEC cannot sanction them. INEC will have to go to court to be able to win the victory. Whereas in some other countries of the world, INEC will be given some power, will have some minimum power to deal with certain things. Because it is not the court alone. Most times, the court should not be the one that is sanitizing or sanctioning people who operate within its office. But here in Nigeria, the Electoral Act, the Constitution have been so deliberately made to make it impossible for INEC to be able to win a victory. Take, for example, if somebody submits a false certificate to INEC, you will believe that if INEC has discovered that this person's certificate is not genuine, it is a false certificate, INEC cannot disqualify such a person. Somebody somewhere, like a political opponent or somebody within the person's political party, would have to go to court to contest that certificate before INEC can act on it. In some other countries of the world, that is not the way it is done. So you need to strengthen INEC. You need to give INEC some power to do certain things and not. And INEC too required to be very, very transparent and not to be able to deal with the parties if they are not obeying their own rules, they are not obeying their own constitution, they are not organizing their respective conventions and primaries the way and manner they have stipulated in their own rules that such conventions, such party primaries are going to be organized.
Okay, we move to the Guardian newspaper. The leading headline on the Guardian newspaper is loan sharks target poor citizens, exploit, violate privacy rights. Okay, the heading actually is unlicensed digital lenders, and then loan sharks target poor citizens, exploit and violate privacy rights. These loan sharks, we know them, what they do and how they do it. And what is the place of these loan sharks in the legal world? Because a lot of them are doing things that you just can't imagine, because people are patronizing them because of the situation in the country anyway. So let's hear you. They are exploiting, according to this report, they are targeting poor citizens, who are the people who will take the loans, by the way, and then they are violating privacy rights. So my question now is, if these privacy rights are violated, how do you even fight it with these loan sharks that seem not to be seen?
You see, we are in a wonder in this country. Poverty leads to a lot of things. As Nigerians are finding themselves more and more important, other citizens are thinking more and more into poverty all over the country and northern. And then inflation begin to rise, food scarcity all over the place, insecurity that people cannot even plant, people cannot work, people cannot farm, people cannot trade. People cannot go from one part of the country to very good and services and go and sell in some other parts and other. They sink into poverty. And as long as they continue to sink into poverty, what they do is to go to all these loan sharks, community banks, some of these finance houses and all that. And then the money lenders all over the place and all that, borrow people money. And these people, when they borrow this money, the interest rate on this money that they borrow is so high that there's nothing, no business. No, there's no business, no meaningful business that they can do with that kind of a loan that will be able to repay the loan back and also give them some profit or some return on whatever money they have borrowed. At the end of the day, they use the money to merely buy things to eat, to feed their families and whatever. And when the loan sharks begin to ask for the repayment of a loan with interest and other, they are unable to make such obligation. That is why you find out suicide rate has been on the increase in the country, popularization has been in the country and other. A lot of people are simply disappearing to thin air, running away from their capital all over the country. Unfortunately, the women, the petty traders, are mostly at the receiving end of these loan sharks all over the country. And do your investigation. Cast your mind outside the country, you'll find out this is not peculiar to Nigeria. This kind of things also happen in places like Pakistan and also happen in India. And these are countries that have high poverty rates like Nigeria. The solution to all these problems, just like you said, since most of these loan sharks, they have no definable office, you don't even know where to trace them to. They operate on the internet, in the cyber space. You hardly can get them or trace them to any meaningful place and all. And they also not within the ambit of any regulatory authorities and what have you. The solution I was saying is for us to really be able to bring down this inflation, provide food security for our people, and then deal with the insecurity that will not allow farmers to go to their farm, and for the market women to travel. I remember in those days, people in Lagos area will travel to Maiduguri, they will travel to Sokoto to go and buy things, to buy millet, to buy sorghum and what have you, and bring it to Lagos to sell. People will go to the Middle Belt, Benue State, Plateau, and what have you, to go and buy yam and the cassava and bring it out of India. They buy tomatoes too, they buy rice to come and sell here in Lagos. When next do you still see those convoys of market women and men coming from the northern part of the country, going to Igbo, going to Mushin and somewhere, and then on the way to Kurudu in there, is it my tour, what do they call it, and what happened? When now did you see all those convoys again? They are not as forthcoming as they used to be. The convoys have drastically reduced and what happened. So the government should just fight inflation, ensure there's food security, allow farmers to have access to their farms and all that. And then let the police, the special force unit, the ICPC, the EFCC and what have you, deal with these low facts and all that are popularizing the people and then winning the ordinary persons all over the country. I know of a situation in an area in which I live, in which a young man borrowed some money from some of these loan sharks to put into his business. He felt raw food in a neighborhood market close to his house and what have you. When he could not repay these loans and all that, and these people were worrying him, were disturbing him, they would take drummers, they would take all manners of people and go to the front of the shop to begin to drum and then sing songs to ridicule him, to insult him, to embarrass him and all that. The young man simply closed the shop one day and disappeared into Kenya. For the past 2 years, he has never been seen again. What has happened to him? Your guess is as good as mine. So let's tackle the problem from the roots rather than merely scratching it on the surface.
Regional insecurity together. There are two stories here with 3 headlines, so I'm just going to take them. The first of all is that, again, court refuses Kanu bail over terrorism charges. Remember that Kanu is in custody since 2021. He's been in custody. The case is still going on, and an accelerated hearing has been ordered now, even though a lot of things that the courts have ordered have not been done. For instance, the lawyer representing Kanu said that a change of clothes even that the court ordered has not been given to Kanu, his client, and then they're not having access to him. But the insecurity part of it that I'm talking about is that Kanu did make mention when he was talking to the press that if he's released, within seconds, he will end the insecurity in the southeast because a lot of people will listen to him. Maybe that's valid, maybe that's not valid, but that is what he said. And then he made a comment that there is a possibility that there are some people high up, maybe in government even, that are benefiting from the insecurity in the southeast. And that's a very, very serious allegation, if you ask me. Then the second one, which I also said I'm going to lump together, is that Delta crisis now. That's what is interesting me now. Delta governor briefs Tinubu on Okwama killings, and then reprisal attacks. Ijaw Youth Council raises alarm over invasion killing of 40 residents, and those are the headlines. Remember that some soldiers were killed, were murdered in a very, very cold blood. Some were beheaded, some their intestines were out, in a very in ways that are really, really inhuman. Even though killing of anybody is bad, but the way these people were killed was really, really bad. Now, apart from the fact that some reports are coming, like from the Ijaw youths now, that are saying that up to 40 people have been killed in reprisal attacks and all that. We also heard what the Senate president said, which may have an element of truth, I don't know, but that there's a possibility that the people who came and did what they did may be mercenaries. So now the locals who are suffering for this misstep of mercenaries, maybe if they're mercenaries, or a few people in the society should stop. And that's why the National Assembly is trying to intervene. But let me hear what you think about what is happening in Delta State from the killing and from what the action the army is taking because of that.
When you look at all the headlines that we have been reading this morning and all that, you and I will see that there is no clear news in any of those headlines and all that. The impression that one gets is that Nigeria is gradually becoming or falling into the status of a failed state, a totally failed state. Because it is when the state is failing that it begins to face this kind of myriad of problems that the nation is facing, just like it is happening in Haiti today. Now, with regards to what happened in Delta State, you and I are no right-thinking person who condemn the killing of those soldiers. The soldiers went there to make peace. They went there to bring peace to the community and what are they? And not for them to end up being killed, not just killed ordinarily, but brutally killed people, soldiers being beheaded, their torsos being ripped open, and parts of the organs being taken in a way. Is for me barbaric, it is very good, it is condemnable. We should also remember that all these soldiers, before being soldiers, they are ordinary Nigerians like you and I, who have wives at home, who have children, who have dependents. So when you kill them, you not only kill those soldiers, you are killing the dependents that are at home, who depend on them for their livelihood. And to that extent, we should radically condemn the killing of these innocent, if I can use the word, soldiers. By whoever may have done it, whether it's the machinery, whether the machinery that killed them, or it is the so-called local communities where they have gone to make peace. The other area we want to address is the reprisals that we have been told are being conducted. When you also look at that paper today, you see where the Judges Council is raising alarm, and where it has been said that more than 40 people have been killed in some Delta community as a consequence of this Oklahoma killing of soldiers. Soldiers are supposed to be professionals. They should refrain from acting under provocation. They should not allow this incident, especially to really make them elevate their professionalism, not to do things the way and manner, the operational manner and said they have been done. The soldiers will do well to team up with other security agencies to fish out those who may be responsible for this killing and then bring them before a court of competent jurisdiction for them to have their day in court and then for them to be sanctioned accordingly. Because too long does not make a right. And then with regards to Nnamdi Kanu and all that, there is no doubt about it that Nnamdi Kanu has the key to the problems and the challenges that we have in the Southeast. And except we use him as a key to those problems in India, we might find it difficult, if not impossible, to get solutions to the challenges, to the problems, to the killing, to the news, to the anarchy and chaos that is happening in the Southeast. So I agree with them that as a leader in the challenges or in the problem that is going on in the Southeast today, Kanu, no doubt, is a key, is a solution to some of these problems. Whether he's able to solve the problem within 2-3 minutes or not is a different thing entirely. He has been in custody for some time now, and of course the problems are faster, bigger than what it was before he was arrested and then incarcerated and what happened. There has also been some proliferation of self-determination groups in the Southeast. It is no longer just IPOC. There are some other self-determination groups that are stronger in the Southeast, in the challenges and that area began. Finally, I want to say, when you look around the world, all over the world and all that, and you look into the Nigerian situation and all that, you want to say that prosecuting Kanu in court and then using military might not be a solution to this. The problem we have in the Southeast is political, like in so many other parts of the country. And so the problem should be addressed politically. If we are going to find solution, a less painful solution and a quicker solution to the challenge that we have in the Southeast. Prosecuting can jailing and then keeping incarcerations as uniform for as long as the federal government desires is never going to be a solution. Let us dialogue with whoever may have problems with the Nigerian nation, whether they be in the south, whether they be in the northwest, whether they be in the north, whether they be in the north and south, and then find political solutions to this problem. The problem, like I said, we cannot solve it militarily. We cannot be resolved on the battlefield. And then it cannot be resolved prosecuting Kanu in court. In fact, some army generals are now beginning to come out openly to say that the political leaders in the country should begin to also deploy political solutions to most of the problems or to some of the problems we have in the South. Prosecuting Kanu, jailing or doing anything other and all that will further inflame passion, will further put fire on the already tense situation in the South. It is never going to be a solution. And so long that man remains in custody, so long as you continue to take him to court and war at you, you can be rest assured that there is not going to be peace in the southeast of the country of Nigeria.
This is a good way to wrap it up this morning. We'd like to thank you, Mr. Kolawole, for being a part of our program today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. You have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We've been talking to Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos, and we're reviewing the headlines. We took some time to do that. We do hope that you'll grab a paper wherever you are and read more, or go to the internet and see what is happening. We need to get involved in whatever happens in our country and in our lives or around us, so that we can know where to make the difference. That's how it is on Off the Press. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our hot topic, which is reps urge federal government to ban importation of local fabrics. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. Now it's time for our hot topic, and it is on the fact that reps, or the House of Representatives, has urged the federal government to ban importation of local fabrics. To discuss this with me is Nick Agule, a public affairs analyst, joining us from the UK. Good morning and welcome to the program. All right. Yeah, so reps urged federal government to ban importation of local fabrics, and I don't know why it sounded funny to me, but let's hear what your take is.
Well, thank you very much. This is not only applicable to local fabrics like Adire. This policy is applicable to all that we consume in Nigeria, both goods and services. We have a problem in Nigeria which the leaders fail to understand. And because they either fail to understand or they understand they are not dealing with the problem, they continue to make policy decisions that are not going to help solve the problem, but rather we compound the problem. And here is what we're talking about. We need to have a production base. You need to be able to set up the enabling environment to encourage productivity in your country. And then when you are now producing goods and services enough for the demand that your citizens will make of these goods and services, you then begin to talk about curtailing the importation of the products to protect the local industry. But a situation where you don't even have a local industry, because your production base is low, your economy is suffering from low output. And the reason why your economy is suffering from low output is because, number one, you are not giving the economy enough power supply. 3,000 megawatts for 200 million people can never start the economy. It's like you have an engine that needs 200 liters of petrol to operate, and you are dropping 3 liters of petrol in that engine, and you want the engine to work. The engine will not work. That is number one. Number two, you need to deal with insecurity in the country, because insecurity affects productivity, because it's either people are not able to go to their farms, or people are not able to carry what they have produced from one zone to the other, or people are simply not able to go out for fear of kidnapping or falling prey to one insecurity incident or the other. That is the other one. Number three, you need to deal with your laws. What are the laws governing the country? Are they enabling productivity or they are inhibiting it? You have all sorts of taxes here and there. You have, look, if you take your goods, I travel on this road from Makurdi now, you want to go to sell in Abuja, you are going to pass through more than 200 checkpoints on the road. And each checkpoint is like a toll gate. How is that helpful to business in your country? Then you have things like the central bank that is in charge of monetary policy. The central bank has been making a catastrophic mistake, thinking that Nigeria's inflation is resultant from huge demand. And so they have been increasing the interest rate. And any increase in interest rate is harmful to productivity. Why? Because the people who are producing now are facing higher costs from borrowing. Because you definitely need to access credit to be able to produce. You know, the central bank, and with due respect to the brilliant minds that are in the central bank, that are on that monetary policy committee, seem to totally ignore economics. Because economists say the prices of commodities increase in two ways. Number one, if there's high demand for it. If there is higher demand than supply, the price will increase. But also, even if demand is held constant, the supply falls, the price will also increase. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria is thinking that inflation can only come from high demand. They are not taking into consideration the fact that inflation can also result from low supply. Nigeria's inflation is low supply. Like food inflation that was rated at almost 40%, 37% in the last NBS this thing, is because farmers are not able to go to the farm. Look at the insecurity in the country. It is also because farmers are using their raw energy to do manual work to farm instead of giving them machines. If you want to travel from Lagos to Abuja, you don't go by foot, you enter a machine, whether it's a bus, a car, or an aeroplane, while our farmers being allowed to use manual energy. So all these things, as far as the economy is concerned, both macro, micro, fiscal policy, monetary policy, is against productivity. And now, if you don't take care of that, and there is low productivity, and now you say importation that was making up the supply gap, you go and kill it, stop it, don't bring anything in. It will be worse for the citizens, because then the few goods that will be produced locally will become a lot more expensive for the citizens even. So this is the situation that instead of the House of Rep, in a nutshell, in summary, what I'm saying is, instead of the National Assembly members to be picking and choosing here and there, they should go back and do the homework and get Nigeria producing. And once Nigeria is producing, every other thing will be in place.
Mentioned some of the challenges that we have right now. We're seeing Nigeria getting money for disbursement to farmers who are not going to farm. Farmers who cannot go to farm because they need to pay taxes to bandits and terrorists before they can enter their farms. Some of them are being killed and all that. We're collecting these monies and nothing is being done about, nothing that we know is being done about security, because a lot of things could be done. We heard the president the other time say that in 2 weeks he's going to end insecurity. I don't know how he intends to do that. He was talking, and then there was a mention about cattle grazing in every state and everything that so many people kicked against in the past. He was just saying it. But how is this going to work? When the House of Reps is trying to make sure that these things are banned, and your solution is they should go back to make things work, how do you think, what role can the National Assembly actually play? What kind of laws, because you complained about some of our laws as well, what kind of laws do they need to put in place urgently to make sure things begin to work?
I think we have enough laws in Nigeria. We really have enough laws in Nigeria. I would even think we have an overabundance of laws in Nigeria. What is making Nigeria not to work is implementing those laws, enforcing those laws, making those laws to work. And the National Assembly has oversight function over the other arms of government. They can use those functions to get the other arms of government to work. For instance, if today, as we speak, Nigeria is supplying 3,000 megawatts of electricity to an economy that needs at least 100,000 megawatts, the National Assembly members can ask questions about this. The National Assembly members can, through their oversight function, get the executive arm of government to do something about this. And there is a reason why this is happening. And it's a simple reason. The reason is that power supply, for instance, is in the hands of government. A lot of people think that power has been privatized. No, it has not been adequately privatized, or let me say properly privatized. Because power is in 3 stages. You generate the electricity, you transmit it, meaning you carry it from the point of generation to the point of use, which is transmission, and then you distribute it. While the government privatized the generation, and they also went and privatized the distribution, the government is holding on to the middle bit, which is the transmission. Now, once government is holding on to transmission, government has disabled generation and distribution. There's nothing they can do. Why? Because generation cannot generate more than that transmission can carry. And then distribution cannot distribute what transmission has not given them. So with government sitting on transmission and not expanding that capacity, the power sector, including whatever privatization that was done there, is comatose, is in a coma. The National Assembly members need to identify that. And if they identify that, they need to summon the power minister and ask him, why are you sitting on privatization? On transmission. If the generation was privatized, distribution was privatized, why are you sitting on transmission? And if the National Assembly members are able to get transmission to also be privatized, they will solve the problem in the power sector without any new law, without any new enabling law. It's the same thing with security. Like you have said, farmers have been driven away from their homes. I am from Benue State. I can give you this as a matter of fact, that our farmers are in IDP camps. So instead of producing food, they are now waiting on food handouts. People who were producing food are now in IDP camp waiting on people to come and give them food. All right? Now, how can the National Assembly deal with this? It's not this usual photo op sessions that they have with security agencies, where they call the chief of defense staff and the service chiefs. They now have this photo op, we'll do this thing. No. The National Assembly needs to call for consequences. So for instance, in Kaduna State, we heard that 87 people were kidnapped a day or two ago, in addition to those who were first kidnapped in that particular Kajuru area. Okay. In that Kaduna State, you have a commissioner of police. You have brigade commanders. In fact, Kaduna, there's all sorts of military in that Kaduna. Kaduna is a state with military firepower. And something like that happens. Not only that, we didn't have intelligence to pick up the fact that these guys were planning something like this and they were coming and we thwarted them. They actually executed the operation, carried away 300 children the other time, 87 people the other time, and there is no trace. Nobody knows where they have gone. And they are inside Nigeria. National Assembly members have to call for the heads of the security heads in that Kaduna State. The Commissioner of Police has to go. The head of DSS has to go. The military heads there, they have to go. If that be the case, everybody will take their job seriously without implementing or enacting any new law. Just implement consequence management on the laws we have now. That are security chiefs, you allow this kind of... Do you know what it means by keeping 300 children? Do you know how much food you need to feed them every day? Water and all of that. And all those logistics are happening because people are supplying those things to the terrorist enclave where these children are being held. And the security agencies in Kaduna don't know that food and water and toilet and everything for 300 people is being moved to a particular place where it is being used every day, and whatever noise those children will be making and all of that, And in Kaduna State, it's not as if they carry these children to Cameroon. No, they are in Nigeria. So it's like they have created their own territory in Nigeria where our security cannot access. And the people who are still in office, we can't move forward with this. It's not about laws. Laws are there. Just get them to work. And you will see a difference. I can show you. If in Nigeria, the commander-in-chief is no longer on this issue of condemning this or that, there is insecurity perpetrated whereby the security agents did not prevent it from happening. And if it happens, they didn't give chase, they didn't go and disrupt the place, storm the place, just sack the security heads. This matter will end. Every security head will sit up, be he chief of defense staff, service chief, or anybody, Inspector General of Police. This is just what we need in Nigeria. It's no more. We don't need any more laws.
Stops at the table of the president, so he will be responsible for hiring and firing everybody and making them sit up. What about the other people who are civil servants, who even the president will have to go through a lot of things? This is a democracy before you can sack them and all that. How do we get to even the grassroots? Is it by cutting down the big trees that the grass will see that something might happen to them?
Simple. It's very, very simple. The president cannot be in every office in the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria. It's impossible. Even if he splits himself into 1,000 parts, he can't do that. As a leader, what does he need to do? He has 48 ministers. Those are the people he needs to hold to account. 48 people. He has a chief of defense staff and 3 service chiefs. 4 people. Only 4 of them are controlling the military architecture of Nigeria. Those are the people he needs to hold to account. He has a single Inspector General of Police looking after all the police in Nigeria. The same thing with the DSS, with a national security advisor, all of that. He has only few people. If he holds those people to account, those people will hold their subordinates to account. Their subordinates will hold their own subordinates to account until it will get to the last person. Let me tell you one thing. Like, this current Inspector General of Police, he came and said there will be no roadblocks. Just like his predecessors, almost all his predecessors will come to say there will be no roadblock.
No personal security to VIPs.
Exactly. And he said there will be no security to VIPs. Thank you. If there is still security to VIPs and there is still roadblocks, the president doesn't need to go to any roadblock in Nigeria to go and function there. No. He just invites that Inspector General, one man, he invites him to his office and say, why is it that there is still roadblock? Why is it that the security personnel, instead of fighting terrorists and bandits and all over the who are terrorizing Nigeria all over the place, are attached to individuals? Why? Go and stop it. If you don't stop it, I'm sending you home. Immediately that Inspector General reaches his office, he in turn will invite 7 people. Those are his DRGs, and say, oh boy, the game has changed. Those DRGs, they will invite 37 people. That is the 36 commissioners of police. The 37 commissioners of police in 36 states and the FCT. From commissioner of police, it will go to area commander to DPO, DPO to the head of crime in the division. Boom, everything is solved. And if the IG went back to his office, and after a week there are still roadblocks, there are still security attached to private people, the president just sacks him. Look, there is a news item. The Inspector General of Police has been relieved of his duties because he was unable to curb roadblocks and attachment of this. Then this person has now been appointed as Inspector General. Look, the message will go down the line to the last man in the police force that don't try it. This is how you govern. You understand? This is how you do it. How many times have you heard that somebody has been sacked in Nigeria for not doing their job? You understand? Things will come and happen. They will go. Nobody is held to account. I keep telling people that if we want to develop, like here in this UK, where when I mention UK, some people will say, oh, UK is there, it's been there. But the likes of Singapore that are our mates, go to Indonesia now, go and see how they are moving. The likes of Malaysia, they are our mates. You understand? See, and the only way they are moving is because there is consequence management for leaders. If you don't do your job, you go. And once we implement that in Nigeria, Nigeria will start developing very fast. You cannot become a Singapore or a Malaysia if you are not doing what they are doing. And what they are doing is, if they give you a job, they hold you to account. And once Nigeria begins to move, then this matter that the House of Rep is wasting their time. Imagine a whole house sitting and talking about adire, importation, do that and all. When they have bigger cheeses to deal with, once they get Nigeria to work, if they give enough power supply, to Nigeria, then you will discover that the problem will solve itself. You know why? The adire that is produced in Nigeria will be far cheaper than the imported one. I mean, how can you carry dollar at 1.5, 1.6 to go and bring adire and sell it at a cheaper rate than the one produced in Nigeria? If the quality of adire in Nigeria is commensurate with the one that is imported, and Nigeria's adire say cost 5,000, imported adire cost 25,000, who will buy the imported adire now?
Well, there will be the people who want to buy the name, because some people don't buy the quality, they just buy the name. Like the National Assembly was talking about buying cars from a foreign company because they have a name. That's what they say. So there are some people who actually do that just to show that they have been to foreign land, or they get their things from outside the country. This one is France, this one is Benin, this one is Togo, this one is Ghana. People take pride in just saying that it is not from Nigeria. As soon as you say it's Nigeria, they feel that it is fake or it's substandard or something. So some people will still buy the name. So how do we get the people to begin to think Nigeria and be proud of themselves as Nigerians and begin to patronize Nigerian products?
You have a point there. You have a point that some Nigerians, you have to say it's imported for them to believe that there is quality. We have that even in education. Some of the mushroom universities, they send their children in lowly places like Benin Republic. And nothing compared to the quality of education we have in our universities, even the public ones. The public universities have good quality, just that they have strike action and all of that. But the private universities in Nigeria are far better than those mushroom universities that Nigerians are sending children. In fact, Nigerians are sending children to places like Sudan and Niger. So I understand that. But on the bottom line, we're talking about the mass market, or the market where more people will patronize. There are people who have the money. So for them, even if foreign adire is 100,000 and Nigerian adire is 10,000, they will buy foreign adire at 100,000. But I can assure you that those people are not even 10% of the market. The 90% of the market are going to buy that adire based on price, so long as quality is held constant. Do you understand? So long as quality is held constant, I mean, the adire that is being produced in Nigeria is of the same quality as the imported adire, but the price of Nigerian adire is say 10,000, foreign one is 100,000. They'll be buying the 10,000 one. And as they are buying the 10,000 one, those who are importing adire, they will see that when they import the adire, is no longer moving market. nobody will tell them. They will start buying and selling Nigeria. The problem we have in Nigeria, let me tell you the problem we have. The problem we have is that because of the factors I earlier mentioned that are militating against productivity in Nigeria, the Nigerian produced items sometimes are even more expensive than the foreign ones.
True.
What is the problem?
True.
You know, and because they are more expensive or are of the same price with the foreign ones, the Nigerians would rather buy the foreign ones than buy the locally produced one, because they believe that the foreign ones will be of higher quality. So if that is what is the case, go and ask for the price of local rice. The price of local rice in Nigeria is of the same price, if not higher, than the imported rice. Because the cost of producing the local rice is so high because of these factors that I spoke about. This is why this problem can only be solved if places like the National Assembly sit back and do the fundamental work. And the fundamental work is what do we do to get Nigeria producing? It's not picking and choosing Adire and spending the whole parliamentary time talking about Adire. Can you be talking about Adire when there is no power supply for the machines to do the Adire, when there is no security, when the bank loans is so expensive nobody can approach it, when government regulatory regimes are so complex, too many taxes, too many idiots, you know, going to raid warehouses and in the name of tax, looking for informal taxes, and these are the problems that they need to sort out. So our leaders try
and the reps themselves do not even wear their dire. The reps themselves do not wear their dire, so I don't know what they're talking about. But let me take you on this.
Why are they wearing suits and expensive dresses in that National Assembly instead of coming out in Adire every day, so that the Adire will become a fashion statement for Nigerians?
True. I see in Ghana they wear kente, they wear other things that are local to them, and it's really beautiful when you look at them. But let me take you on what you said earlier on as we wrap up. You were talking about firing the people who do not do well. So let me just digress a bit to what happened in the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry. The minister, the word is suspended. Till now, the findings have not been done to see whether she was really guilty, she was intending to do wrong, or to do a crime, because sometimes you can go into a ministry and you see what is working in the ministry and you continue, even though it may not be what is the right thing. So was it a mistake? Was it deliberate or that? We don't still know. The findings have not been done. But what do you think about what is happening in the humanitarian ministry? Do you think firing or suspending, as the person has been suspended, has brought sanity into that ministry and is making other ministers to sit up? Do you think it's even a good sign at all?
Good sign. A very, very good sign. And this is the kind of thing that did not happen in all the 8 years of the Buhari government. You know, all sorts of things happened. Buhari, when he appointed you, he didn't even bother about you. His job was to appoint you and just leave you to do whatever you want to do, good or bad. And when the tenure is ended, you go. Even service chiefs, he didn't bother about them. The traditional way that is 2 to 3 years tenure, Nigeria had to force him to change them after 5 years. So what has happened in this government, in the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry, is a very good sign. But it's not enough to cleanse Nigeria of the corruption that exists in public offices. It's not enough. This is the kind of thing that needs to be sustained. I can assure you that immediately that minister was suspended, because what happened in the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry is happening across the board in all the ministries. I can assure you of that. Just know that across the ministries, they are taking the budget into private accounts. But what happened at the Humanitarian Ministry is a situation where she got caught. And it became public. And when it became public, the president acted. As the president acted, he sent a message, a powerful message, through the rank and file of the public service in Nigeria. But it is not enough. It has to be sustained. It has to continue. And like you rightly said, the suspension of the minister cannot be in abeyance forever. These are the big ticket items the president needs to focus on. He has only 24 hours in a day. He has all sorts of competing needs. Because, like I said, the office of the president of Nigeria is the busiest presidential office in the world. You know why? The likes of President Biden doesn't have traditional rulers to bother him. They don't ask him for appointment to see him. Biden does not have governors seeking appointment to see him. You know, because for the entire time that Biden has been president, some governors have never been to Washington. Never. So he doesn't have all that. Biden does not have all sorts of unions, all sorts of this ethnic group union, this that coming to see him. So President Tinubu has all these people looking for his time. Now, that makes him very busy. But in the midst of that business, he has to be creating time, even if it is 1 hour of his presidential time in office every day, to look at big ticket items that are affecting Nigeria. Say, for instance, he should use that 1 hour and ask for the update on the investigation on the humanitarian minister. Once he asks for that update, those who are responsible, we know that the president is looking for this report.
But they may not tell him the truth. They may not tell him the truth. And it's a worrisome thing because the president, even when he was campaigning, said he has stopped going to the social media because they abuse him, they do this, they do that. And if you don't go to the social media, your aides may not tell you the correct thing. They will tell you what they think you want to hear. And they are also protecting their interests because all these things are laced together. If you go to the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry, I'm sure that the people, some of the people who are advising the president might also be culpable if everything is exposed. So the president being someone who doesn't go to social media, at least that's what he told us, and there's a possibility that he will not be told the truth. So I wonder how we are going to move on until we get someone who is vibrant enough to either to listen to his aides and also go to the news and see what is happening.
I agree that if the president
just briefly now because we're wrapping up, yes.
Yeah, so if the president doesn't go to the social media, that is fine. He should actually go, you know. But in case he doesn't go to the social media, that does not mean he will not know what is happening. He has 48 ministers. Every time he holds the Federal Executive Council meeting, there is a particular seat that is missing. Nobody is sitting inside. Is that not a reminder to him that there is this humanitarian minister matter I haven't finished up?
Okay. All right. Mr. Agule, let's just drop it here. When we're talking Nigerian things, a lot of things come to the fore, and we cannot exhaust them. We'd like to thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Agule.
Thank you very much, Nigerians, and let's continue to keep hope alive. But as Nigerians, we are the fourth arm of government. We need to get this arm of government working.
Yeah, thank you very much. As Etanyok would say, Ezekiel Nyok would say, we are the office of the citizen. Let's sit up. So just a quick announcement before we wrap it up. Space Research Agency debunks claims of 72 hours darkness over Earth. There has been that claim on the social media that at some point in April, we are going to have 72 hours darkness. They have said, yes, there's going to be an eclipse and it's going to affect some of the people who are on that part. Some of them will be in America, but there's nothing to fear in Nigeria. So don't go bathing yourself with salt again like some other time it happened and carrying fake news that this and that will happen. In the year 2000, some people said that the world was going to end. Some people sold their assets. Some just squandered their money and so many other things. Stop peddling these rumors and let's go to the authorities when we hear this kind of thing. So this has been debunked. 72 hours darkness will not happen. That's how we wrap it up on the show this morning. Let's do it again tomorrow. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next, and of course people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well, and of course we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. Many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. No. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they pack and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. some people will just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we'll have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He's not, he should be like around 50 something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left. You know, we all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I'm not, I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting, kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people, and then some hillocks too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country, they are killing us in my country. There's suffering in my country. There is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally. He was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going. No, you're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. There were 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then. And then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters, that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night, and then they told us everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, we intended to go back to Nigeria before. We're going forward, though. It's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. Carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us. And then my bros said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bros, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, then asked us to, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours. And then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there. They just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, The man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on? You know, we started talking. A lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome Odison na Jadid, welcome Odison. You know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, everybody, oh yeah, this way. Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you walk and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you're even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping, in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me, like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. Someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver, you know. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, you know, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we are enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around pay, yes, kind of bail them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. The 2023 governorship election in Edo State is just around the corner, and we will keep you posted on events as they occur. And now to our first report.
Youths in Nigeria form a major part of the country's population. However, the challenges for them to contest and win elections in the country are enormous. This is the reason behind a one-day youth electoral reform forum in Benin City, where youth from Edo, Delta, and Bayelsa states, including leaders from the National Youth Council of Nigeria, journalists, members of socio-cultural groups, civil society organizations, and some persons living with disability, engaged in discussions that formed recommendations for electoral reform in the country. Daukuru Gray has details in this report.
The South-South Youth Electoral Reform Forum, in its coalition stage, is aimed at supporting youths to lead electoral reform efforts. It is also meant to get them involved in the electioneering process and become card-carrying party members even as the Edo governorship election is approaching.
This project is supporting youth to lead electoral reform effort. And we chose Benin because Benin will be having of the cycle election, and we think it's necessary. This forum and all that we have done here, the recommendation, all the highlights we've had in today's forum will be passed down to the youth so that they will not become willing hands, for election violence in the hands of politicians. This is the coalition stage. We believe that after now we'll be going in to do advocacy. So we're coming back to Benin to carry out voters' conferences so that we can also take this message probably to communities. And that was the tension that is already building up here.
Young people in the Niger Delta should get involved and get engaged. They should engage the process. Engaging the process is by becoming party members, not just being members of political parties that are not card-carrying members. They should be card-carrying members of political parties. What we are trying to do from this reform is to see that the voices of young persons are being included. And while you see that young persons are making recommendations and these recommendations are getting to the House, I think it's something that is going to boost the confidence of young persons to participate. What we really want to see is increase inclusion in our electoral process. And you know that young persons make a large chunk of our populations.
Appreciating the organizers for putting the program together, participants say the issues in the electoral system are economical.
First, I want to appreciate the organizers of this very, very beautiful forum. It's been a process of relearning and also unlearning a lot of things that I actually know prior before now. Most important is the need to pay attention to how the electoral chairman, INEC, is bring to bed.
It's our hope that these recommendations will be carried into parts of the electoral amendment process so that we can really hit the nail on the head. So, however, we still understand that the background issue on electoral issues still boils down to that of an economic one.
Some of the challenges highlighted during the discourse that shaped the 2023 general election were the sudden Naira redesign policy, electoral technology, voter suppression, misinformation, and violence, amongst others. Daukuru Gray, Plus TV News, Edo.
Straight now to Taraba State, where the House of Assembly has ratified a bill promoting the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy stool among 3 major ethnic groups in Takum local government area following a 28-year-old tussle. The bill also called for the creation of 3 third-class stools. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed this report.
The Abel Peter-led committee in Taraba State is working to resolve the 28-year monarch crisis in Takum local government area. After a public hearing on an executive-sponsored bill, the committee has presented its findings to the House for deliberation, despite divergent views from stakeholders.
Pleased to inform this Honourable House that the response of the stakeholders to our call for memorandum and invitation to the public hearing was highly commendable. For the avoidance of doubt, the following organizations attended the public hearing to make oral and written submissions.
State lawmakers passed a bill presented by House Committee Chairman Abel Dyer, allowing the first-class stool to be rotated between the Chambe, Koteb and Jokun Takum ethnic groups after a unanimous decision following a public hearing.
As member of this 10th Assembly, I am proud because history will be fair to each and every member of this 10th Assembly. Where there was a vacuum created by reason of death or one thing for over 28 years ago, today we are on the path to filling such a vacuum. A vacuum we want to believe will bring about the restoration of total peace in Taku.
I believe that a time will come that similar situation may happen in some particular place. And once that happens, the way it's being taken here, they should be able to accommodate as well. So that the spirit of accommodation and sharing should come to stay in Taraba State.
Deputy Speaker Amanadaba Abdullahi emphasized the decision of the House to accommodate all two owners, citing a previous truce for the Force Class 2 in Sardauna local government area.
There was similar issue in Sardauna Traditional Council, which was give and take. Mambila have over 90%, but they accommodate their brother, the Fulani, and it is the same law that we enacted here. So therefore, I don't think this is the first precedent.
Ibo Daya, the House Committee Chairman on Local Government Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, has recommended modifying the bill's title to give tribes in the dispute a sense of belonging. He also stated that the new law has resolved the chieftaincy dispute among the three major ethnic groups in the Takum local government area.
I do believe that if this bill is strictly followed, we'll have everlasting peace in Taku as far as the issue of chieftaincy is concerned.
The governor is set to sign the House bill for the rotational system of Takum First Class Monarch and establish 3 third class chiefs.
Artificial intelligence, AI, has been on the upsurge for quite a while now in other parts of the world. No doubt Nigeria would not want to be left behind, as such a development could result in ease of life in many areas and aspects. From top to bottom, an event tagged Adapting AI for Nigeria, Crafting Intelligent Solutions for Our Unique Landscape has created an opportunity for tech enthusiasts, entrepreneurs, students, and investors, among others, to have better insight into how Nigeria could be ushered into an era of prosperity by using AI. Our correspondent, Abdusalam Joki Lasisi, has more.
Keen-eyed and curious Nigerians are seated in this hall. They are seeking more knowledge about artificial intelligence at the Artificial Intelligence in Nigeria AIIN conference. The event hosts all-round interested Nigerians, indicative of the rise in the need for all to know more about AI and what it holds for the future. Many institutions and establishments in Nigeria have at some point navigated the waters of the AI sector. One of the sponsors is the Wigwe University, founded by the late Dr. Herbert Wigwe. A speech is dedicated to the late business mogul.
The words of Thurgood Wilder, an American novelist, who once said, "The highest tribute to the dead is not grief, but gratitude." With grief, you are left with no choice. You are held in its grip, whether you let yourself go or not, it's there. In many ways, it will always be there. But with gratitude, it's a choice I have made. Grief is inevitable, gratitude is a choice, it's a decision I've made.
Speakers, including the founder of Innotelligence, Dr. Phil Ogun, hints on how AI can be effectively integrated into Nigeria. He speaks alongside others.
But the plan for us, and what we're currently doing, is to apply all of these things, AI, robotics, software engineering.
I'm going to focus about the fact that AI can help transform businesses. It can help in terms of making decisions faster for customers. It can also help improve customer experience and customer journey, basically.
Meanwhile, Dr. Phil Ogun shares his thoughts on how Nigerians could become more accepting of AI.
It's for us to know that there is no stopping AI. A lot of people have been talking about how AI could cause harm, and that's very true. A lot of people are talking about bias in AI. That's very true. But these are the challenges that you have when you have a new technology, okay? But with time, all of these things will go away.
Just as participants speak on how impactful the event has been.
People have really been wondering, they are scared that is AI is going to take their job. No, quite all right. But if you don't upgrade yourself and get in tune with what AI, the next level, then those that know AI, that can operate AI, will take your job.
Africa being that environment where the young people want to thrive in the AI space, having such opportunities and hearing from such people with such amount of wealth of knowledge is quite inspiring.
The organizers say Nigeria cannot be left behind, hence the importance of the event, which seeks to usher in both the country and its citizens into an age where humanity and AI work together to achieve success across all sectors. Abdul Salam Jukila Sisi, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State government says it acknowledges the important role the private sector and non-state actors play in the socio-economic development of the state and the country. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, said this at the commissioning of the newly renovated Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital by Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation. The deputy governor, who was represented by the secretary to the state governor, Bimbola Saliu Hudeyi, says the government will continue to provide the enabling environment for such organizations to thrive. Details in this report.
The Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital was built by the Rotary Club of Gbagada over 30 years ago and has undergone refurbishment over time. This time around, the center has got a facelift thanks to the partnership between the Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation.
I hereby present this appreciation award to the George Charitable Foundation.
Representatives of the Lagos State government, particularly the Health Ministry, are gathered here. The State Health Service Commission says the commissioning is a formality as the center has been put to use since November last year. The commission also says it represents another milestone in their ongoing efforts to enhancing healthcare delivery in Lagos.
This donation is much more than just a piece of a building or an equipment or an outfit within a department. It is indeed a symbol of compassion, solidarity, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our children and our community.
As the SSG takes a tour around the facility, she is appreciative of the Rotary Club for its continued support in pushing the state forward with regular interventions.
This partnership, to me, aims to provide quality healthcare delivery to our children and improve the quality of life of our citizens. This shows that these two organizations' commitment to maternal and child health care is worthy of emulation. It is on this premise that I therefore commend and appreciate the leadership and members of these non-profit organizations for the foresight and initiative of renovating and expanding the children's ward of this hospital.
The district governor and club president, as well as the partner, shared the vision behind the project and plans to ensure sustainability.
So we always monitor to be sure that the children that the ward is supposed to take care of, that they're actually being taken care of. And when we donate things, we follow up to make sure that the things are actually given out freely too, the way we have given it freely, because we don't charge money for whatever things we do. So if we can embark on a 30 million naira project and give it freely, we want to also ensure that the children of this community are benefiting from it and they are getting free services too.
It's saving the child of the world. This is children's ward, pediatric ward, as you may call it, and you save a child, you save the world. That's the way it is. So it's open not only to Bagada community, but to the entire Lagos State community. We've done a great work here. We have the emergency session of it. We have the outpatient and we have the inpatient. We have a room for the mother and we have a room for the mental aspect of life for the mother.
Basically, it's to give back to society, to assist our fellow citizens, to support Lagos State, to do good, to help with the development of the country.
This gesture will no doubt help in the delivery of efficient healthcare for children in the state, as the club hopes for continued support and partnership from the government.
Welcome back. In this report, the continent and its development are in focus as Africa braces up for this year's Social Impact Summit. Partners are speaking with one voice on the need for more collaboration, as it is the key for reimagining progress and a sure blueprint for sustainable growth. This was the major thrust of an appreciation gathering ahead of this year's summit. Details in this report.
Good evening, everyone.
It was an evening to unwind and appreciate partners for a successful edition of last year's Africa Social Impact Summit ACES 2023 and project for the new year. The ACES is a gathering of leaders from the private and public sectors, civil society organizations and development community to find innovative, sustainable solutions to Africa's key developmental challenges.
We had over 1,500 delegates.
As guests unwind, network and catch up, they are reminded about the essence of collaboration and how far the summit has come.
The lesson from the summit for us is, while it is a great moment when we spend, a couple of days together, in between summits, we've not done enough work to ensure that the conversation continues.
This year's summit has been tagged Reimagining Progress, a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa. Olakbe Dribekwe is of the Sterling One Foundation. She is of the opinion that silo execution is not sustainable. Bidri emphasizes the need for all hands to be on deck in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Africa Social Impact Summit is not just an event, it is an execution platform where we have a collaborative framework on how we go forward together, the projects we will execute together, the initiatives we will prioritize together. So it is definitely not just an event, it's a convening to birth new ideas and to inspire new projects and to scale existing fantastic projects.
As we ask what areas of collaboration is to be expected this year, the partners speak enthusiastically about how to drive impact investment in Africa, economically, environmentally, and beyond.
A challenge for everybody in the world who signed up to and committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. And like tonight's event, when we're talking about connecting and partnering, no one country can really make that shift that needs to be made. It's a collective, it's a partnership, it's a coming together. If we're really going to make a difference to the future for our next generation, to their life chances across those sustainable development goals.
We're doing quite a bit, it's what we can do. But of course, naturally, we're supposed to be able to do more. But resources are limited. But we're still happy to do the little that we can in supporting the Nigerian government, the Nigerian creative ecosystem, and we will continue to be here.
Focused a lot on how we can draw down resources. And also conversations this year will also be tailored on how you can deliver functional programs and projects that addresses the impact of climate change, a circular economy, and all the different policies that can help to accelerate, climate impact solutions.
In addition to developing new frameworks for sustainable development, ACES provide a platform for impact investors to make investment in existing African solutions, tackling issues on climate change, circular economy, education, health, wash, renewable energy, and agriculture.
Are we all together?
Plus TV will keep you abreast as we keep our eyes on the summit. coming up in July. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the arena, which was launched in Lagos, will stand a catalyst to every event in Nigeria and Africa. The governor dropped these hints at the unveiling of Africa's first purpose-built entertainment arena. Plus TV's Paul George was there to bring us all of the exciting moments.
Over the years, Nigerian music has placed the country in the world map by breaking through barriers and entertaining the world. The outlook of the industry is about to change with another innovation. This project is part of a larger effort to develop Nigeria's infrastructure and create jobs. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is here for the unveiling. The governor, who identifies with the project, is excited as he says it will fill a major gap in Nigeria's entertainment industry. He promises government support for the project.
It's not just the arena, it's the Lagos arena. Africa is ready. We're ready not just by mouth, we're ready in terms of the commerce and the business model that comes with it to create an environment, and a structure that will truly work for all of us. I want to assure you, Chairman, that Lagos State will not just talk the talk, will give you all the support that you require in terms of monitoring, in terms of ensuring that everything that you wish for, we will make sure that it happens timely, without any bureaucracy, understanding that we need to commission this place December 2025.
For the organizers, it has been a long time coming, citing the lack of an entertainment arena in Nigeria. Despite the country's growing youth population and thriving entertainment industry, the chairman and initiator of the project, Tayo Amushon, decided to embark on this journey to bring the arena to life. He speaks about his doggedness, which has brought this project this far. One of the investors praised the concept.
Anything you have in Nigeria, there will be challenges. There's challenges. This is us. But we're resilient people. Everybody, you are resilient. Every Nigerian will overcome. But thanks to the Lagos State government, the government of Lagos State, to the NSIA, to the federal, everybody. But it's our people, it's us. We're resilient. But maybe that's how we always have to fight. But it's okay. And when we fight, we'll achieve.
Challenges are many. Of course, there's the conceptualization, there's the development, there is the funding, there is the utilization, there is the marketing, there is the actual execution, so the design work. All of those things comprise the challenges of any typical transformative piece of infrastructure. But I'm proud to say a combination of all the stakeholders, the state government, the Oba, his royal father, the financing partners, in particular the NSIA, the institution that I represent, all together have come to actually surmount these very difficult challenges.
This innovation will create 1,500 direct and indirect jobs, attract investment and exciting opportunities for local businesses. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian music entertainer David Adeleke, widely known as Davido, also shares an insight into the impact of the arena in bringing world-class performances to fans at home.
We need something that matches our respect that we're getting worldwide now. Every December, people come in for shows. I need them to feel the same way that if they're in State Farm, if they're in the O2, if they come to Lagos, it's the same exact feeling. We just give them that same experience. We don't care if I'm making money from.
This will no doubt provide a platform for Nigerian and international artists to perform for large audiences, as well as boost the country's music, sports and entertainment industries. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Right about the time for Nigeria to have its own arena for hosting entertainment and sports events. This truly is a trailblazer. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Uti Eli, and today I am alone in the studio at the moment. Nigeria is being, or rather, Lagos traffic is being Lagos traffic. So today I'm alone in the studio, but nonetheless we're still going to have a fantastic conversation. We will have a guest with us later on, but as is our usual custom, we'll kick off. I want to say how was your day, but I've had a great day. But we'll kick off today's show by moving straight into our quote. So our quote for today says, "Our DNA is as a consumer company For that individual customer who's voting thumbs up or thumbs down, that's who we think about. And we think that our job is to take responsibility for the complete user experience. And if it's not up to par, it's not our fault, plain and simple. And this quote is from Steve Jobs. I think one of the key things about Steve Jobs, of course, he founded one of the most customer-centric companies in the world today, Apple, who really start and epitomize the outside-in approach to building consumer goods, and they've innovated so many solutions over the years that have really focused on solving real customer issues. So I'm hoping that that intro gives a hint into our topic for today's show. Everyone who, if you've been watching this show over the years, you know that I'm a customer experience professional, and the focus on the consumer, the focus on making sure that we get the right experience, and particularly our focus on the show for SMEs and small businesses, understanding the value that they offer to the Nigerian economy, are able to give the Nigerian consumer the right kind of experience. So today we're going to be talking about consumer protection and exploring some of the, or let's say exploring a key story in the news that has made the rounds around this subject. But whilst we are waiting for our guest to come in, I don't want to say too much about the story, but I don't want to give too much away at the moment. But whilst we're waiting for our guest to come in, we will sort of set the scene. I think a lot of people talk about customer experience in Nigeria, or I don't even want to say customer experience, talk about customer service. And the typical thing that you hear is that customer service is poor, Nigerians don't give service. And we've talked over the years on the show around the different concepts of customer service, of customer experience, and how small organizations, medium-sized enterprises and corporates, in fact, can all leverage customer experience as a true differentiator for our business. We'll all agree that when we make decisions about our purchases today, price may still be important, the quality of the product may also be important, but the real differentiator is usually the customer experience, because whilst I may be able to copy a product, I can't copy the unique experience that a company has created, because our customer bases are different, the customer segments and types that we serve are indeed different. So there are a lot of subtleties to this customer journey when it comes to why customers choose a business and indeed become loyal customers of that business. So today we'll be jumping into and asking a key question around consumer protection. But before we do that, I think we can take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the show. Please stay with us. You're still watching Ways. Thanks for staying with us.
The story between Chioma Egodi and Erisco Foods Limited has made major news over the internet, with features of Erisco Foods attempting to save its reputation and Chioma Egodi facing a tentative 3-year imprisonment for defamation. Tonight, my guest will be here shortly, and we will be discussing the topic, Erisco Foods saga. Is the Nigerian consumer truly protected? With Priscilla Amadi, and when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say. And once we come back, of course, we'll really love to hear what you have to say. And today is World Social Work Day. And World Social Work Day has become a time to recognize achievements in the arena of social work, as well as raising support for the vital role that social workers play in families, communities, and societies as a whole. A very important day. I think that as Nigerians, we say charity begins at home, and the family is the bedrock of the society. So where we have social workers who are able to provide the needed support, and I think that when we take that in context of Nigeria, we would not have such a robust, or we don't have such a robust social network, or social worker network rather, but we do have NGOs, and we have lots of organizations that are able to support families, to support different sectors of Nigerians, to be able to support them to meet their needs. So a very important day to be able to support the good work that those organizations do. I think news abounds today in our media around the things that affect different cadres of Nigerians. So a day worthy of discussing and noting as we go ahead. So I think we have a quick, or rather maybe I'll take my story, and I hope we have this story. It's a very important one for me, given that this is International Women's Month and International Women's Day, and I think that we've made a lot of strides as women. And when I was looking through the news today, this story caught my attention because I think that it sounds a very loud, I call it a win. We've had 2 such announcements in a short space of time. I think the first one was predicated by the loss of Dr. Herbert Wigwe, where Ms. Bolaji Agbede was appointed the head at Access Bank. And now we have a further announcement from Zenith Bank, announcing the retirement of its current CEO, and then also announcing the appointment of Dr. Dora Milji as the first female CEO of Zenith Bank. So I think that that's worthy of mention, definitely worthy to celebrate in this very auspicious month where we're celebrating the achievements of women and women's access to equal rights. So I think if nothing else inspires inclusion, it's the ability to see that more women are climbing and ascending the corporate ladder. So it says that the current current GMD CEO Ebenezer Onyagu his 5-year tenure will expire on the 31st of May this year, and that Umeji will then commence the appointment as the CEO. She has been the Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from since October of 28th of 2016, and she has a whopping amazing 30 years of experience in banking, with 26 of those years having been at Zenith Bank. The story goes on to list, I mean, she's super accomplished, lots of certifications, lots of qualifications, multiple bachelor's degrees, multiple master's degrees, an MBA, and several qualifications, professional qualifications. Also talks about her being a member of several institutions, Chartered Bankers Institute of both the UK and Nigeria, Institute of Management. But she doesn't also stop at that. It shows different aspects of her. She's a peace advocate of the United Nations. She is the founder of the Catholic Bankers Association of Nigeria, and she also has several NGOs. So I think that she's a super amazing and really accomplished profile, and we certainly wish her all the very best. She's flying the flag. She's joined the cadre of other female bank MDs, so I think that this is a time for every woman to use her voice, earn her place, display your excellence, and really go for your goals, because I think we're showing that ceilings are being smashed. So it's really exciting for me to see, as a professional working woman, to be able to see that women are transcending, and maybe should I in fact say breaking the glass ceiling. So congratulations to her and to Zenith Bank. Looking forward to hearing great things there. So I think we're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we'll jump right into today's conversation. So please stay with us. Like both sides, it's pressures from like different. Whose video are we playing first? The part is more so your parents are like, you have to do this. They really don't care how you get it done. And the thing is that like you have all that pressure, you're gonna do it. But then at the same time, it's like you're so young, you need something to cope at the same time. A coping mechanism. And it's like if you hide it really well, as long as you're getting those great grades, your parents, quite frankly, to a certain extent, don't care. My child is doing this. My child is gonna become this. You might be doing drugs on the side. You're still bringing back those great reports of those great grades. On the other end of it, if you're not doing well and you're still getting that pressure, at some point you're just like, my parents don't know me, they're not trying to get to know me, why should I care about this? You fall into the wrong crowd. That's pressure on both sides where it's like you're either going to pull me towards my parents or push me away, but regardless, it's like there's so much going on, I need something to cope. The people around me are not listening to me, what am I going to do? Drugs are like an easy gateway, like an easy escape.
In today's dynamic global economy, small and medium enterprises stand as unsung hero, playing a pivotal role in driving economic growth, fostering innovation, and creating employment opportunities for millions. Now, according to the World Bank, 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing workforce. And believe me when I tell you that the SMEs will be the major employer. My name is Oluwadamilola Ibituri, and I'm on a mission to uncover and reveal the stories of incredible entrepreneurs who are changing the game in the business world. I'll be sitting down with passionate and innovative business leaders as they share their journeys, challenges, futuristic plans, and successes. SME Chats, spotlighting inspiring entrepreneurs, one episode at a time.
Most of the times, a lot of music videos in Nigeria, it's just helping to propagate this gospel of drug abuse. I have one question to directly ask the people, the agencies the non-regulatory agencies are in charge of music videos. Please, how do you come and tell me you're not legalizing drug abuse? But then again, you are literally giving license to these videos to come out. And then I'm watching a video, and I see somebody is dancing 1, 2, 3, and it's puffing up 1, 2, and the question is whether real or fake. It doesn't matter. You need to understand that the media controls the mind a lot. Let's start from this media space. That's the first social intervention that we need to do. Let's try to put a lot of eyes and regulations into our media content. That is where it will help first. That is the very first social intervention before we now think of let's go and buy books.
Why most youths take drugs is obviously to fill up the space or to keep themselves busy, right? So if we do implement a bunch of activities or just different things that these youths could literally participate in, then I feel it'd be reduced. Because I literally have friends that obviously they just take drugs based on the fact that they're home. I mean there's literally nothing to do except for just take drugs and sit at home. But I mean if you do keep these young minds busy, it would reduce the amount of drugs taken. Also, alongside with the increase of price, because, for example, now, let me say Molly is 5K, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say you increase Molly to about 15 or 20K, I mean, it's going to be way harder for people to honestly get that. And, with the whole economic situation, people are going to honestly cut down and, adjust accordingly.
The only thing that really we could do is try to show them with our actions, which I think we're already doing. There's youth rallies, there's things
that's
like
what
that.
I spoke about.
I think I feel like we're already doing as much as we can. The people at the top need to care enough about nurturing the next generation to push them through into these positions for it to go anywhere. taking care of the people who have no one to take care of them should be my number one responsibility. Making sure that they have access to food, water, school, good jobs, welfare, whatever they need to build them up. Because by building them up, their next generation have a good, at least, foundation to start on. And that way, at least, the level of poverty in this country will reduce. As a government, even if things are getting expensive, we should still be able to take care of our people, the people who can't take care of themselves.
In order for someone to actually cyberbully, you must have a problem within you. You can clearly tell when someone is intending to hurt you and hurt your feelings from when someone is just trying to state their opinion on something. It's a thin line, but you could definitely tell between the both. Bullies are always going to be bullies, and you just can't let that sort of thing honestly affect you or affect your mental health or affect your person. Because people will always say what they want to say to hurt you, to make you feel less of yourself, but you just have to have that strong mentality that that person could think what they want to think, but I'm going to do me regardless.
Because I'm bringing my company to close down, and the 3,000 people will go. This company was established before Chioma was born. Whoever is that Chioma, 40 years ago, I was suffering for this company to establish it. Now, because of the rants, we will allow her to close our company down. I rather close the Risco Food down and fight for my reputation, fight for my brand, fight for my good name before I die. I'm stubborn with my right, arrogant with my right, I don't no apology for it. I'm purpose with my right, I will do right, I don't look for trouble. If you come for trouble, I'm ready for you. This she do is trouble. You are sabotaging my company. And the 7 years imprisonment, 7 million naira, or how many years imprisonment? That's 3 years. So why must you, because you're a pregnant woman, in prison now there is some space where you can keep child?
And I've also heard stories of people going and not coming back. So after the question and answer section, they now say they are waiting for a call from above. Because my husband was like, are we free to go now? They said no. They are waiting for their calls from above. And after some 5 minutes, they said there's a problem, that the order from above says they should collect my phone. So I had to give them my phone, and they said that I am not going home. And they walked out. So my husband now went after them to talk with them, to know if it's something that we can go, come back maybe tomorrow. They just walked to the woman on duty, said, throw her into cell.
Thanks for staying with us. So in a Facebook post on September 17th, Chioma claimed to have tasted Erisco Foods Limited's Nagiko tomato mix and thought it to be overly sweet. In response, Erisco Foods Limited issued a statement describing the allegation as baseless and false. According to the company, the post's purpose was to deceive its clients and damage Erisco Foods Limited's reputation, which had been damaged by some elements and syndicates who are uncomfortable with their increasing market dominance as a leading indigenous manufacturer of 100% natural tomato paste. Nevertheless, social media users quickly condemned Erisco Foods management and called on others to boycott the business after learning of Chioma's arrest. So tonight we're asking, considering the Erisco Foods saga, is the Nigerian consumer truly protected? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So our guest will join us in a short while, but this story is a couple of months old now, or more than a few months old, and it really is an ongoing saga between a customer and a company. And I think that when we have these kind of situations, we're more accustomed to hearing stories like this against, sort of really large-scale corporates, some of the bigger industries or sectors here in Nigeria. But this really puts the spotlight on the manufacturers, and it puts the spotlight on what a consumer's rights are. So we have clear rules and clear rules around freedom of speech, and we have platforms now like social media that gives us the opportunity to give our feedback to not just perhaps the affected companies or organizations, but to share that feedback and that perspective with a lot of other social media users, which is what has happened in this case, where the post that was originally posted by Chioma indicated that she was attempting to buy perhaps the usual brands that she's more familiar with, and she wasn't able to get those. And this was her first experience with this particular organization's products. And when she tasted it, unexpectedly, it was sweeter than she had anticipated. And she put out this post on social media to ask for people's opinions about whether they had used that paste before. So that's the origins of this story. Now, what is unusual? The origins of this story, I don't believe, are unusual in today's reality. Social media is abound with both negative and positive comments and sentiments about brands. In fact, businesses today spend quite a significant amount of money managing their brand identity, managing how they are perceived across with their customers, with the greater public, and particularly on social media. So as a company today, particularly one that deals with the retail products and deals with the retail audience, not having a presence on social media doesn't connote a measure of seriousness or understanding of your market, because this is where customers go to find you, to find information about your products. And this is where they go to shape their perceptions about your brand, even before they interact or use your product. So in this case, Chioma made her post, and from what I've seen, it doesn't appear that she has a huge following. She's not what you may call it. From a simple social media post to this becoming a criminal offense where she's been arrested by the police. She faces a possible 3 years in jail for defamation. There's so many perspectives on this case. I mean, there's multiple sides to it. If you take the actual law itself, some people have said that law in itself is faulty. But if you just take the reality of it, this is a customer who has taken the time to give feedback. When we as customer experience professionals, feedback is what we call the lifeblood of our business. So you want customers to tell you how they feel about your products. You want customers to tell you how they feel about your brand and the experiences they've had with your business. So this is now someone who is genuinely, the company claims that it wasn't genuine. The company has made its own claims about it being false, and perhaps they have had their own issues around people targeting their business and perhaps trying to demarket them. But when our guest joins us, she'll be able to give us her perspective on the motivations for this company. But it's important to state, and why it's important to shine a light on stories like this. Customers and consumers their rights must be protected. They must never have the fear to be able to share their feedback with the company. And we're going to look a bit more at Erisco Foods' response to this. Perhaps this is, some people will say it's the equivalent of taking a sledgehammer to an ant. Other people, and of course as with social media, very, very, very perspectives on this issue. Some people who are in business, who are entrepreneurs themselves, or even in manufacturing, have said they love the perspective of the founder. They're happy that he's fighting for his business, because people want to ruin you. That's another perspective. But the reality today is a customer has given feedback, and you have multiple options of ways as an organization and as a business that you can respond. In the earlier days of social media, I think the consumers had the upper hand. In fact, today still have the upper hand, where they give their feedback, and the businesses who choose to respond in the early days were sort of afraid of the impact or how widely, whether a story or a tweet or a post could go viral. This is the definition of a situation that has gone viral right across all the way up to different human rights organizations. The FCCPC for Nigeria, which deals with consumer protection, also took this up at the time and were instrumental in achieving the release of Chioma at the time. So when we find that customers are now shifting, or businesses in fact, because customers still give feedback, but we're starting to see a shift in the way certain businesses respond to that feedback, where in some cases it goes as far as antagonizing the customer on social media. But here we have a story of a business that has taken it off social media and taken it into the real world. So there is the criminal sort of defamation case. There is also a 5 billion naira lawsuit, and I believe that Chioma herself has also then now counter-sued on that civil suit as well. So it's just become a hydra-headed monster, really, around what most people would call an innocent a post on social media that shouldn't have escalated to this extent. But we'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring in our guest and we'll jump right into the conversation. Please stay with us.
In today's dynamic global economy, small and medium enterprises stand as unsung hero, playing a pivotal role in driving economic growth, fostering innovation, and creating employment opportunities for millions. Now, according to the World Bank, 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing workforce. And believe me when I tell you that the SMEs will be the major employer. My name is Oluwadamilola Ibituri, and I'm on a mission to uncover and reveal the stories of incredible entrepreneurs who are changing the game in the business world. I'll be sitting down with passionate and innovative business leaders as they share their journeys, challenges, futuristic plans, and successes. SME Chats, spotlighting inspiring entrepreneurs, one episode at a time.
Parenting is different to everybody in the sense that the way I choose to parent my children is going to be different from the way when you have kids, the way you're going to choose to parent your own kids. There are some certain ways that we were brought up, and we ourselves have grown and have seen that, okay, this is the way my parents have raised me. This I like, this I don't like, or even everything altogether I don't like, and then I decide that this is what I want to do with my child.
Yeah.
So parenting is different for everybody, and there's no right or wrong parenting. The most fundamental when it comes to parenting is how you relate with your child. You'll be surprised as a parent, you learn a whole lot from children.
Exactly.
Children are different. Your gateways are very important.
I get it.
And what do I call your gateways? Your ears and your eyes. What you see, what you hear, it goes on to shape what is inside of you. Even as a child, as an adult, that sometimes you're tempted to watch stuff.
Yes.
When that temptation comes, my children and I, to the glory of God, we have been able to develop a relationship whereby if they cannot even come and miss me, they go and meet their daddy. See, while I was watching YouTube, this thing popped up. I saw something. I don't understand and I'm scared.
So thanks for staying with us. Our guest today is Priscilla Amadi. Priscilla is a graduate of computer science from the University of Port Harcourt and a professional member of the Institute of Customer Service Nigeria. She has vast experience in the customer relating field, which spans over 12 years, business analysis and Blue Ocean strategy inception, design and implementation. She believes in providing customers with great service, and that would give them a positive experience and ensure the success of an organization. So all strategies deployed should ensure that she is an evangelist for service culture as a holistic, practical approach to ensuring customers or users find success. She also runs the Service Culture Academy. She loves good leadership in business and politics. So with that profile, Priscilla is a fantastic guest to have on the show today to discuss this topic. Priscilla is joining us via call at the moment. So Priscilla, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, good evening. This is a topic that's very dear to your heart. Lagos has shown Shege in its own way today, but we're glad that you could join us to keep up the conversation. Yes, we know that it's a topic and a situation that you followed right from the beginning and one that you're incredibly passionate about. So give us your perspective on this case. What was it about Chioma's case with Erisco Foods that caught your attention initially?
Okay, so what caught my attention was the feedback given on Facebook, right? That is the most harmless and the most reaching feedback any professional in customer experience would want. Because she wasn't going on out about blabbing and just saying things that wasn't there. She complained about a specific source of concern, and then she went ahead to ask other users, like, okay, are you guys also having the same challenge I'm having? So when that thing happened with the whole police, I went back to that feedback, and then I read it and I was like, is there something else we are missing? I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Yeah. And then I read it over and over, and I took my time and read the responses from people who went off point from what she was saying. People who were raising up concerns that were not even flagged in her post. Her post was as simple as possible, but there was a case of people that had comprehension issues that were just taking it left, right, center, which is what you get in social media. Mm-hmm. So I particularly was very sad to find out that she was arrested, on I think 24th September 2023. That's how far this case has been. Mm-hmm. And then I think she was released 26th, and then she was carried to Abuja. And I was like, wait, hold up. Is it the same feedback that this lady is being taken for or something else? Why is she being detained? And then the whole saga has been going on. So that caught my attention from the beginning, because for someone like me that's always on the lookout for feedback, I was like, okay, there's nothing wrong. We've seen worse. We've seen worse. She didn't do anything wrong. So that's what caught my attention. I've been following it from last year till now.
Yeah, so I mean, it is an interesting one, and certainly will resonate with a lot of customer service and a lot of CX professionals and people in general. I think a lot of people have rallied on both sides of the divide. But I love what you said about feedback and us needing to value feedback from the customer. I want you to give your thoughts on the Nigerian perspective, because there is the argument that if this had happened in another country, the impact perhaps on Erisco Foods business would have been a lot more, where perhaps they would have, the boycott would have gone a lot further. I mean, I know that I've spoken to quite a few people who are not even aware of this story. So how does the Nigerian factor play in that we're still seeing a lot of support for Erisco Foods? How does that sort of sit with you as a professional in terms of, so how should consumers feel about products? How should they give feedback in a way where they may not be targeted in such a manner?
Alright, it bothers me that Erisco Foods has any form of support, right? It bothers me as a professional, because we in the customer experience field, we know how difficult it is to get customers to give us feedback, both solicited and unsolicited. Sometimes you put out feedback forms up to 10,000 and you don't even get up to 100, right? You would have to ask cold calling to get some kind of feedback that you need. And then you have your free feedback that is going to be highlighting a potential challenge in the business. right? Which might, for me, I think that if the concern is about sugar or a very high amount of sugar, it's somewhat leaning towards, is there a quality assurance issue that, as a professional, there are 1,001 things that runs through your head. Why is there so much sugar content, And then it's going this way. It's so sad. And it's a very terrible precedent, actually, to set for the Nigerian consumer, because she was well in within the Federal Competition Consumer Protection Act. She acted right within her right to give feedback, and her rights, her human rights are being violated in every single way of the word. We're not even talking about just the law. How about the normal norms of the trade, which is about having an opportunity to have an opinion about the things that they buy with their money to consume. Because you see, what goes into your mouth affects your health. So she has a right to give feedback as regards how it comes across. So I think that this witch hunting that is going on right now, is what I call it, is a gross human rights violation and just personal vendetta to me, to be honest. Because it doesn't make sense to anyone who cares to listen that a customer gives feedback from the service that they pay for, and then what happens? Someone chooses to arrest them for that. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't see how it is okay for a Nigerian consumer to be going through this kind of human rights violation. It's not okay by me. And as a customer advocate, I rightly, in all totality, condemn these actions by Erisco. And I'm saying Erisco Foods, pull back, right? Maybe there's a reason why, but it's not covered with. This lady is within her rights, and as a professional, I stand with Chioma all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. She didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, your passion just sort of resonates through when it comes to this particular situation. So let's attempt to give a different perspective, or the perspective of the company. I mean, looking at some of the interviews that the CEO has given, he's sort of tried to give some, would I say, indication that perhaps his company has been targeted in the past by people that are trying to maybe undercut his business, and perhaps maybe that is what has fueled his reaction to this particular case. But we also could compare this to other organizations who also get customer feedback in the negative. So what would have been a better way, right? If you say that this was a company who perhaps had a customer experience professional at the helm of its affairs, maybe its crisis management, its public relations, because I mean, at the moment, this story for Erisco Foods goes beyond customer experience now, right? It's now a full-on PR, brand issue. So if a customer experience professional was at the helm of the affairs, what would have been the better way to handle this?
I love that you asked me this question. In fact, if I was in the studio right now, I'd give you a hug for this question. Because, you see, it's very simple. It's something we face every day. Now, if you're a customer experience head, let's say you are heading the customer experience team at Erisco Foods, right? If I were doing that, my first point of call would be to reach out to Chioma via her DMs with the official social media account. Apologizing for the experience she has had and requesting for a one-on-one interview or conversation, right? First off, you have to apologize because she felt inconvenience. That's what she's complaining about. So after you do that, you request, with her kind permission, if she chooses to have a one-on-one interview, and that's to find out more in order to help you initiate investigations as to what the concerns are. Is it the quality? Is it, you just need to be able to narrow down where the challenges are, because for every one Chioma, there are 20 other Chiomas that would not come out to talk. So you have one Chioma who is speaking, right? You have one Chioma that is speaking, and she's representing every other person else who just threw away the can without saying anything, but will tell all their neighbors not to buy a Erisco product because it's bad, So I think that after doing that, after apologizing to her and requesting for a one-on-one interview, you go there with clear mind. You go there with an open mind to be able to get all the feedback. You're not going there to defend the company. You are going there to gather feedback. What was the challenge around that? Can I have that? Do you have the container? Can you save it for us? Can we have that? To be able to track the production of that particular container that she got, or the particular sachet she got that thing from, right? After you've done that, you can now forward your investigations to the company, but not without, assuring Chioma that her feedback has been noted and investigations will be going forward. And then if your company has, and your company must have compensation plans for such situation, maybe a pack of tomato paste for her, maybe a sachet, something to just compensate her for the inconveniences she has gone through. But that's not where it ends. As you do your investigations, you keep Chioma in the loop so that she feels like she's a part of whatever feedback or whatever improvement that she may have recommended. And if after your investigation it turns out that there was nothing wrong, but maybe she had maybe heightened taste buds, or maybe she naturally doesn't consume that much sugar, and maybe the company did the sugar that has been, the quantity of sugar in that product is agreed upon with NAFDAC, which is the governing body for these foods, then you give your feedback to her and say, oh, actually, we've done our investigations, this is this. You give her the right information. I promise you, you can change Chioma from a customer who is sourcing for other customers who is facing the inconveniences she has, to even a brand ambassador without nobody asking her. You could have easily turned Chioma to a loyal customer. They could have turned her to a word of mouth ambassador. They could have done a lot of things with this situation. Not this current choice that they made. Yeah. It's an option that nobody should go for, right? See, we know that some customers may come from an angle of ignorance, maybe from bias. There are a lot of things, but what you don't do is weaponize their feedback. You don't do that. You don't weaponize their feedback. You do your investigations and use it to be able to turn that customer's mind around. And if there is foul play, maybe you've gone ahead to do investigations and you figure out there is foul play. There are channels to lay these complaints. You don't just take police to the customer's house to arrest the person and move the person to another state because of feedback. You don't do that because you are managing the customer's emotions. You are managing the other customers that are going to be looking up to you. And now, Erisco brand that would have used this as a teachable moment. Gino brand had this same situation, was it 2 weeks ago, where a customer did a whole video bringing out Gino from the pack and saying about how bad it was. The handling skills demonstrated by Gino is top notch, and I'd like to give a shout out to that company. They did a fantastic job managing that situation. They even compensated the customer with extra tomatoes, sachet and all that. And the customer came back online where he left the feedback to tell the whole world how it went, and we all shared in the story. Yeah. So I don't know if there's a head of customer experience in Erisco Brands. I don't know who is managing the customer experience there. This is beginning to look like the company has no regard for their customers' experience, and I do not stand to be corrected based on their activities so far. So I would expect that the company take a step back, look at their business going forward, because there's a boycott right now on the company. For a company that has stayed, according to the business owner, I said it's been over 40 years in business. It's very sad that just a very simple feedback is costing the company so much. Now they are doing the most. They are writing so much, trying to appease customers. The same customers that feel like their rights or their views are not appreciated. You want my money, but you don't want my opinion. That's not good. That's not good at all. You cannot want my money and then don't want my opinion. And this is not even about personal opinion here. Yeah. Chioma is protected by the FCCPA Act. She's protected by the law to give her feedback. And that's why Mr. Babatunde Irukera, at the time, when he was, chairman or DG of FCCPC, he was following up this case. Because I followed him during this situation. I've been following this case since last year. He followed this case up and he was giving feedback. He was part of those instrumental in the release of Chioma from her initial detention. And to see that, even after the involvement of the FCCPC, trying to stop this situation, the company still go ahead. And guess what? They didn't even go coming from the part of the feedback. They went for cyber crime. Yeah. The charge leveled against Chioma is cyber crime. How is it cyber crime to give feedback?
It was a very interesting approach. And I think we can take a quick break now.
Because they know she's protected by FCCPC. Yeah. That's why they chose to go through the other route. And it's just pure sad to every Nigerian consumer. It's a slap on the face of every Nigerian consumer and every consumer-related professional out there.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of mentioned it earlier about whether even this law was a valid law to take on board for this case, but you said so much in that response. I think we can take a quick break now so that when we come back we can open up our phone lines. Please stay with us. If you just tuned in, we're discussing the topic, Erisco Food Saga, is the Nigerian customer truly protected, with our guest Priscilla Amadi. Please let's hear what you have to say. You can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp message on 0384663. We're also now opening our phone lines, and you can call us on 0702-500-7749. Remember, when you call us, please turn down the volume of your television set so we can have a great conversation. So Priscilla, are you still with us?
No leave, no transfer.
Fantastic. So I love that when you talked about, and really that's our focus today, is about protecting the rights of the consumer. And you touched a bit on the Federal Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission and the Act as well. And I think that I was happy to see in this case that the then DG did take up this case, and he was very active. And the mandate of that organization talks about protecting and promoting the interests and welfare of the consumer. So it absolutely sort of fits into this. And if we distill this and remove Erisco Foods, you know, there's so many things that are wrong with that. But if we actually focus on the average Nigerian consumer today, it is clear by what we've seen in this story that a lot of customers don't know their rights. So you mentioned NAFDAC, right? The CEO had talked about the fact that why wasn't a report made to NAFDAC? Why wasn't a report made to the Standard Organization of Nigeria? He touched on all of these things, and he said, when we got the report, he went around to his company, around the country, to see if they had gotten reports. And I liked how you talked about, you know, getting the actual product itself. Perhaps there was this batch, you know. It's possible for things like that to happen. So
it could be a quality assurance issue.
Yes, exactly. So I think we have our first caller. I think we have Norman from Abia. Good evening, Norman. Great to have you on the show again. Good evening. Hi, good evening, Norman. Can you hear us? Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Norman.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
This is Norman from Abia.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah. See, I want to let us know one thing. Hello.
I think you might need to turn down the volume of your TV set. Okay. All right, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we'll allow Norman to try and sort that out and call us back. So as I was saying, we've talked about sort of the approach that the company should have taken, right? And when we talk about the consumer today, it's important for consumers to know their rights. It's important because I've spoken to a lot of people today who are like, if this can happen just on tomato paste, should I take on a bigger organization? You know, and you start to impact something that is really crucial to being able to deliver quality customer experience, which is actually getting your customers' feedback. So there's a real risk to the customers. There's a real risk that this sets a precedent for other entrepreneurs and businesses to say, I'm going to take a combative approach, because that's what it is. We're taking a combative approach to the consumer's rights. So just wanting you to sort of talk about what the rights of the consumer are, because there was a post on social media by another person who had really been following this case and advocating on behalf of Chioma, where she talked about what should be displayed on a product. And I know those regulations are typically set by, the standards organizations by NAFDAC, as to whether you not only need to tell us how much that there is sugar in your product, but how much sugar is there in your product. So talk to us about the rights of the consumer. What should consumers feel today when they make a decision to spend their money with your business? Given the reality of today's economy, if I spend my naira with you, what should I expect? What rights should I have?
Okay, so consumers, right, in this sense, have a lot of rights. Right to fair dealings, right to examine goods, right to represent. There's a lot of rights. It's all listed in the Act, right? I don't know if I have enough time to be able to list them all.
We'll have to bring you back to discuss the Act itself.
Yes. So for just the Act, we really need to talk about that, because you will be very shocked at how much the customers actually do have rights. Okay, you have consumers' right to select suppliers, consumers' right to cancel advance reservation, booking an order, consumers' right to choose or examine goods, consumers' right to return goods, falsely. It's a lot, really. I don't know if we have these things, right? So like you said, you did one of the major things.
I think, Priscilla, let me just stop you there. I think we have a caller again. I'm not sure if Lomen is back.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say. Hello, do we have a caller there? Okay, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we're having network issues. Please go ahead.
So Chioma is covered under 131, right? And that's consumers' right to safe, good quality goods. And then there are also other places too that she can be protected under, right? So the fact is, that's, we stated earlier, I said that's why they took a unique approach. And if you look at it, it is not Erisco Foods directly suing Chioma, it is the Nigerian Police Force that is doing that. And because I think they had gone back and done their research and realized that, she actually is within her rights to be able to make those complaints. And that's why they put it under cybercrime. And that cybercrime to me is a blanket statement. Like, what do you mean by cybercrime? But that's beside the case. Now, coming back to Nigerian consumers, right? We do not want, as customer experience professionals or customer advocates, we do not want this precedent to be set. It is dangerous for consumers. Yeah. It can be referred to. And the fact is, if we allow this to be set, we will have irresponsible companies, we will have irresponsible businesses hide under this action to get away with terrible actions against customers. And
let's see, I think we have a few more callers. Let's see if we can take a few calls. Hopefully the network will allow us to have a few.
Hello.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Please let's hear what you have to say. Hello, good evening. Wow, the network today is really, really terrible. Hello. Can you hear me? Please go ahead. We can hear you. Hello, Kingsley, please go ahead. We can hear you. Okay, Priscilla, I'll come back to you. I think we're really struggling with the network today, and we're getting quite a few calls, I understand. Please go ahead, Priscilla.
I can't be there to both ways, traffic and the network. God had to smile down on me for one. So, as we're saying, right? If this precedent is set, it's extremely dangerous because even as professionals, we're also consumers.
Yeah.
Right? Currently, there's a worldwide pandemic when it comes to customer service right now in Nigeria. So you don't want to add a dangerously set precedent of human rights violation and personal vendetta to the list of already very poor customer experience or customer service being set, right? I do not think that any professional would look at this and say, this is okay, right? And I'm wondering how it is okay for the company to continue this route. I personally feel extremely sad.
Priscilla, let's see if we can get a few more callers. I understand we have quite a few waiting. Good evening, thanks for calling. Let's hear what you have to say. Hello? Okay, so I think we're, let's just take your final comments, Priscilla, because I think we've now run out of time. We'll have to do this again.
Okay, my final comment is this, and I hope that probably Chioma sees this, and her husband sees this, and her family sees this. I would love her to know that she didn't do anything wrong. And I'm saying this as a customer advocate and a customer experience and a relating professional of over 12 years. Chioma, you didn't do anything wrong. Also, I would also appreciate the lawyer who took this pro bono to be able to, give her a fighting chance, because they're trying to intimidate her based on money. And then to other consumers out there in Nigeria, please do note that we, the customer experience professionals, are not just going to sit back and allow these precedents to be set. We'll keep on speaking about these issues so that they feel protected, right? Because we need them. We need our consumers to give us feedback. It is one of the most coordinated form of business improvement. And we tell them that we apologize for these inconveniences that is currently going on, the emotional trauma that this Chioma and other consumers are going through. We apologize for that, and we say we'll keep on speaking about these things.
Yeah, thank you so much, Priscilla. Sadly, we couldn't get you into the studio, but thank you for joining us. We have a quick comment here from Daniel Illo. He says, is the Nigerian customer truly protected? He says, Nigerians truly are not careful concerning what they take. That is why they get into problems. Companies are only interested in making money and not the welfare of the consumers. To my own view, generally, Nigerian consumers are not protected. So thank you, Daniel Illo, for that. Thank you for staying with us. If you missed today's quote, our DNA is as a consumer company for that individual customer who's voting thumbs up or thumbs down. That's who we think about, and we think that our job is to take responsibility for the complete user experience. And if it's not up to par, it's our fault, plain and simple. And that's by Steve Jobs. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Thank you.
is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The 37-kilometer rail line built by the Lagos State Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, has been commissioned by President Bola Tinubu. The rail line was inaugurated along with the stations and other ancillary facilities. The red line traverses 7 stations from Agbado, a boundary town in Ogun State, and to Oyigbo in Lagos Central. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome, I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
This episode features infrastructure. President Bola Tinubu commissions Red Rail Line project in Lagos. Hardship. Governor Sanwo-Olu rolls out relief measures. Pension. Sanwo-Olu pays 3.149 billion naira to 1,014 retirees. These and many more when we return. Please stay with us. President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the Red Rail Line project in Lagos. The president commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for the successful completion of the project. He said the new rail line, expected to run on the federal government's Lagos-Ibadan rail line, will reduce traffic congestion and also provide a fast and efficient way for commuters to travel within the city.
The Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line runs from Agbado in Ogun State to Oyigbo in Lagos mainland local government. The Red Rail Line spans 37 kilometers, boasting 13 stations and integrates major bus terminals at Oyigbo, Yaba, Oshodi, Ikeja, Ebute-Metta, Iju, and Ido, with a direct link to the international and domestic wings of the Murtala Mohammed Airport. The official commissioning of the project saw government functionaries, political party supporters, friends, well-wishers,
waiting patiently to witness yet another epoch-making event. The president was welcomed on arrival by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, his wife, Ibijoke, the Deputy Governor, Obafemi Hamzat, state commissioners, political leaders, and aides. In his address, President Tinubu shared insights into the transformative vision for Lagos State. He commended Governor Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, for their commitment and well-guided initiatives. President Tinubu said the rail project shows the validation of dreams and what could happen with the right people in leadership positions. As expected, President Tinubu touched on the present economic challenges and efforts at ensuring that Nigeria is corruption-free. He also went hard on the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, for incessant mass protests.
The Labour Union should understand that no matter how much we cling to our freedom and rights, to call for strike within 9 months of an administration is unacceptable. If you want to participate in the electoral process, wait on the 2027. If not, maintain peace. You are not the only voice.
Track sharing agreement that enabled the commencement of the project.
I uniquely was privileged to be part of your administration that birthed LAMATA 20 years ago. On that, you've allowed a seamless movement of people and fuel economic growth and development of our state. I stand here very proud to say that the Lagos State Strategic Transport Master Plan that outlines what those integrated rail systems stood for, which are 6 rail corridors, 1 monorail, 14 BRT corridors, and over 20 water routes on vast network of what is today the tiniest, smallest state in our country called Lagos State.
Among the distinguished guests at the commissioning were Governors Usman Ododo of Kogi State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, Dakpo Abiodun Ogun, former Lagos State Governor Akinwumi Ambode, and other notable dignitaries. As part of measures to cushion the effect of the harsh economic realities on Lagos residents, the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has set up open markets for cheap food items, slashes transportation fares by 25% on public transport, as well as launched palliative in health, education, among others. The governor made this announcement during a live media chat in Lagos State.
We want, so we will be reducing the number of days that they'll come. You don't have to put pressure on the road. You don't have to be on the road for 3 hours trying to say you're trying to get home at night, so you can plan better. You also can reduce, your economic pressure. We have in the fleet of the public service over 120, buses, but it's not enough, right? So reduce it, let's plan out our time. Services will not be disrupted. Services will not be reduced, to our citizens. You want something for government, there will still be somebody that will do it for you. 2 other arms of government that are already doing this. In the health sector, they always have a calendarization. They always have, days off and rest. So they will continue in that line. Our teaching, sector will continue. Our students will continue to come for 5 days. We'll work out an additional transport support for our classroom teachers to ensure that, they keep the 5 days, because we know that these pupils have exam time and the rest of it. So we will continue, to keep that. So that will be the first baseline, for us to be able to reduce the pressure and the tension that we have amongst ourselves. We have brought succor to people that have walked, for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in the service of Lagos State to ensure that they will earn, their pensions, as at when due, and they can do whatever they want, with their resources. That's on our public sector side, and it's across the civil service, the local government, the health sector, the teaching service. Is across board. I write and ensure that nobody's left behind. Now going to our to our citizens, we started something last year from August, where we had a 50% reduction on all public transportation, right? It was reduced, and stopped towards the end of the year when, things resumed back, But now I think transport cost is also a major pain that our citizens are. So almost immediately from this weekend, we're throwing back a 25% reduction on all public transportation. On the food palliatives, which is one of the ways in which we also can intervene, right? As we speak, I'm expecting over 100 trailers of rice coming, up north. And I will explain what is happening to our own, meal in a short while, And so we're doing this at 3 levels. Food, purchase, and redistribution that will cover about 300,000 households, not just individual household, that will have 10 kg rice, 5 kg gari, 5 kg beans, and have other small things like tomato and the rest of it in a combo bag, right? The procurement of that started. It will just be a logistics of how to package and distribution that will follow. The next level will be utilizing our experience during COVID. We're going to be opening, what we call Sunday markets in about 42 markets in Lagos. Sunday market. What you will see in those markets, is the same sort of like, stable, food item. But this time, you'll be buying, but you'll be buying at a reduced cost. We're going to cap what you can buy at not more than 25,000, and we'll be giving you a 25% rebate immediately there. So we have started that at our middle market in Ijoro, which you've all seen, but we're taking it to 42 identified markets in Lagos. We're not giving you the opportunity to come and want to buy worth of 100,000. That means you are Ruben, you have the capacity. But somebody that wants to buy 10,000, 15,000, which are the people that want to take out of the poverty line, we will give you a discount, an immediate discount of about 25. You will get that rebate. The third level will be that we are now going to do what we call, 1,500 in every local government per day, at the first instance for the next, 30 to 60 days. So let's watch out the logistics. We have identifying, the caterers already, funds will be sent to them, and they will have vouchers to show that people just walk in, and just give them something, to eat, one a day, and let's just continue, on that. The whole idea around this is that one of the verticals will reach you in one form or the other. So that's regarding food. No, I've not finished. On the health sector, right, we also realize that. So some people's, their problem is not the gari or the rice. There's just some problem. I mean, I told you a woman gave birth on the road yesterday. Why should that, be a case? Because it could be pressure, right? So immediately, where all our 31 general hospitals will be given free child delivery, either during normal birth or cesarean birth. We will take up the cost so that we reduce the pressure, on our people almost immediately. We are also working with them to reduce the cost of some particular types of drugs, hypertension, diabetes, and we can give a rebate at our hospitals. We can give a rebate. So we don't want that to be thrown out, So we're planning to give, to work out with the hospital and give, a rebate on that. That's number 2. Number 3 is that our 6 health districts, we have 6, we are the only ones that have that in the country, by the way. We have 6 health districts, which are headed by permanent secretary. Over the next 3 months, they'll be doing what we call the health mission, twice a week. On an health mission, they'll put up the canopy, doctors will be there, nurses will be there. People will just come in, about 1,000 people, 2,000 people will come and get an health check. Maybe you're diabetic, you're hypertensive, they check your blood pressure, and they will give you medicines, based on what it is that they realize, is wrong with them. And maybe some eye, testing. I'll check if we have, enough of that to go around. So all that will also go around concurrently, in the health sector. So you will see that in any form, if the food or if the transport, if the hospital doesn't touch you, one thing will touch you. We looked at education as well. You know, out-of-school children, what are some of the challenges? They said they asked parents to show evidence of a tax payment of about 8,000. Let's remove that. Let's get parents to bring their pupils back to school without necessarily needing that burden. That's on the education sector to enter, you know, and to ensure that they can bring, you know, their kids, you know, back to school. So you can see that, you know, we're cutting the interventions, you know, across various sectors.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a lot mayors show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, you know, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, you know, and how we can use the Lagos story, you know, to sort of like tell the African story.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has paid the accrued pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings accounts of 1,013 retirees from the state public service. Speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since the inception of his administration, a total sum of over 6.5 billion naira has been paid into the retirement service accounts of 16,026 retirees in the state.
Morning. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the whole, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quick Quickly, he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state. He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
We're here this morning to tell you that, yes, we've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but last pay has come to stay. And I'm indeed happy with the leadership that we have at the pension agency of Lagos State. I want to express, therefore, my profound gratitude to you, our retirees, who have dedicated your lives to the service of our dear state. Your dedication, your hard work, and your sacrifice have contributed immensely to the growth and the development of a great state of ours, Lagos State.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want Lagos State to be the first. We are already the first, but we want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be able to retire.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Director General, Lagos State Pension Commission, Babalola Obilano, emphasized the importance of proper financial planning and management during retirement. He advised the retirees to make informed decisions regarding their finances to ensure long-term sustainability and security. In his goodwill message, the state head of service, Olabode Aguru, noted that the occasion is a demonstration of the relentless commitment of Governor Sanwo-Olu to staff's welfare.
The state government is grateful for your service and we will forever be committed to implementing policies that will keep supporting the well-being of our senior citizens. I congratulate the beneficiaries while urging you all to endeavor to utilize this money judiciously as it has been advised.
Earlier, Governor Sanwo-Olu acknowledged the backlog in the payment of accrued rights and promised on systematically eliminating this backlog. He also told them that before the end of his tenure, the aspiration for a pay-as-you-go model would be realized.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a lot mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about, and it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, you know, and how we can use the Lagos story, you know, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Share it to everyone. Share the light, share the light, share the light of Islam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You are welcome to this segment, and our topic of discussion today is aphrodisiac. That may sound like, what's the meaning of that? Yeah, I speak again, aphrodisiac. It's not a Greek word, it's not a Latin word, it's still English. But what does it mean in a simple terms? That is sexual enhancement. We have to bring this topic at this time because it's been found to become an issue in our society, either for the men or women. Though men are more at the receiving end for this problem of use of aphrodisiac. So aphrodisiac is food or substance that increases sexual arousal, sexual performance, and sexual pleasure. Whatever thing that is consumed, either through the mouth or injected or as a patch, that will elicit, aggravate, increase arousal for sex, feeling for more sex, increased performance, and derivation of pleasure in a sexual activity is regarded as an aphrodisiac. Now, reason why would there be a need for aphrodisiac? I want you to get this background very clear. Reason for aphrodisiac shouldn't have come in because every human being is naturally created with certain hormones called sex hormones, growth hormones, and steroid hormones, the androgens. All these hormones have an interplay to maintain human nature. The hormones that are responsible for you to feel hunger, the hunger that comes away is an hormone that gives back a response to the brain, and the brain feels the stomach is empty, amount of sugar in circulation is low, energy is waning off, and then you crave for more food. Similarly, the hormones responsible for you to have an urge for sexual drive is natural. You are born with it. As you grow, it grows, and it increases with your age over time, and get to a point, got stagnated, and begin to decrease. So on a natural ground, if you understand me very carefully, is that you are talking of something that's created with you, grow with you. It gets to when it was nothing, then it started growing, and then it increased with you over time. And at a particular age, it will get to a plateau, whereby it becomes flat. Then after a while, it starts going downwards. That is the natural nature of man. You look young, you start getting older, you get old, and you become very old, become weak and weak and weak. That's natural. But the question is this: if that is natural, why is that in some people they lose sexual urges, drive earlier than some other group? Why? What's responsible? The following things are responsible. Number one, genetics. What you inherited from your mother and your father that form your hormonal component will play a lot of role. So if your parents are the one that have low hormonal system that you inherited from them, you are bound to experience reduced sexual urges and performance earlier than another set of people who inherited a very significant amount of hormone system in their body. Genetics. Number two, diet. There's certain diets that foster hormones, and when they foster hormones, it also fosters sexual hormones. If you are the type that live on those food, you eat good food, you eat well on those food, you are likely to sustain your natural phenomena for long. Example, how much of protein are found in your food? Most of the hormones for sex are protein dependent. Protein means meat, fish, egg, beans, and the like. Those are protein. Two, how much fruits do you take? Example, avocado, guava, berries, pomegranates, fig. I'm mentioning things you may not be familiar with. They are fruits. They are good enhancer of hormonal level that gives you a drive that is sustainable. Garlic, ginger, ginseng, yohimbi, and digestive system of sperm whale. Whale is a fish. Or we talk of honey goat weed. All these are natural. So if you live on them, they give you a sustained hormonal level that keeps your sexual system also at optimum. If that's diet that kills libido, sexual urge, drive, and performance are there. And I put it to you, most of those junks are trouble. Leave that. You come to environment. If you live in an environment that is toxic to your health, that is distressing, you're soon going to get out of sexual urge. Number 4, if you're under perpetual stress, you are working more than expected, you don't have rest, your sleep is less than 4 hours in 24 hours, or less than 6 hours every day continuously, you're going to lose your sexual performance. Number 5, if you sit down for too long, as a man, you keep sitting on your butt for longer hours, especially if you're a long distance driver, you're going to lose your sexual urge. After losing sexual urge, you lose ability to impregnate a woman. Can you imagine? So, because you are sitting on that 2 eggs, get heat up, and they lose the ability to make use of the hormones. Even when your body is producing the right hormones, they can no more respond to the hormones. Because you have sat down on them for too long, and you have killed their internal structures. Beyond this, if you sustain any head injury or back injury when you're younger, it transects what is called the nervi erigentics. These are nerves that connect your brain, spinal cord, to your waist, to the private organ. If that nerve is being transected or being agitated, very soon you're going to lose it completely. So all of these are things you need to have at the background. However, for those that lost it much earlier, and it has now come to a need, so I'm coming to tell you the reason now why aphrodisiac become necessary. 1, the obvious low libido are setting, and he or she cannot identify the cause. Or some of us know that it's low, but you just choose to increase or boost your performance. Yeah, that's another reason why you're looking for aphrodisiac. 3, some people want to increase their pleasure. And because of that, the crave for aphrodisiac comes in. The last one, some want to impress their partner. And in the process of impressing your partner, you need to do extra and be able to do more than what normal people could do. And that leads to aphrodisiac. So, like I've mentioned, natural aphrodisiac is still the best. And I've mentioned them stylishly in the area of diet. But I'm going to increase the number for you to understand where we're coming from. If you are able to maintain a healthy life at a young age as a man or a woman, in your 20s, you engage in a very good diet, exercises, good sleep, you can sustain your libido, your sexual performance till your 70s and 80s. For women, till your late 50s and early 60s. And you sustain it conveniently. But if you fail to, you are likely to lose it much earlier than expected. An example of what you needed that also boosts and make you sustain an hormonal level that keep your libido, your sexual urge and drive optimum for normal people include the following as well. Oyster, these are seafood. You will need to depend on seafood. Most of your crabs, your shrimps, your crayfish contains high content of what increases your hormonal level that sustain your libido. Nuts, almond nuts, cashew nuts, groundnuts, and all the nuts, they are fantastic. Sesame nuts and some seeds are powerful that keeps the energy and your drive for sex to be sustained. Very important. Among fruits, I did not mention guava. It's been very significant. Watermelon has been very significant. That does a lot of good to sustain hormonal level that eventually keep your libido at optimum level. All of these assist you greatly with your exercise. Now, if eventually it's dwindling down, you will now begin to look at other things. Like I mentioned Yohimbe. Yohimbe is a bark of a tree that is in Africa. People can access it. Yohimbe is a tree. The bark of it is used different ways and is even added to food sometimes. And when you add it to food, it garnishes your food and it increases your libido. Again, ginseng, this one is from the Asian countries. It's also very good. It's a natural thing that they mix to their food. It's sustaining your libido. All of these are things I encourage you to explore. Now, drug use. Before drug use, exercise. There are exercises that maintain the muscle of the private parts. If the older you grow, the weakened the muscles become. Just like your face is looking that you're older, the muscle of the private part also get weakened. And once it gets weakened, it also reduces your libido. So there's exercise that can help you to do that. Now, drug. I strongly discourage you from use of drug because they all have side effects. And while you enjoyed it, you feel on top of the world. But when the side effect starts, you will not like it. The regret can no more be corrected. Among side effects, we all know, we are aware of what they call sildenafil, Viagra, and all the likes. There are plenty of them in the market. Beware. Men out there, what leads you to that? Because you want to impress a woman, you want to satisfy a woman, you want to increase your pleasure. Now it's going to give you a heart attack. It's going to make you to have stroke. It's going to increase the rate of your dementia. You're going to have cardiac arrest. All of these are side effects of aphrodisiac drugs. Do not explore that. Number 5, it eventually causes reduced libido over time. And it also causes reduced erection over time, weak erection over time. Because after a while, what is being produced to get you on will now be counterproductive. There are no substances in the body to work with it and get weakened. And when you get to such level, do you know the challenge? There's no other thing you can use again, no drug. Or if you want us to inject your male organ, we'll put a needle on it and inject it. If that's what you want. And that's the last stage. And when that gets to the point, it doesn't work as well. So it means do not depend on chemical, synthetic aphrodisiac. If you must, do it rightly with your medical doctor. Under guide and prescription, it's necessary to do that if there's need to do that. So coming your way again, it is necessary to maintain a very good sexual life because it adds to your health. A healthy sexual life also adds to your happiness. A sexual life that is well robust and well understood with good chemistry also improves your health. Your heart health, your body health, your digestive system, your sleeping mode, everything gets regulated if you have a very good sex life. But do not try to do more than human being so that you don't land in the other side. Until we come your way again, I wish you the best. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I am just Islam. From Adam to Jesus. I am just Islam. And finally to Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is Tea Talk at Sahur once again, and I am Mariam Thauban. And to my right here, we have Sister Halima.
I am Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Halima Adewi Olatunde.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mariam Nuruddin Areli.
So what's happening here today, Sister Mariam?
We're talking about money.
Money.
Yes.
Money.
My money is my money.
Money is our money.
So inshallah, today we'll be looking at financial literacy in a Muslim home. What do you understand by financial literacy? Where is the finances coming from in the first place? Sister Mariam?
Finances, okay? Because we are independent women. Not that we're independent, like we're human.
Yes.
We're not just a stooge, we're not just a figurehead. So most of us went to university, we studied, we have a career chosen.
Yes.
And some of us, we actually had plans with our husband. Okay, what do you plan to do and all that? So you have to, maybe if you have a job, I have a job of my own. I even have a multiple streams of income. So it's just good that a woman has something doing. It's not because of, we should not say because what if. It's not only because of what if. It makes you feel good, feel good, yes, self-esteem. You help to support your own family.
Yes.
Your man cannot carry, he can carry you and your children, but he might not be able to carry the extended family, especially where there can be enough in his own family. So money helps in emergencies. You're going to do sadaqah. Because we are Muslim and dependent on our husband does not mean that we'll not be able to do sadaqah.
No.
We can also do zakah. So money is important in
having your own money is very important, and then knowing about your money, the source of income, how to use it, manage it, and invest it is also very important. Sister Halima, what do you think about financial literacy in the homes of a Muslimah?
It is very important as a Muslim woman to have knowledge about money.
Yes.
Having knowledge about money, what are your beliefs around money?
No.
You know, some people have this belief that money is the root of all evils. Money is that causes discord between friends.
Yeah.
No, your beliefs about money would actually assist you in knowing how to handle money as a whole, and knowing that money is not the root of all evil. If for you as a belief, it is a tool. It is a tool with which you can serve Allah much more.
Allah Akbar, that's true.
With which you can become a good daughter to your parents.
Yes.
It is a tool with which you can
carry out your duties
for Hajj.
Yes.
It is a tool with which you can, of course. It is a tool with which you can perform zakat.
Yeah.
You know, there are rulings in fiqh when it comes to money that how should a woman pay zakat on her money?
Yes.
And there's this question that someone came to the Prophet ﷺ and asked that, okay, I have this money, can I give my husband? Can my husband be a beneficiary of my zakat? So if something like that exists, so it means that in Islam, there's nothing wrong in a woman having her own money. There's nothing wrong with a woman, you know, also having source of incomes. But as women, we need to understand how to manage this money, how to manage our finances, which is what financial literacy is
all about. So financial literacy, of course, would involve knowing about your personal financial, management, knowing also about budgeting, and knowing about investing.
Yes.
Investments, how to properly invest the money. Now, yes, Sister Mariam, we started this conversation with your money is your money. That is my money is my money. And then his money, our husband's money, is our money.
Our money.
But then, how are you helping him to manage these resources? How are you helping him to manage his finances? How are you helping him to invest it properly? How are you helping him to to have an accurate or a near perfect budget that would in turn, remember this economy that we are in right now, it is like the Yoruba people say, it's not an economy of shotiyo or moshotiyo. It's an economy of shotiyo. However, Allah is all our affairs. However, what is important is for us to know that, yes, this is it for the month. How are you managing it? How are you keeping some to ensure that the home runs smoothly and you're not always frustrated that it is not enough? You know how the situation is, you know how the economy is today and all that. So in my opinion, I would say financial literacy goes beyond how a woman can make her money, but it largely affects how she's able to manage the money or the resources that the husband has provided in the house through budgeting, investment, and of course having personal financial goals. And this is highly important for all our Muslims to know, because if we do not have it, financial literacy to me is just like financial intelligence.
Yes.
Just like we say, oh, now it's very important to know about emotional intelligence and how to use it to build your marriage and build your home and create, a sustainable home. The same way the same thing applies to financial literacy, of my words, financial intelligence. How are we using our finances or our husband's finances? Yes, you can support, like Sister Miriam has said. You're able to work by yourself, you're able to earn some money, multiple streams of income. Like she has said, of course, she's a multi-potentialite, and then she's able to use all this as a marriage coach, as a clarity coach, a marriage counselor, as a lawyer, and then able to use this to earn our own money, and at the same time use this money for the benefits where needed. Yes. You can choose not to, but where you choose to, mashallah, tabarakallah, may Allah had barakah in it for you. So now, Sister Mariam, with your knowledge about your finances and how prudent do you think a Muslim woman should be?
It's essentially important to be prudent, especially in this economy. The economy does not even give room for buying impulsively. It doesn't give room for buying impulsively. You buy in bulk, buy what is necessary. That is within the LD band. Okay, you want to eat, you have to buy what's LD and affordable.
Yes.
Nothing
LD and affordable.
Nothing is that much affordable. So you should buy the best.
Yes.
Then don't say you want to buy designers when you can just buy what's durable. Make do with what you have. If you have 2 abayas, you have 3 abayas, be neat with them and manage them. You can buy quarterly. You can buy, if you have been buying quarterly, you can buy yearly. This is one of the ways to make. You don't have to have the old wardrobe change.
Yes.
Do you understand? You can buy things, and if you don't even have to buy, you can buy in thrift. It just feels, although we have Katangwa and all those kind of market, but in abroad we have packaged thrift stores where you can just buy designers at affordable prices. So don't say I want to go and buy. I must go to Max, these big stores. You can buy from regular stores from you, buy from supermarket to save your money. Yes. And also, everything is not about buy. Save. Investing. There are halal funding source. We have other banks, alternative banking that you can save and invest for your children's education, for Hajj and Umrah, to buy land. We have many land banking styles now. Be careful from the get rich quick syndrome. Now you don't have to buy all the bags in the world. Manage what you have. Manage your husband's resources. You might not be able to provide 100%, but if he's doing 80%, please respect him. In this time of an age, be very, very submissive, because it can cause emotional chaos when a man feels like I'm buying into this and you're not trying to do everything. Then you want to eat good taste, you want to have beautiful taste, but now is not the time you say my taste is high, you want to be eating Maltesers we cannot afford, you want to buy important chocolate abroad. Try to go low. Try to support your husband. You don't have to support him if he doesn't need, but be loyal. Yes. And the children you should create this saving culture in the family. Yes. Oh, let's have 15 naira, let's save for the day. Now.
Mashallah, that's very amazing. So here, Sister Halima, what do you have to add to what Sister Mariam has said about prudency and how to properly, effectively manage the resources?
Okay, so
available at our disposal.
Let me call it financial intelligence, like knowing your financial status and knowing and understanding the financial status of your husband. Knowing that at this point in time, this man has spent XYZ on ABC. So not coming with so many demands to him.
Yes.
He just finished spending some amount of money probably on rent.
Yes.
On the children's school fees.
Yes.
You are aware. Financial intelligence, what is going on.
Yes.
The financial intelligence has to do with you understanding that at this point in time, don't let me bring this particular demand.
Yes.
Don't let me bring this particular request.
When to and what to.
When to and what to ask for. And if you know that you have some things that you want to get, ask at the appropriate time in the sense that you should have sent a reminder. Let's say you want to get something maybe in the next 3 months, give him the notice earlier so that he would know how to fix it in his budget.
Yes.
So that I would know how to plan for it. So it won't end with, oh, I'm asking for this, you don't have. You're asking for this, you don't have. Then causing a rift between you in the marriage. Do you understand?
Yes.
And then knowing as well as a wife that we are supporters for each other in your own capacity. What can you help with in the marriage that you would not feel resentful about? That you won't feel resentful about, and then exactly, and you knowing that okay, I'm doing this for Allah's sake.
Yes,
I'm not doing
I
it
love
to
that.
remind
Thank you
that am I not the one that did this? I'm not doing it because I'm having expectations from you in the future. I'm doing it to gain and seek the reward of Allah. Of course, we spend our money for people. We do sadaqah for other people, and we don't expect them to pay us. So why can't we do sadaqah for our husband? You understand? And expecting the reward from Allah.
Now, part of financial literacy also, like Sister Halima has rightfully said, is knowing that all our resources and what we are using it for, whether it is to support the family, whether it is towards charity, is to ultimately know that we are using it for the sake of Allah, because it comes from Allah anyway.
Yes.
So I would say on my own, part, that financial literacy also is about being grateful. And just like Allah has said, when you are grateful, He would give you more. So when you get just a little from your husband, from your spouse, you're able, and then you're grateful for it, as though He has given. Like before, if He has the capacity to give you, hundreds of thousands of, hundreds of thousands of naira to buy maybe for monthly upkeep or whatnot, and then due to this present situation, economic situation of the country, is only able to afford maybe tens of thousands, but you still show the appreciation and gratitude as though, and then pray for him.
Dua is important.
He would, yes, that's absolutely important. He would also be encouraged to do more.
Yes.
This is key. Yes, I came across something about this 50-30-20 rule, where 50% is dedicated to our needs.
Okay.
In the house, that, definitely we need, supplies, toiletries, all these foodstuff, the needs. What is absolutely important. Then we have this 30% to our wants. Oh, I want shawarma. Oh, I want to get this. Oh, I want that. Oh, I want chocolate. And then we have this 20% dedicated to savings. But do you know that in this financial economy, what has to go? What has to go? What has to go? 50, 30, 20. What has to go? Are you sure?
Yeah.
So I should not eat my shawarma and chocolate again.
In fact, that 20% is now becoming difficult. It's becoming difficult for you to even have savings. It has reduced to 5. Let's say it has reduced to 5.
All right, but just as Sister Mariam has said, we should try to help our children grow into this also, to imbibe the culture of savings, because they don't understand that, what this situation is saying. No, so instead of telling them, no, you can't have chocolate, don't you know what the country is saying now? No, you just know, let us save that money instead.
So I can buy chocolate next month.
Exactly. So let us save the money instead. Yes. But I think what we should focus on is helping our husbands to manage their resources, appreciate what they are able to give to us, have the financial intelligence to know when to and what to ask for. So there are times that you would know definitely he's under this. So he just made this maybe house rent, just paid for house rent, or this or the car just got. So you know how to properly manage and ultimately help him to properly save the family from and support him, save the family from financial mess, and support him. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase all our husbands and us all in beneficial risk. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant our spouses and us all beneficial risk, and may He add His barakah to all our endeavors. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I am just Islam, getting from Adam to Jesus. I am just Islam. And finally to Muhammad.
Ọ̀nà àlàáfíà, ọ̀nà ìkẹ́, ọ̀nà ọlá, ọ̀nà ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀, láyé àtọ̀run. Ọ̀nà àlàáfíà, ọ̀nà ìkẹ́, ọ̀nà ọlá, ọ̀nà ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀, láyé àtọ̀run.
Ọ̀nà àlàáfíà la ń pè yín sí, lọ́mọdé lágbà lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin, fún ìgbàlẹ̀ mí rẹ̀ sáré tètè wá, kájọ rìn iná àlàáfíà.
Ọ̀nà àlàáfíà, ọ̀nà ìkẹ́, ọ̀nà ọlá, ọ̀nà ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀, láyé àtọ̀run.
Technology has repositioned the world, and responsive parents or guardians should not allow their children and words be led astray by materialism and negative attractions in the society. Your trusted and guaranteed place to impact morals, modern knowledge, and good virtues to put children on the right path is Markaz Abdul Latif Abdul Hakim Quranic Memorization and Arabic Studies, Kawatu Tanzil. The Hafiz memorization program increases brain assimilation and reshapes students' academic performance. At Markaz Abdul Latif Abdul Hakim for Quranic memorization and Arabic studies, it has been proven over the years, with students getting brighter in studies and becoming sound graduates in further academic pursuits. Hafiz memorization builds a high level of confidence and accomplishment in a child.
فأعرضوا فأرسلنا عليهم سيل العرم وبدلناهم.
At Abdul Latif Abdul Hakim Quranic memorization and Arabic studies, good environment and 24-hour security is guaranteed. Standby health personnel and professional cook on ground, as well as sporting activities.
إني وجدت امرأة تملكهم وأوتيت من كل شيء ولها عرش عظيم.
The trusted hands of a brighter and rewarding future for any child. Our address is at number 5 Irekpodun Street, Super Bus Stop, Okoba Agege, Lagos. Telephone number 0803-804-2959, 081-693-89304, 009-940-1197. You can also follow Dr. Abdul Hakim Abdul Latif on Facebook and Instagram.
Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala ashrafil mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahabati ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Akíwa káàbọ̀ sí orí ètò wa, ètò ọ̀nà àlàáfíà. Lẹ́ni lágbára Ọlọ́run, a tẹ̀síwájú lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí a ń bá lọ lórí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Torí pé Ọlọ́run ló pa láṣẹ. A dẹ̀ lè gbádùn ilé ayé wa tí ò bá sí fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Gbogbo àwọn ìnira tí a ń rí tá ń dojúkọ nígbésí ayé wa, bóyá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọnìyàn ni o, àbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwùjọ, àbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè, ó wá látara àìkò sí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ tó ní tí Ọlọ́run bá pa láṣẹ nínú Al-Qur'an. Tánà bàbá Muhammad sallam tó dẹ̀ ṣe ní tó pa wá níyàn pé ká ṣera wa ní òkun òṣùṣù ọwọ̀. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Ọlọ́run bá ṣe sọ fún wa ní Al-Qur'an ni pé wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wala tafarraqu. Ẹ dìpọ̀, ẹ sopọ̀ mọ́ okùn Ọlọ́run, ẹ sopọ̀ mọ́ òfin Ọlọ́run, ẹ sopọ̀ mọ́ ṣẹ̀ríà Ọlọ́run, ẹ sopọ̀ mọ́ tírà Ọlọ́run Al-Qur'an. Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní àgbájọwọ́ ni a fi ń sọ̀yà. Nígbà tọ́rọ̀ wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ẹ wá jẹ́ ká wo ìgbésí ayé tọkọláya, ìgbésí ayé ẹbí, mọ̀lẹ́bí. Kí ni pàtàkì ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀? Àìmọye ẹbí tá gbé kalẹ̀ tó ti fọ́ látara wípé kí ni kò sí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Ọkọ ò rí rẹ̀ pé kóun ràn ìyàwó òun lọ́wọ́, ìyàwó náà kò sí tó fẹ́, kò sí tó rí pópọ̀ òun lọ́rọ̀ ọkọ òun. Àwa jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ takora wọn, a dẹ̀ fẹ́ tọ́mọ nínú àdúgbò báyìí. Ilé ni ta fẹ́ gbéyẹ̀wò lénìí. Inshallah, today we're going to look at cooperation on the basis of righteousness and piety in a family setting. What can a family benefit from it? Today, many families have collapsed. Why? Because there is no cooperation between the husband and the wife, and they want to bring up children from such a marriage. It's not going to be possible. When couples are working at cross purposes, it's not going to work. They've got to cooperate. And this is what we shall be breaking down today, inshallah.
A yau za mu ci gaba da inda muka tsaya a wancan sati akan cewa Allah ba da umarnin cewa musamman to da harin kai a cikin tsoron Allah da kuma kyautatawa. Shi yasa za a shiga wato maganan gida game da namiji da matansa. Yaya yake so su zama, yaya kama abubuwan da ya kamata su aikata, ai ya zamanto 'ya'yansu su ma za su gaji wannan abun. Domin duk inda aka samu aure babu jituwa, babu zaman lafiya, to 'ya'yan ba za su zama 'ya'yan kirki ba. Shine abin da za a yi bayani a kan shi a yau. Allah ya ba mu nasara.
Anyị ga na-aga n'iru ilebanye anya na mmekọrịta maọbụ imekọ ihe ọnụ dị n'etiti ezinụlọ. Ka uru mmadụ ga-enweta ebe di na nwunye na-emekọ ihe ọnụ, ka ọghọm dị na ya ọ bụ na di na nwunye bi n'ezinụlọ ada emekọ ihe ọnụ. Ya bụ ife anyị chọrọ ka anyị lebanye anya tata dịka isiokwu anyị tinye n'ọnụ n'izu ụka gara aga.
Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran the essence of marriage. Allah says, وَخَلَقَ مِنْهَا زَوْجَهَا Alhamdulillah الَّذِي خَلَقَكُم مِّن نَفْسٍ وَاحِدَةٍ. Fear Allah who has created you from a single soul. وَخَلَقَ مِنْهَا زَوْجَهَا And has created his mate from him. Allah created Hawa, Eve, from Adam. بَعْدُكُم مِّن بَعْدٍ You are all from one another. But for you to have understanding of this relationship, you've got to do it on the basis of the wish of Allah, seeking the pleasure of Almighty Allah. When both couples don't appreciate the fact that we are together to serve Allah through relationship with one another, well, Allah has commanded the relationship that there must be a marriage. A man cannot do without a woman. A woman cannot do without a man. That is how Allah has created us. That is how we are wired. We are wired to need one another. زُيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ حُبُّ الشَّهَوَاتِ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ وَالْبَنِينَ. Allah has ingrained in our conscience, in our hearts, the love for the other. A man will always love the woman. The woman will always love the man. At a particular point in their lives, they need one another. And for you to have a harmonious relationship, there is need for both couples to cooperate, to support one another. Men, by their nature, are wired to be blunt. Take it as it is. Be objective, non-emotional. But women, by nature, are sentimental. And you see, you cannot live a life only being blunt. You've got to be sentimental. You need the sentiment of your wives to achieve some things in life. The wife also needs the bluntness of the husband to be able to achieve certain things. So both of them must cooperate. Why? On what basis? On the basis of righteousness and piety. Ọkọ àti ìyàwó tí wọ́n ń gbé tí ò bá sì fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ látara pé kí wọ́n gbọ́ àgbọ́yé kí la ṣe torí ẹ̀ ń fẹ́ra wa. Ọlọ́run ló kọ wá mọ́ra wa. Ọlọ́run ló ní fìfẹ́ ara wa síra wa lára. Tá a bá gbàgbọ́yé pé à ń sin lọ́run látara ara wa, a lè fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Ẹnìkan ni yóò máa ṣe wàhálà tẹ́nìkan kan máa wò ni tí ò ní dá sí. Ọkọ lè máa ṣe wàhálà kíyàwó ẹ̀ máa mọ̀ fún. Ṣé mo ọkùnrin Ọlọ́run bá dáa pé ká dájú díẹ̀. Obìnrin Ọlọ́run dá wọn pé káwọn máa jẹ̀rán kán máa fẹ́ wò pé tó ń pè ní sentiment kí la lè pè emotion ìjẹ̀rán lásán tẹ́ pé ìjẹ̀rán yẹn gbà míì tá a bá ń wo àní lè ṣe kíni àní lè lọ ibi tá a fẹ́ lọ. So a ní di méjèèjì. Tá a bá tọ́ ilé tá à ń tọ́ tí ò sí tá à ń pè ní sentiment obìnrin bẹ́ẹ̀ ilé yẹn ò lè lálàáfíà àbí lè jẹ́ pé àkàn gbé tó jẹ́ pé sẹ́ńtìmẹ̀tì nìkan là ń lò bẹ́ẹ̀ kò lè lálàáfíà àyàfi ká rí ìwà ká dájú díẹ̀ ká dẹ̀ ní sẹ́ńtìmẹ̀tì náà díẹ̀ ká fi kún tá a bá fi méjèèjì kún ìgbésí ayé yẹn ò lè gún régé torí pé Ọlọ́run ò ṣe pé kó gún régé tí ò bá ti sí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ká dẹ̀ rí pé nǹkan tá à ń ṣe ni pé à ń ṣe ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ lórí pé ká máa ṣètò Ọlọ́run kọ́kọ́ máa fòyàwó rẹ̀ pé kó máa kírun kíyàwó náà máa ránkọ ẹ̀ létí kọ́jọ́ máa ra wọn létí kiri pọ́pọ́ nìkan ni kó máa kírun kí àwọn máa kírun àbí kíyàwó nìkan máa kírun kọ́kọ́ máa kírun ilé yẹn ti dà torí pé àwọn ọmọ tó máa ti bẹ̀ jáde ibi tó bá wù wọn ni wọ́n lè gbà lọ wọ́n lè gbọ́dọ̀ pé kọ́ máa kírun wọ́n lè gbà lẹ́ni tó máa kírun ṣùgbọ́n kò sí lọ́wọ́ àmì jù pé ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ lọ.
malam ya bayani akan cewa ya kamata mu san ayan Allah daga cikin alkur'ani inda Allah ya ce mun halice ku maza da mata da muka halice ku mu muka sanya soyayya tsakaninku har ya zamanto namiji zai auri mace mace ma ta auri namiji a zamanto mai gida da kuma uwar gida amma wannan yana da muhimmanci ya kamata dukan mu biyu mu san cewa ibada muke yi a jikin juna kowa yana bukatan juna mace tana bukatan namiji namiji yana bukatan mace ya ka auratayya saboda haka zai zamanto mu taimaki juna mu hada kai akan tsoron Allah da kuma kyautatawa domin yaran nan su gaji abin da ya kamata daga jikinmu wannan inda yake samun haɗin kai shine kenan idan matan tana addini namiji mai zamanto yana addini a rinka bin dokokin Allah yadda ya kamata wanda zai samu cin gaba kuma a samu nasara
ọ bụrụ na ị chọọ ka ị mata na ihe a na-akpọ imekọ ihe dị ezigbo mkpa na ndụ mmadụ si na one Chineke si wee kee mmadụ wee mata na imekọ ihe dị mkpa. Chineke kele otu nwoke wee site n'arị ya wee kelee ya nwunye ọ ga-anụ nke a na-akpọ Eve. Ha abụọ wee na-ebi na-emekọ ihe ọnụ. Mgbe ha abụọ na-ebi, Chineke wee nyefe ọtụtụ ụmụ abụ ndị na-ebi n'elu ụwa kịta. Site na nke a anyị chọrọ ka ịmata na imekọ ihe dị ezigbo mkpa n'ezinụlọ. Ụfọdụ ezinụlọ di na-alụ ọlụ nwunye ya ga-agbachi ya nkịtị odolo na ama nweta ọganiru n'ezinụlọ ha. Mgbe ọbụla di ji agba mbọ anyị chọrọ ka nwunye na-enyere ya aka maọbụ mgbe ọbụla nwunye na onwe ya jikwa agba mbọ anyị chọrọ ka di na-agbalị ya mbọ na-enyere ya aka. Otu aka ahụ ka a ga-eji wee zukwa ụmụ ha n'ihe ọma. Mgbe ọbụla di ji ekpe ekpele ya na-akpọ nwunye ya kpekwa ekpele. Otu aka ahụ ka a ga-eji wee zukwa ụmụ ha ka a bụrụ ezi ụmụ.
In a family setting, the husband is the head because that is the role the Almighty has assigned him. The wife should support him. The wife should not claim or struggle with the husband in terms of the headship of the family. And the most important thing for that family relationship to work is for all of them, both of them, to cooperate in the worship of Almighty Allah. Not only that, in the upbringing of their children, they must cooperate. If there's no cooperation between the husband and the wife, between the father and the mother, the children will just, they will become wayward. The children will be confused and their life will be narrowed down. Why? Because if the husband is saying, go this way, and the wife is saying, don't go that way, your father is wicked. Aha! So what will the child do? The child is confused. And when the child is confused, the life becomes miserable. And both of them at the end of the day will regret because they have not brought up their children with one single mouth, with one single word. The husband is walking toward this way and the wife is walking toward this way. That will create confusion. So there is need for cooperation between the husband and the wife in the upbringing of their children. Nínú ilé mọ̀lẹ́bí tá ń gbé kalẹ̀, ọkọ àti ìyàwó gbọ́dọ̀ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti lè rí ọmọ wọn tọ́. Lẹ́yìn tí gbọ́n àmì èjì bá ti fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run la fẹ́ máa sìn nínú ilé yìí. Èyí tó kù náà ni pé báwo la ṣe fẹ́ re àwọn ọmọ wa táwọn ọmọ yẹn máa dàgbà sí pé wọ́n kan sìn lọ́hùn. kí wọ́n dẹ̀ jẹ́ èèyàn tó lálùbáríkà nígbésí ayé wọn. Tí bàbá bá ní kọ́mọ gba bí, tíyà ní kó gba bí, kó gba bòmíì, wàhálà ti dé. Àfi káwọn méjèèjì jọ finú kan ẹnu kan tọ́mọ. Tẹ́ bá tiẹ̀ máa jà, bàbá àti ẹ máa jà, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ máa jà lójú àwọn ọmọ yín. Tí bàbá bá sọ̀rọ̀, kíyà má tako bàbá lójú ọmọ, àbí kíyà sọ̀rọ̀ kí bàbá tako ìyá lójú ọmọ. Ọmọ máa confuse, ọ̀rọ̀ máa dàrú mọ́ lọ́wọ́. Anybody ló lè tẹ̀lé, ó lè tẹ̀lé bàbá ẹ̀, ó lè tẹ̀lé ìyá ẹ̀. Bẹ̀tì tó dáa jù náà ni pé láti lè re ọmọ, bàbá àti ìyá wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ ní àjọsọ ìkọ̀kọ̀ tí ọmọ ò ní síbẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ wa tá ń bí, báwo la ṣe fẹ́ tọ́ wọn? Èmi fẹ́ báyìí, wọ́n náà sọ tiẹ̀. Bàbá ìyá sọ èròǹgbà tiẹ̀, bàbá wa sọ pé òkè, mo gbọ́ ohun tó sọ, mo gbà àmúnú ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn, mo fẹ́ ká gbé bàbá yìí kí ìyàwó ẹ̀ dẹ́ gbà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Tí bàbá bá ń bọ́ ọmọ wí, ìyá náà gbọ́dọ̀ máa bọ́ ọmọ yẹn wí. Àwọn ìyá rẹ̀, tí bàbá bá ń bá ọmọ wí, ìyá yẹn ojú tó máa fi wọ ọmọ yẹn pé o ti ṣe bàbá ẹ̀, tó bá dẹ̀ ti ṣe bàbá ẹ̀, o lè rójú rẹ̀ tèmi náà. Ẹ rí pé ọmọ yẹn á dúró déédéé ni, torí pé kò síbi tó fẹ́ sá sí. Bẹ̀ tí a bá ń fi ẹnu méjì tọ́mọ tí ò sí fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ nígbésí ayé mọ̀lẹ́bí yẹn ò lè ó máa forí ṣánpọ́n ni, kò lè wúlà. Kọ́lọ́ má jẹ́ kí mọ̀lẹ́bí wá dàrú.
Wannan a cikin auratayya ya kamata da mai gida da uwar gidan a san cewa bayan soyayya tsakaninsu su samu haɗin kai a gurin bautan Allah. Bayan wannan kuma ya za a yi su ta da ɗa na gari ko kuma ya na gari. Ya kamata ya zamanto suna haɗin kai a cikin maganganunsu, wanda zai zamanto yaran suna kallonsu a koyaushe. Lokacin da aka samu shawara ko wani yarjejeniya tsakanin juna, ya kamata a san cewa akwai abin da ya kamata a yi a gaban yaran, akwai wanda bai kamata a yi a gabansu ba. Wanda bai kamata a yi a gabansu ba shine cewa uban ya ce kai ɗana nan za ka bi hanya, sannan matan kuma ta ce a ba za ka bi nan ba, ka bi wani hanya daban. Idan aka samu saɓanin ra'ayi kuma a gaban yaran, ba za su tashi yara ma albarka ba. Amma da aka samu haɗin kai, aka samu baki ɗaya, an yi magana ɗaya, aka yarjejeniya mai kyau, aka baiwa yara, idan sun ɗauka zai zamanto su zamanto yara nagari, yara mai albarka, domin za su ji tsoron uban kuma su ji tsoron uwar. Amma idan uwar ta ba su dama, zai zamanto ba su samu dama su samu tarbiyya mai kyau ba.
Ka anyị ga-esi nweta imekọ ihe ọnụ n'ezinụlọ. Anyị chọrọ ka onye ọbụla bụ nwaanyị n'ezinụlọ mata na nwoke bụ isi n'ezinụlọ. Mgbe ọbụla iji wee nụ nwoke dịka dị gị, bụrụ n'obi gị, bụrụkwa n'uche gị na onyenwa bụ isi, nyanwa bụ onye Chineke tinye dịka onye ga na-achị ihe niile na-eme n'ezinụlọ. Mgbe ọbụla a chọrọ ime ihe n'ezinụlọ, jiri n'otu ọnụ wee na-azụ ụmụ unu. Dịka ụfọdụ ezinụlọ elebaghị anya, ị ga-afụ na di na-ekwu ọzọ, nwunye ya na-ekwu ọzọ. Di na-asị ụmụ m ihe a ka nchọkwa unu mee, otu aka ahụ ka nwunye ya ga-asị ya mba na ọ bụrụ ife nyanwa chọ ka ha mee. Anyị jiri ụdịrị aka wee na-azụ ụmụ anyị n'ezinụlọ. Anyị chọ ka ịmata na ife a na-akpọ imekọ ihe ọnụ adịghị n'ezinụlọ. Ụmụ ya pụta site n'ezinụlọ ha ma aba uru. Anyị chọ ka ịmata mgbe ọbụla di gị jisi wee zi nwunye m ihe dị ona ka nchọ ka ụmụ m mee, weta ezigbo alụ, nọrọ n'anụ gbahawalụ ọfụma, unu mkpa alụ nke ọbụla dị mma, were unu ojili otu ọnụ gwa ụmụ unu.
Now, in the family setting, we live to ensure that we implement divine instruction. We build up our families to be a microcosm of the general society, and this society, we need it to produce good citizens that go to the society, to the public. Now, we must ensure that we cooperate in the upbringing of our children, and what holds sway in that family? Is it a family that references God, or a family that does not walk by God? How do we live? How do we cooperate? How do we interact? How do we remember God in ourselves? How do we ensure that the children that we are shunning to the society are good ambassadors of Islam or of righteousness? It's a challenge for every family. Some families, everybody just stays by their phones, their mobile phones. Nobody talks to one another. There's no cooperation. The father goes this way, the mother goes that way. They don't pray together. The father does not lead them in Nawafil. This will not augur well for any family. Gbogbo ìgbésí ayé tí a bá fẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí lọ́kọláya, a gbọ́dọ̀ rí i pé à ń fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ lórí bá ṣe fẹ́ tọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa. À ń jẹ́ kí òfin Ọlọ́run bá ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé wa. Torí pé àwọn ọmọ yẹn ló máa jẹ́ àwọn tí ó máa ṣe aṣojú wa ní àwùjọ. Àwùjọ wa tó rí bó ṣe rí lénìí. Nínú mọ̀lẹ́bí ló ti bàjẹ́ o. Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń rí ta tínú yín ò dùn mọ́. Àti inú ilé ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o. Inú ilé ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o. Tí ò sẹ́ni tó fẹnu dá dúró, òun ló wá déta. Yorùbá ní ìṣe ilé ló máa ń gbé èèyàn déta. Tẹ́ni tó bá rí nǹkan tẹ́nìkan tó ṣe nǹkan kan ta tí inú wa ò dùn sí, ó ti ń láti máa ṣe àbí kó máa rìn ní bèbè ẹ̀ nígbà tó wà ní ilé ẹ̀ tí ò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ dá lẹ́kùn. Torí ìdílé yìí, ẹ jẹ́ kí mọ̀lẹ́bí wa kó jẹ́ mọ̀lẹ́bí tó lálàáfíà. Kárí wípé à ń tẹ̀lé òfin Ọlọ́run, a dẹ̀ ń tọ́ àwọn wa lórí pé kí wọ́n tẹ̀lé òfin Ọlọ́run. Káwọn ọmọ yẹn jẹ́ aṣojú dáadáa fún mọ̀lẹ́bí wa nínú àwùjọ. Torí pé táwùjọ bá ní ṣòro, mọ̀lẹ́bí ló ti ní ṣòro. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti ní ṣòro yẹn, ìbàjẹ́ tí ó kan ara ilé tí ó kan ara oko ni. Kọ́lọ́run má ba àdúgbò wa jẹ́, Kọ́lọ́run má ba ilé ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa jẹ́, Kọ́lọ́run kó tún wa ṣe, Kọ́lọ́run kó fi ìfẹ́ sí àárín lọ́kọ aláya wa tí a máa lè fi tó àwọn ọmọ wa tí wọ́n lè máa yà, tí wọ́n máa yàn gan máa jẹ́ ọmọ dáadáa fún àwùjọ, tí wọ́n dẹ̀ máa gbé orúkọ bàbá àti ìyá ga. Kọ́lọ́run má ṣàṣìbẹ̀ fẹ́ ní kọ̀ọ̀kan wa. So ibi ni a fi àdàgbà ètò tìní sí. Tánìdíjọ́ mẹ́jọ a tún tẹ̀síwájú lórí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ yìí pàápàá ní àwùjọ wa tí a wà. A fi àsìkò yìí kí àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ onígbọ̀wọ́ ètò wa yìí, Kọ́lọ́run má ṣàbẹ̀wò fún wọn ní ẹ̀san tó péye. May Allah reward them abundantly, and may He put this as part of their good deeds on their scale of justice on the day of judgment. Till next week when we hope to come your way again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
El Farouk International ASCO. As is a great school, Al Farouk is a great school. As is a great school, for success is our goal.
Hello, do you seek a school that will give your children the best of academic and spiritual excellence?
You need not go far. Al Farouk Schools is the best for you. Our God-fearing, qualified and experienced teachers are always set for your beloved children.
For a conducive and serene learning environment,
come to Al Farouk School.
For a well-equipped science laboratories,
come to Al Farouk School.
For international standard tafis and madrasa.
From home boarding experience,
come to Al Farouk School.
For a world-class e-learning and ICT center,
come to Al Farouk School.
For a well-furnished library,
come to Al Farouk School.
For a rapid and safe transport system to and fro school,
come to Al Farouk School.
For a 21st century art and craft studio,
come to Al Farouk School.
At Al Farouk Schools, the safety and well-being of your child is our priority. Records have shown that success in WASS, NECO, Becker, and placement tests are always the talk of the town. For more inquiries, call 0806 887 8416 or 0803 331 3629.
You can also contact us at 6-43 Muili Oshada Street off Double Power Line, Ejigbo, Lagos, or visit our website at www.alfaroukschool.com.
To be genius like us, join us at
Al Farouk Schools.
لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا
for Hajj and Umrah is not just a pleasure trip. It is a journey that requires experience and reputable guides to handle. Abdulatif Hajj and Umrah Integrated Services Limited is what you need when you want to embark on this important holy tour. Cognate experience is not commodities that can be purchased in a shop. It is built over time, and this is our specialty. For your worthy and complete Hajj and Umrah experience, think Abdulatif Hajj and Umrah Integrated Services Limited. Perform your Hajj 2022 and you will be guided by Dr. Abdulatif Abdulakim, former Amir al-Hajj in Lagos State, who has won local and international awards in Hajj and Umrah services. Contact us at number 25 Nob Oluwa Street behind Excellence Hotel, Ogba, Lagos. Telephone numbers 0806 022 9161 or 0802 611 2360. Abdulatif Hajj and Umrah Integrated Services Limited, your trusted hands to the Holy Land in comfort.
Share it to everyone. Share the light, share the light, share the light of Islam.
This is it. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Naija Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Naija Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? When I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Naija Kids game instead? So for him, that's, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. And then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent. And that's really what brought about Naija Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in his school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Naija Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Naija Kids. I say, yes, I'm Naija, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. You know, that kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No, the computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations, and so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology, and it can do so many ththings. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it, but they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money, what are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big. Or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money. Just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance. Is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think, it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company and say, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, you know. So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that in terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, you know, and we went live this week to have our games, you know, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, you know what, can you just grant us the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school, and someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, you know, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, we were driven for my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, oh, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, you know, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, you know, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. You know, so when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without, you know, too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai. I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting, you know, all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. You know, so we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? You know, it was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, you know, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, you know, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, you know, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, you know, patriotism in the next generation. through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country, and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skin. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? He says, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there's some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I said Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly, I'm firstborn. But sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again. And also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done, I've been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbaroke.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, the thing, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke and then my mother joined and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regularly, and that was how I got a bit close to
Igbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family lives. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad, some funny things as we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to go. And banking then, it's not like today. It's like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School at Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time.
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days, if you were not a doctor
You
or
were a
something,
lawyer or
a
something.
lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read, and again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted
No,
you
no,
had to
no.
read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say,
no.
this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in in UCH. And then there was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close friends. They used to come. And I saw Professor Williams. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, and very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this. So I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but
Yes.
it's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I like to be, I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's
Right.
almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired. And whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD then, a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue, all the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know, but we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Garland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he then came, he shut the door and said, Doko, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make you that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said, what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said, I will think about it, that he will call me. So he got back there, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he called back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If I alluded to white, it was
Yes.
because they were white then. I think it's them.
Yeah.
It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none, in my
Okay,
periphery.
fine. Okay.
So I think it was more. It wasn't because of the, some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of mobility.
Yeah.
But when I moved to it, I was now dealing with human beings in a social environment with their working relationship and all that. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me, and after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that are required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when after a while, I just saw, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know, whilst I was even in the clinic, I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, well, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved with the NGOs that I mentioned that are now I superintend over it. And it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page.
Oh, yes.
In your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO, social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM.
CADAM.
What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of it came, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury staff worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Doko, what gave you this desire to do this thing? That I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's not the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we're starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not, they even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our center, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them, there are still a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was my interest.
In what year was this?
The ministry actually was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 today. That's 30 years ago.
And then
so
29.
you've been with it.
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years.
29 years.
And since I retired in 2010, this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was not until now Mommy Jo now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give you some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact that it was touching people's lives, people's homes, people's families and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Lekon, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation. Oh, people carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. So they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year after that, we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%. Translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And you know, the thing that people also need to know is this. Out of every 4 substance use abuse disorders, 1 is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive years of any nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria today, over almost 12 million people use cannabis.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. And I can tell you, Leko, there is no area of this country that does not have a drug joint.
Freeze. Marijuana. They say that the marijuana grown in certain parts of Nigeria, right, is the best in the world. When you say is the best in the world, is there any economic opportunities derivable from that? Because I recall that even Governor Akeredolu is calling for the legalization of marijuana production.
You know why I'm laughing? Incidentally, Governor Akeredolu and I were classmates at Ayetoro.
Yes.
We're very good friends. He knows this is what I do. I disagree with him completely. You see, anybody who talks about legalization of marijuana are blinded to some facts. We know, as a matter of fact, that the marijuana grown in Nigeria, the component, THC component, that is the terrible one that affects the mental and disturbs people, is very high. You see, the marijuana grown abroad for the legal uses are modified. So they're modified to the extent that the THC component is not as heavy as it is here. To say that the best in Nigeria is a fallacy. Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of marijuana in the world. Now, the thing about this is, we are not in a state yet, and I don't know when we can get there, when we can sort of decide that this is what we use marijuana for. So legalizing it will be a tragedy. It will take us down slope. And I'm glad that General Marwa has spoken against it, as many of us are against it. We need to be very careful. Yes, economic benefits are there, because we know that within marijuana, there are over 100 and something substances or compounds in it. And some of them are used in the manufacturing, they're used in building, they're used in hair industry,
hair production,
beauties and all those things. They're also used in medicine. But one thing that people forget, even the medical marijuana is not an answer to many of the conditions we use them for. In infantile epilepsy, for instance, which sometimes it is used, it is not everyone that has infantile epilepsy that benefits from marijuana. And we have also known that regular drugs that are used for those conditions are far more efficacious than even marijuana. Trying to legalize it and under the guise of the legal use is just to make it into something that becomes acceptable if we're not careful. Marijuana we join the class of socially acceptable substances like alcohol and cigarette, and it's becoming like that in Nigeria surreptitiously.
Yes. Because
a lot of people use marijuana. And you know, one thing that I'd like to say is this. There are varieties of marijuana, various kinds that people are now using in Nigeria. They call it loud, they call it Arizona, they call it Colorado. They are not marijuana at all.
What about the one they call skunk?
Skunk is different.
Okay.
Skunk is, let me take that and then I'll go back.
Yeah.
Skunk is a combination of marijuana, dry leaves of pawpaw, and then cocaine. That is why when people begin to use skunk, they begin to have a tendency towards addiction because of the cocaine element.
Okay.
And then they all, you see, and it's more expensive. They give a reason to say, well, because it's higher in potentiality, and that's why people use it, and it's more expensive than ordinary marijuana. Maybe ordinary marijuana, 5 rounds may cost about 100 naira or thereabout. But skunk, a pinch of skunk may cost you 2,000 or thereabout. But if I go back to Colorado and Arizona, we know that in those substances, which is not marijuana in itself, the marijuana component of them is about 10 to 11%. The rest is made of chemicals and herbs. And that is why when you see people use it, they can go berserk. They will begin to. It is the element, it is not the marijuana anymore because it's very low. It is the chemical component. They are synthetic marijuanas. And that is what is common to them. And why people use them is because the smell does not have the peculiar smell of marijuana. So if you use it at home, parents may not know. But what brings it out is the effects and consequences. And those are things, we need to do something about the substance.
You know, you said that marijuana, unfortunately, was becoming, or sadly was becoming, surreptitiously a socially acceptable drug. I recall that growing up, joints where they sold or smoked marijuana were not very much welcome within residential areas, right? But these days, sadly, people smoke marijuana on the street, openly, even people in uniform.
You know, you see, the thing is, dealing with the issue of substance abuse in Nigeria needs strategic thinking and implementation. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that General Marwa has come to become the chairman of NDLEA. He was chairman of PASIDA, and in the process, he met with a lot of stakeholders. So he had a very good understanding of what the issues are. And I think it's beginning to unfold. My fear is I hope they give there's a political will to help him and also the resources. In the sense that one of the things we must begin to do in Nigeria is look at the NDLEA proper. The law setting it up has to be reviewed in my own understanding. Is too omnibus. What they expect to do, this. If we don't begin to particularize their area of attention, yes, it's good. They can be doing the interdiction, catching people and all the rest. But we need to place emphasis on demand reduction. If we don't do that, because one of the things that the Europeans have understood is this. They give us a lot of gadgets to catch people at the airport. You can't carry the drug. So what happens to the drug that doesn't go out? They get domesticated. And if they get domesticated, it allows accessibility and availability on different scales. So people can get it, they can use it. So the thing we must begin to look at now is how do we look at this thing? As you said, I doubt if you walk down this whether you won't find where you can buy it. And it's not limited to motor. You see, the wrong impression we've always had. We thought people who do drugs are motor park boys, rascals. It's not true. Big people, I mean, some experiences we are seeing lately have shown us that big people do. If you want to see some of these things in some areas of secluded areas of Lagos, highbrow areas, is to watch during break time. When you see, what do they call, yuppies, leave their offices in suit and everything, you see them drive to a house. They're not going there to have, just sit down. There's something that's going to happen there. Many of the parties today that are highbrow are drug fed. So we need to be aware, and you probably also have noticed or seen from when they have done, many of the cookies, many of these things are bought online. People are making drugs and putting them in food materials and selling them to young people. And so that's why we need to worry. And when you talked about tackling it and about the availability, look, whether highbrow or anywhere in Lagos, there's no place, there's no joint.
You know, that's something that's very scary. You said there's possibly nowhere in Nigeria, no part of Nigeria where there is no joint, drug joint. What I have found is that even the drug of use, the preferred drug of use, differs from region to region.
Absolutely.
So that's like a hydra-headed problem.
Good. You know, you've just touched on something that I'd like to elaborate. You know, in CADAM, we sat down and looked at the spectrum of the things available, and then we came to a classification. 4 groups. The first one is socially acceptable, alcohol and cigarette. Go and check today. There is no alcohol you will not find in sachet. And why do they put it in sachet? The man who cannot buy the bottle can buy the sachet. The sachet is about 20 naira. So when you go to the joint, you see them buy like 2 of them, using them, release the amount, put it out, and then begin to use the drug of that day. And then so it allows students to buy it. And then let's go to the next way, which is illicit. Illicit classification, which everybody knows. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, skunk, and all of them. And all of them. Illegal, illicit because they're illegal. You can't carry them on your person and then take them, you'll be caught. And then the third one is prescription drugs. Something like tramadol, something like Refnol, something like Valium, something like injection pentazocine. These are drugs that are prescribed in hospitals for moderate to severe cases of pain. One of the things we're beginning to find that is scary, and I'm talking very responsibly because they are being called to come and intervene. There's a particular drug called injection pentazocine, which is you can get on the counter. They call it Fortwin. It's a painkiller, which is usually used for sicklers, which has been corruptly used carelessly for sicklers. If you give pentazocine to someone, in 5 minutes the pain will disappear. You will see and say, hey, there's no pain. So it's become common because you can get it everywhere. Doctors, nurses are also beginning to abuse it. And also things like pethidine, drugs you can get in the hospital. I mean, Refnol is a drug of prescription that people get. Most of these, all these drugs that I mentioned, you can get them across the counter in Nigeria, prescription. So that's the third category. The scary one is the fourth category. We call them miscellaneous. Why do we say miscellaneous? Because you can't classify them as drugs. Petrol, nail polish remover, gum, Evo-Stick, something like toilet fumes, pit latrine, or if a non-flowing gutter, the stuff are taken and built into a mold and put fire to it, and then they inhale it. You see, this is not localized to Nigeria. I saw it in Kenya when I visited Kenya some years ago. Some young, you know when you see people go to dunghill to begin scavenge, you watch some of them. They will sit down, put fire to it, and stand around it. The fumes that come out produce something like methane, which is also something that they inhale. So that is why we should worry, just as you said. If I can't afford cocaine, I will afford something in that category that gives me the same effect in lesser category. And then lizard dung. People will gather the white part of the lizard dung, grind it, and then put fire to it or sniff it. Oh, no. And also, around Pakistan, Eastern Asia, they use scorpion. They will kill scorpion, dry it, and then use it to say. In Nigeria, there's something called gegemu. You may not know it. People in the villages know it. There is a natural growing plant that they plant behind the house to drive snake. It has fruits. How students knew that it could get them high, I don't know. It was one of the universities that I went to in Nigeria, in Southwest, that told me they will pluck the leaves, they will boil it as if they boil vegetable. You can't take the fluid neat, extremely potent. So they put it in bottles. When you go, then they go to parties, they'll be giving you a bit. The fruit, they will pluck it, dry it, grind it, either sniff it or put it in alcohol. So when you talk about, so there are different areas. We know that in some places, they put some of this in AC.
What?
So when people, oh yes, AC vent. So that's why you see them, they have their closed parties. They can do this, so they get high.
But what does that getting high do to them or do for them?
It's a, I will call it an escape mechanism without they knowing it. Because what they mean is, when I do this, truly, there's a high that comes with sniffing or taking this thing. And the high is ephemeral. What do I mean by that? You take it, it makes you feel, oh, I'm on top of the world. your problems, your pain seem to disappear. But it's like a Mexican story. A man carried a lot of load on his head, and he said, let me rest. He put it and he sleeps. And when he wakes up, what does he do? He picks up his load. It's the same thing with addiction. It gives a kind of freedom. I've taken it, I feel hard. But the problem you are running away from, they don't disappear because you've taken something.
No.
When you wake up, you pick up your problem.
Right away.
So unless people begin, you see, there's a lot of work to do about getting people to understand why they should not get high at all.
I'll come back to that. Lot of work to do. Let's just take a short break now, and then we'll continue. We're going on a break now. Welcome back from that break. It's still Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji, my guest. Yes, we're talking about drug abuse, the prevalence of drug abuse, and you were alluding to how it is so widespread, the 4 categories. What's the way out?
You know, honestly, I'm not as pessimistic as some people think about this issue of substance that we can't get out. We can't get out.
Yeah.
But it takes complementary efforts. And for us to understand that it is not the NDLA stuff or NAFDAC stuff alone, you know.
Okay.
It's about all of us. And I'll tell you how and why. To start drugs, many times we find out it starts from the home. I'm not saying that every home that has a problem, their children will take drugs. No. But it gives them there's something. There's something.
There's
that
a gravitation.
Absolutely, that then pushes them to take it. The thing is, primarily, that I say today is parents must be parents again. You and I grew up in a society that it takes a village to train a child.
Yeah.
Your neighbor can first of all push you by the ears and bring you to your parents.
No, flog you mean.
And flog you.
Yes.
And then still bring you to your parents and parents
And
will
they'll flog
flog
you. Yes.
It doesn't happen today.
Yeah.
Parents go to schools to beat up teachers. What are you telling the child? He can get it with blue mother. Many parents don't know their children.
Yeah.
Because they are in economic pursuit of happiness, in quotes. Everybody wants to work. Everyone to be like the Joneses. You see, there's something that I tell people. You know, in psychology, there are 3 psychological components of the human person. The id, the ego. Many of us, no matter the level we get to, still suffer from deficit in ego. And the ego is, who am I? Many of us don't know who we are. We have not sat down to say, who am I? What is my purpose on earth? I didn't just get born because I want to be a part of a number. There has to be something for me particular or specific that I need to do to excel in that makes me feel confident about who I am. That's why you see people want to be like somebody else.
Yes.
You know, Wole Soyinka says something, he said, a tiger does not need to proclaim his tigritude.
At all.
A tiger is a tiger.
Yeah.
And you know, people forget that no matter your disposition, you are also prone to success. There are very good barbers, very good tailors, very good different things, but the society has shifted focus. And generally we all have lost focus, even the church. What does the church talk about today? Money.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. How can you prosper when you have not labored? And then the kind of teaching that the Bible says is not the application of what the pastors say today.
Oh no, you actually you hear church members say that, oh, that brother is driving a Mercedes-Benz.
I claim
it. Claim what?
Claim what?
Did you claim the problems that came with it?
With it? And do you know how he got his Benz?
Yes.
You know, until we train our children, as I said to you, my father used to sit with us and talk. My father never talked about money. Money is good, but he talked about values. And you see, I think Yoruba say when you are on the road, you are pursuing money or something, and you meet honor on the road.
Yes, no. So you better take the honor.
You better take the honor because money will come with the honor.
Yeah.
But you see, we are pursuing money at the detriment of honor and value. What is wrong with our society today? Look at it. We blame the young people for this. It's not true. What do they see? What examples? Who are the role models for our young people today? Absent. The people they see are the hooligans that the media will promote, put them on pages and flash them up.
Yeah.
Do they talk about people like Dr. Kolade?
Yeah.
Do they talk about the lady who found money at the airport and returned it?
Returned it, yeah.
Or there was a boy I read lately in Uniben who did something and the dean had to recognize it. The guy couldn't pay his school fees. He found money. He returned it that would have paid the school fees. Do we talk about them? Does social media carry those kind of stories?
Yeah.
No. We carry the story of somebody who just, all these Yahoo boys.
Yes. Somebody who came into huge money,
Money.
all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then nobody, even parents. don't- So when you look at the issue of drug, it's all those things. So if we're going to deal with it, we have to deal with it in a manner that parents understand what their roles are, and then the society also knows. You know, the problem with society is we're too quick to judge. We never give second chances to people. People that you read about, biographies and everything. If the world didn't give them a second chance, look at Obama.
Yes.
If you read the story, you will know this is a classical story of somebody who would have missed it. Look at who he became.
Yeah.
We don't talk to her today about those things. I just read a book lately called Beautiful Things on drugs, written by Joe Biden's son, Hunter
Yes.
Biden.
Yeah.
If any parent read that book, they should have a different paradigm shift as to how to deal with their children. In all the issues and all the years of addiction, Joe Biden and his wife Jill never derided this boy, never denounced him and threw him out of the house. They just said, we will stand with you. And he wrote it in the book. Those were some of the elements that kept him. So the society must begin to understand these vices grew out of our own situation. We all together must work together to help these people.
I know that there's a huge prevalence of drug use amongst the very young generation, especially university students. What's the relationship between CADAM and the universities?
Both
private and...
most private. Usually, our relationship is stronger with private universities and particularly the Christian universities.
Okay.
One started with us and saw the result, and the others learned from them. And we also now wrote in order to help the students, because many universities, out of ignorance, were expelling students. The final year. And we say to them, that is counterproductive, which is one of the things that General Marwa is now talking about. The first attempt in helping should not be punitive. We should not punish users because they are victims. So that is double jeopardy. So we wrote to the universities and said, look, we will be willing to help you. Come and visit us and see what we do. Let them come. When you catch them, we will help them with rehabilitation. We will certify them. They'll go back to school. Then if you watch them, many of them have graduated. So
from university?
Oh, from university.
That's
oh, yes,
very
I know quite many are doctors and nurses and even pilots today.
Fantastic.
That graduated from us. So that gave them, and Nicola, why don't we try? This is not to say that every one of them they sent to us do that. 2, 3 still fail, and then they expel them because they have tried enough. But they have seen a measure of success.
So you're saying the first step is not...
It's not rustication. It's not punishment. Even if you're going to punish, let it be a lesser level. Let's say we suspend you for a semester. Go to so place or wherever you choose. Go and get rehabilitated. Bring a certification that you have stopped. We will take you back to school. We will, because what schools today check at random.
Yeah.
So they are not called if you do well. And they'll be watching. Because what we say to them is when they come and finish with us, let a lecturer who has understanding be watching over them, report to the lecturer maybe once in 2 weeks. How are you doing? Look at it, but don't begin to check them out. Maybe this guy. No, that's not the way.
But then there's the other side of checking. When they check randomly and they find some of the chemicals in their bloodstream, like THC, for instance, which I found out can last about 30 days within the system. I mean, what does that mean? And there are other sources of getting THC?
You know, the interesting thing is, if you know, these guys are smart.
Yes.
Catching out the university authorities. Some university authorities test, but they don't catch anyone, depending on what these boys use.
So you don't say boys only.
No, girls. Oh, girls.
Yeah.
No, you'll be surprised that this is not limited to the men folk. Women do as much drugs as men. So I use boys because in a general sense.
Yes.
So the thing is, if you find it true, you find it. But it doesn't mean that the person is on a regular use.
Okay.
Because if you use cannabis, if you don't use it within the next 2 weeks, you can still test positive. And but you know, some of the things we are telling universities, do these things with caution. Because there are some natural tablets prescribed in hospital that can make you have a false positive result.
Okay.
With this test. For instance, let me give you. If you take Aleve, Aleve is an analgesic.
Yes.
If you take it, if they test you, they'll find THC. There'll be a false positive for THC. And so just like other drugs, there are a few, we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Okay.
Some of them can give you a false positive for THC. So you can't then find THC and say, oh, surely this guy, you must interrogate the fact. First of all, test and find result. Don't say this is what we found. Do you do this? Do you do this? So that you do not put the university in a difficult position. Because if the university now suspends, and then somehow the student can prove that it doesn't use drugs, if they then do
subsequent tests,
then it becomes a problem for the university. Then nobody will trust your judgment.
So there's a need for caution.
There's a need for caution. And you see, one of the things we also told the university, who catches someone to take for test? You need to be careful. There must be, the security can catch, but they must hand over to someone with more authority and understanding who can then say, we'll do this. If you don't do that and it becomes the security who can just take, then they will make mistakes.
Yeah.
And what we also told universities, all this noise about drugs, they don't grow in the universities. They got brought in.
Yes.
Some of the staff of the university are culpable. In the kitchen, in the laundry, the marijuana,
the dispatch person.
Yes, all those things are people who can bring this to this. There's one particular student I saw last week who said to me that within his school, I won't mention the university, it's a Christian university. He said in their school they use Colorado. So I asked him why. He said in the test kit of the university, Colorado does not show. It's not detected. So they use it on a grand scale. To get it within the campus from people who sell it as students starts from 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000. So he now has a friend who is in a public institution who brings it, who gets it from outside for about 500 naira. So he brings it to him. But that guy was coming one day to supply it. Both of them got caught. He was tested, it was negative, although he uses. The other person who brought was positive because he uses other things. So he was suspended or expelled. So we said to him, we will rehabilitate him and do a letter to your university that this is this, and then give you a second chance. But public institutions don't really care. You come, I mean, you can imagine that population in some of these public institutions, how would they be bothering themselves? But they have to bother because they are producing people for the outside market. The same way the workplace needs to begin to bother today in terms of the people they employ. Because if you are not careful, you will employ them into your system and they begin to grow within your system. And the drug they take does not have to be some, it can be an innocuous thing. If you see somebody in the office, for instance, who is taking a particular beverage, put it on his table, the same bottle or container for like 3 hours is not, it must be strange to you. Or somebody has a flask. You know, there's this singer who sang one time, water bottle.
Yes.
Those things are not just street water bottle. Nobody goes to a party carry water bottle.
Yes.
So you must know that there's something in it. So I'm talking about this because we must begin to be observant of the current practices in our environment to help us take decisions.
But this whole situation looks so bleak. Is there a way out?
Oh, of course there is.
You are optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Look, let me tell you my basis for optimism, particularly now.
Yes.
And I must confess, I haven't met General Marwa and worked with him a bit. I have a feeling, I'm strongly optimistic that if he is allowed to take the time and strategy as he wants to do, with the available resources, and then with his motivating his work staff, we will get results. It will be, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. What do I mean by that? It won't happen by magic. It will happen because we join up to work with him, and it's every facet. You said something the other time in questioning me. Even within the law enforcement agencies, they are greater users of drugs than the average society. I've been to joints where I saw them in uniform, take off their cap and they're shacking up. And that's why we have those accidents at the checkpoints and all those things. The custom must be involved in the interdiction. You know when people import, was it end of last year, somebody imported some containers of tramadol. If they were not caught at the port, they would have gone. When they said the number of tablets counted, if they were distributed across every Nigerian, each of us will have 2 to 3 tablets. You can then know the magnitude. But I can show you, if that thing had walked past them, within 2 weeks they'll be importing another set.
Another one, yeah.
So each component of society, you know, I mentioned parents, I mentioned schools, I mentioned the workplace, then the church.
And the mosque too.
And the mosque, the religious body. You know why I'm particular about religious bodies? They see a lot more people than any component of our society. So if the pastors know about drugs, they talk about, not in a judgmental sense, or if you take drugs, you go to hell. You are making the boys continue to take. Something has to take me to somewhere. Don't use that. We must use love and empathy and drive it home. And when they come to talk to us, it must be confidentially maintained. They might even say, don't tell my parents. Then don't call their parents, because their parents give you shoes when they travel. You call them money. Then you destroy. And the others will never tell you stop. It cuts across. The confidentiality must cut across every facet of the society. The church, the workplace, the schools, and everything.
Now, to ask you a final question, how is CADAM funded?
I thank you for asking me. It is one of the most difficult aspects of our operation. And I must say this, if not for Mommy Gio, we would be struggling like anything. She visited us and saw our center in the rudimentary stage when we were. She said, and this is a rehab center. No wonder when I tell people to come, they don't want to come. They say Bujero, and that is like
a ship pen.
Yes. So I said, Mommy, but what will we do? We've talked to everyone that we can talk to, no help. She then left, then called me. That was how she began to release money to us until we built a good center. She then spoke to...
I should come there. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you should come. And one of the things I even want to do, interest big Nigerians. Let them come and visit. Then they can take a decision how they can help us. Not necessarily if they want to give money. They can build certain centers. They can give us equipment. They can give us vehicles. The things that we need. They don't have to give us money, so they don't say some people want to chop their money. But it's a place for people to visit. Even when people want to have ceremonies like a poker birthday, they can say, every fund from it I give to this center, or come and help us. But finance is a major issue. The church gives us money, which today is like what we use to pay salaries to buy food, because the program is free. The program in Ekpe is free. We don't charge a dime for it, and they spend a year. We house them, we clothe them, we treat them, we do all those, so we feed them. So we need help. If we get help, we'll be on top of it, we will do much more.
So, call for help.
Call for help.
Talk to the people.
I wish today, if anybody watches this, you go to our website, www.kadamonline.org. No, sorry, www.kadam.org.ng. That's our website.
Yeah.
And then our phone number is there, 0817103, I think 9895. Our phone number. Our office is in Ikeja, Agidingbe, 5 Yusuf Close, off Sadiku Street, off Amara, behind Zenith Bank. Come and visit with us. If you come, you talk to us, we'll take you to visit. You will see these people in flesh. You see the faces of addiction. And then you can see there is hope. That's why I'm happy. And I'm pleased to say to you that it's not all bleak. It looks bleak today, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
Papa. Thank you so much. My guest today on Timeless Conversations has been Dr. Dokun Adedeji, an altruistic person, totally selfless. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
very
we'll
much.
follow up on what Kadam is doing. We'll come there.
We'll be glad.
We'll come there. We'll come there. Maybe we can do a special one.
I think you
on
should.
Site.
I think you should,
On
and
site.
maybe also get
Yes.
somebody like General Amara to talk to us.
Yeah, we'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him. Thank you very much for watching. See you some other time. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
At least your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland.
Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
A very good morning to you. You're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson.
And I am Nyamgul Agaji. A wonderful Thursday morning, and we're glad to know that you're there and beginning this day with us.
All right. So we're going to be having some hot topics as well as global stories making headlines in our national dailies. We'll also be taking some top trending stories. But first, let's look at our quote of the day. Business is all about relationships. How well you build them determines how well they build your business. And that is Brad Sugars, is the chairman and founder, Action Coach. In fact, he is known as a successful businessman or an entrepreneur, and is the author of 17 books among top business coaches in the world. And because it's Business Thursday, yes, we're talking about business. So business is all about relationships. How well you build them determines how well they build your business. So that your relationship means a lot.
Yeah, that debunks the claim by a lot of people that when it is business, there's no friend. There's it doesn't really make sense. Yes, we are not saying you need to fraternize with those people to the extent that it affects your business, but you need to know that what they put in is what gives your business the flourish that it is having or otherwise. So why not build those relationships? I've seen a lot of people who have stayed on a job when the business is really suffering just because of the relationship they have with the boss. Like, you know, I need to stay. Let me not be part of the people that will make the place crumble. So they stay on and help build the business together before, if they need to leave, they leave. So relationships are very important, be it with your partners or with your workers, especially with your workers. Know that they have lives as well. They are people who think and reason and feel. So treat them.
They're human.
Treat them as the reason for your business to be moving on. Don't treat them like you are entitled to whatever kind of work they're giving you, because they work for you, you pay them. It's a trade by barter. If they don't work for you, you won't pay them.
You won't even have money.
You won't even have money to start with. So it's a very bad thing when you see in some organizations you go, the boss is buying cars and cars, sending their children abroad, and then telling the people that there's no money to pay them. We see this a lot in Nigeria, and it's so wrong. So when you're building relationships, don't think about only your partners in the business. Think about your employees as well, because they make things work.
Exactly. So I was at a summit a few years ago, and the facilitator spoke extensively about human capital. And, you know, he had said the human capital does a lot, because a lot of times we feel like we need money, and money is the capital that we think, you know, is what happens, is what sorts out the bills. Yes, it does. But it's the people that you have. Guess what? If you have like 10 Dangotes on your list, on your contact list, that is human capital. Fine, they might not give you money, but the connection that you have, the rooms that you can enter, the doors that can open for you. Yeah. So there is a lot that, you know, relationships can do for you. A lot of times we think it's money, but it's not all about money. How do you service those relationships? In fact, coincidentally, earlier this year, I put up a post on my Instagram page where I was talking about servicing relationships. Most times we don't service our relationships. We always think of, you know, the intimate relationship you have maybe with your spouse or your partner or your girlfriend.
Even that you need to
or then sometimes we think of our family members. You know, these are the relationships that are important to me. But how do you service, for instance, maybe a business relationship? For me, I think if I was to service a business relationship, it is giving encouragement, it is motivation, it is you know, just doing whatever needs to be done to ensure that you are happy, I'm happy, the business is flourishing. So if you do not put enough in the relationships that you have, especially when it comes to your business, guess what? It is not going to be built by yourself. No man is an island. You cannot be a silo and say, I can build this business all by myself. But when you have people with you who are holding your hand, you know, everyone is putting their hands in the plow, guess what? Your business will flourish. And I can resonate with that quote, because it says, you know, it's the relationships that you have that would help build your business. So you must build those relationships. You must service those relationships, in my own words.
Yeah. And even the entire life is business. The entire life you're living is business. You are in a community, or you are in a house, and you have neighbors. You're like, you know, I'm in my flat, I don't care. The day maybe robbers or something happens and you shout, everybody will be like, not be him, make it just day. So you need to service relationships. And you know that in business, when you're talking about business, you are only rich because you have people working for you. If you are a billionaire and I'm a billionaire, and we are just the two of us in that community, it means that either I will be working for you and you work for me, or we'll just be working for ourselves, which means when everybody is rich, it means everybody is poor. Yes, because whatever the poor men are supposed to be doing, you will be the one doing, because you have nobody doing for you. So you're poor eventually. So you should know that whatever you are as a result of another person not being that thing. So you respect that person and deal with that person as an entity that is contributing to whatever you are becoming.
Yeah, I totally
So when you're
agree.
doing business, your customers are part of your business that help build your business. So treat them right. Your other people who help to invest in your business are people you need to treat right. The people who work for you and with you are people you need to treat right. So just treat your
I have a question for
everybody
you. So you know
right.
there's a saying that customer is king. Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do believe that.
So regardless of whatever the customer does, the customer is king.
Customer is king, because you don't have to. Sometimes, like we have a case where we're facing right now, where someone made a review and she is in turmoil because she made a statement and all that. It's not like the customer will now become the devil in front of
that's what I wanted to say. So customer is king, but there's a limitation. There's boundaries.
A customer can really test your nerves, but when you know, even a king, a normal king, there are people who fight the king when it is extreme. So, but if you have that feeling in your heart that this person is so important that I should be careful how I treat that person, the relationship will be some people, when they spend their 50 naira, it's like they're spending 1 million. Like, if not me, you know, they job now. So they have that attitude with you. But you have to learn to accommodate a lot if you're doing business. That's
yeah, you
what
have
it
to be
means.
patient.
Doesn't mean that they will come carry a gun and point at you and you're like, king, you can shoot me. That's not it. But know that they are very important to your business and treat them that way.
Everyone is important, from your customers to a lot of times we see customers as king, right? And a customer is the one that bring the money. That's the bloodline of the business, right? Because you need money to make sure that the business is functioning. But sometimes we neglect the employees, the people that are there to actually help service that business. Because guess what? If you do not have the employees, there's nobody to help the customer to, get whatever they need to get, or give them the service, or even manufacture the product that they need to buy. So the employees are
buy things because of the way the service is, and that's not the boss giving me the service; it's the people around there. And if those people are hungry, if those people are angry, if those people are not happy enough, then I will not go there, because it will show that these people are not happy. So, bottom line, just treat everybody right.
Treat everybody right.
Yes.
From your customers to your employees,
to your
partners, everybody in your life. Just treat everyone right. And then I would always say the way you treat the CEO is the same way you should treat the janitor. So do not say, because this person has more money or more power, I'm going to treat them better. No, treat everyone right.
And Sanu and Nasu and all the people who are non-academic staff in university, that's like janitor. And
yes.
So because they are on strike, activities are grounded in universities.
Because everyone is important.
They are non-academic staff. They are not entering there to teach the students, but you can pass through the gate. As simple as that.
Yeah.
No key for you, because the janitor
who's going to even clean the place?
So
when you come, everyone looks a mess. Yeah. Anyways, let's move over to some top trending stories this morning. This first one is still talking about the bill to stop pension for ex-governors and deputies, and this is from the Abia Assembly. Those are hot topics. Another hot topic we'll be looking at is NLC shuts down a Labour Party headquarters and demands Abure's sack. What do you think about those hot topics? Well, I can't wait to have our guests.
Let's leave it for the guests. I have so much that I'm thinking about that, but let's leave it for our guests. But the top trending issues we're beginning with today.
This first one is Senate passes Student Loan Act 2024, and the Senate has passed the Student Loans Access to Higher Education Act Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2024 after passing a second reading last week. The passage followed the consideration of a report of the Committee on Tertiary Institutions and Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, presented by the chairman representing Katsina South, Senator Mohammed Montari. President Bola Tinubu had last week written to the Senate and the House of Representatives seeking a repeal of the Student Loan Access to Higher Education Bill and to enact a new one. The new act will enhance the implementation of the Higher Education Student Loan Scheme by addressing challenges related to the management structure of Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELF, applicant eligibility requirements, loan purpose, funding sources, and disbursement and repayment procedures. The president's action came after the announcement of a temporary suspension of the commencement of the student loan system. The law was put in place to allow Nigerian students in tertiary institutions to access low-interest loans to complete their studies. A motion compelling the need to tackle the challenge out of school children in Nigeria, sponsored by Senator Adebule Oluranti, representing Lagos West, was also debated. In a lead debate, Senator Oluranti argued on the need to cause a drastic reduction of the current number of out-of-school children, pegged according to the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO statistics at 20 million. Some other lawmakers, like Senator Osho Moihole, enjoined the Senate to compel the appropriate agency to publish the percentage of out-of-school children in each state, particularly to expose defaulting state governments who, through a misplacement of priorities, have continued to endanger the collective well-being of citizens. In its resolution, the Senate asked the judiciary in all 36 states to set up mobile courts for the enforcement of the Universal Basic Education UBE Act. It also mandated its Committee on Education to engage with the Ministry of Education on the same issue of out-of-school children to reduce their number and set a time limit of 2 years for the implementation of the UBE Act. Okay, I want to get your thoughts.
My greatest happiness about that, but I don't know if you have a quarrel with the Oshumole that you call this statement. I was just, who is she talking about and all that? Anyway, but the amendments to this bill are the ones that are really gladdening my heart. First of all, the family income threshold has been removed, so it's no longer that you have to earn less than 500,000. They have also removed the guarantor that is supposed to guarantee you, those people on level 15 or something, that we knew that was going to be a difficult thing. They have also talked about the fact that they cannot be disqualified. Students cannot be disqualified based on their parents' loan history. So if you are a student on your own. And then justice and fairness, spread, national spread and all that. Repayment of the loan will start 2 years after your service. So it's assumed that you have a job at that time. And if you do not have a job, you can have a sworn affidavit that tells the government that I do not have a job, and they prove it that you don't have a job. So until you begin to work, they cannot begin to enforce that. They also have provisions that say that the beneficiary can have loan forgiveness in case they resign, natural disaster, or you died or something, for loan forgiveness. They won't come to your family and say, okay, pay the loan that this student got. So a lot of reforms.
Yeah.
So, which means the government actually listened to Nigerians. The fears that Nigerians expressed are being reflected on this bill now. And I like that. I commend the government.
I do as well, because you know we've spoken about this in the past, and we talked about how some of them were a little bit not so great. So seeing all of these reforms and then putting these policies in place as well just makes it better. At least people can start to afford these loans. My question now is, if I don't have a job in 2 years, or a good paying job, because now you can say, okay, you have a job, so you should be paying after 2 years, but what type of job do I have? What's the minimum wage? Is it going to be enough to pay for the loan that I've had? And possibly we don't even know how much these, because students' loans it depends on the university you're going to. So I don't know if they have one amount pegged for every single person. But how do I start to pay these loans after 2 years of my service? Is it going to be?
How many years will it be
yes,
spread?
exactly. So those are the little intricacies that are part of it that we need to know. Because if I'm going to sign something, it's almost like you're signing a contract. So if I'm going to sign a contract, I need to know. You're not just going to tell me after 2 years you have to pay the loan. What if I don't have enough money after 2 years, one? And then how do I spread the payment? Because if I'm getting a job, right, maybe after NYSC and stuff like that, what is the amount of the job? How much am I going to use to feed? How much am I going to?
According to the percentage, it will be a percentage. So if
you're
you're
of your salary.
If you're earning 100,000, maybe you pay 20,000. That will be 20%. And if you're earning ₦1 million, you pay 200,000.
So the amount that you pay obviously fast tracks how often you can make your payments and how fast you can repay the entire loan.
I wasn't part of that committee.
I will have thinking aloud.
I know. We will have to look at the details of that. If there are still concerns, we will still say it because the loan has not started. It was supposed to start last Thursday or something like that, and they postponed it so that this reform.
But we're glad for this reform.
Yeah,
so
I'm
a step in the right direction.
Okay, let's take a final top trending. Reps propose 5 months mourning leave for widows, 4 weeks for widowers. Okay, the bill for an act to provide for the implementation of a widowhood leave bill in Nigeria has passed second reading at the House of Representatives. The bill, titled Widowhood Leave Bill 2023, was sponsored by Honorable Said Musa Abdullahi, Bida Boko Kacha Federal Constituency of Niger State. Arguing in favor of the bill, Abdullahi stated that introducing widowhood leave acknowledges the unique challenges faced by widows and widowers. He also said it provides them with necessary time and space to grieve, seek counseling, and adjust to the new realities. Abdullahi added that the support can significantly contribute to their emotional healing and overall resilience, and also give them time to focus on caring for their children and other family members who may be dependent on them during the mourning period. He noted that a Muslim widow is expected to perform iddah, that is the waiting period, for a period of 4 months and 10 days. During this period, she would not be expected to attend any function outside her home, and she is not required to interface with any man that is not her immediate relation. According to him, widows and widowers in Nigeria face numerous challenges following the loss of their spouses and are often left to single-handedly care for their children and attend to pressing family matters. The lawmaker reminds his colleagues that the bill was presented and scaled first reading on the floor of the hallowed chamber on July 27, 2023. The bill is divided into 5 clauses, with 3 of them specifying the period of leave that is formally grantable to a widow and a widower with full entitlement to their pays, another defining the persons who are eligible for the leave, and the third stating the punishment for the violation of the bill. The Nigerian Labour Act 2004 does not explicitly provide for any form of leaves that covers widowhood, warranting a much-needed review. Organizations around the country make provisions for bereavement leave, the time off work given to employees when faced with death of spouses. According to Abdullahi, research findings have shown that in Nigeria, public sector organizations grant bereavement leave for 14 days, which he claimed is no doubt derived from the public sector rules, which states in clause 100230 that an officer may be allowed special leave from duty on full pay on compassionate grounds for a period of up to 2 weeks for the burial of spouse, child, parents of spouse. And he explained further that considering that in countries like Australia and Brazil, bereavement leave is typically 2 days, and in countries like Canada, France, Spain, and the United States of America, it is usually 3 days. Therefore, one may say the 14 days prescribed by public sector rules is sufficient. However, the House member noted that in looking at the prevalent cultural and religious practices of Nigeria, 14 days seems inadequate, and it is always necessary that an organization looks at the cultural context, as the way people mourn is deeply rooted in culture.
So the one that struck me first was, why is there 4 months thereabouts for women? And then
less for men.
Less for men.
Yeah, that was a question I was asking myself.
For me, I think mourning has nothing to do with gender. You've lost someone, especially when it comes to your spouse. You are, in fact, you are emotionless at that point. So I just feel like if you're going to tell Peter to, do this, Paul should also have the same. I would think, fine, I know some people might come for me and say, oh, men are stronger, men, shake things off easily. Fine, men
can't shake things off.
Exactly.
For instance, a lot of
these
these
are
men,
emotions involved.
A lot of these men, it is when their wives die that they know what they try to be the ones that will ready the children for school. They try to be the ones to cook for them, take them out, do all those kind of things.
Like life literally dawns on them all at once.
It changes everything like 100%, and they are usually overwhelmed. They don't even know where to start. So while you're mourning your wife, you're also crying about the inability to do a lot of things. I'm not saying it's greater for man or woman. Both of them grieve differently. But if it is good for one gender, it should be good for the other. Just give bereavement leave for everybody.
I don't think there should be a specific time for men and a specific time for women. If we're going to say this is bereavement leave for every single person. So if you have lost someone, especially a close family member, maybe your father, your mother, your spouse, people like that, then you should have a bereavement leave of certain amount of days. But when you say, if you're a woman, you have 4 months. If you're a man, you have how many weeks? It doesn't make sense to me, because we're talking about gender equality. So if we're saying gender equality, then it should also reflect in certain reforms that we have.
No
exactly, emotion has no gender. It should reflect in certain reforms that we have, as a nation. You can't just start to say, oh, we want women to come sit at the table, and then when it comes to losing someone and your emotions are spiraled all over the place, you say, oh, a man can, handle it. I'm not I say I'm not a feminist. I love a gender equality. I mean, I am a humanist, and I feel for a reform like this, I would expect it to cut across board. If it's for man, if it's for woman, this is the amount of days. If it's 5 days, if it's 10 years, whatever it is, this is the amount, this is the number of days we're going to give you. But when you start to pick and choose is what I do not like. But, well, we'll see what they do with that.
I'd like a provision in that bill also that will cover counseling. Because if you just say, okay, go and mourn, some people even coming to work is what helps them, so that they still have to see people, interact with people. It makes them stronger a little bit. So if you just say, okay, you've lost someone, go and sit at home. For some of us, even taking leave, except there is something really important that we need to do, just going to stay at home 2 weeks, 3 weeks is very boring. And so add that to losing someone and all that. So they should also try to make provisions for people to be able to access counseling in that time of 3 months, 6 months, 1 month, or 28 days, or whatever the case may be. How much counseling do these people have access to, so that we know that that time is used productively, and then when they're coming back to work, they are mentally and physically, emotionally ready and stronger to.
I agree, but I'm just wondering who's going to provide the counseling. But if I was
that's what it is. So they should be thinking about that as well.
If I was to prefer a solution, this is where NGOs come in, and I think the government should do a lot with the private sector. Try to do a lot of partnerships, because if you have some NGOs that are counselors or therapists or people that deal with cases like this, you can always say, okay, you know what, we might subsidize the amount. Obviously, you have to pay them because it's not going to be for free. But you're saying, okay, we're working with you that maybe some of our civil servants who have lost someone, they can come to your establishments, they can get some form of counseling.
Like we have HMOs,
like
we have HMOs, in health and all that. Emotional stress sometimes is worse than having malaria, having what we call sickness. It drains you a lot. Some people, that's what leads people to committing suicide more. You can't tell me that I have malaria or committing suicide. You'll be talking about my boyfriend or girlfriend jilted me, my father has been abusive, my mother has been. So these are the things, emotional stress that people go through. So we should be thinking along those lines. People do not want to go to therapy. We should be thinking about orientation. People don't want to even go to hospital because they feel when I go to hospital, they'll tell me a lot of things that I don't want to know. We need orientation. So along these lines, what has government done? What can they do? Because we need to recognize this fact and begin to access these things. If it is possible to go to, let's say, teaching hospitals or other government establishments to access these, let us make the people know that as you have, whenever you have this problem, you can access this possibly for free. And then people will start to go to that place. And we monitor them, make sure that the people who are responsible, the organization and all that, monitor them and see how they're doing before they come back.
Like you said, mentally, emotionally, and physically ready. So at the end of the day, you want productivity, as a nation, even in the little establishments that everyone has. So if we're talking about productivity, I think that is a good way to go. Counseling is very, very important, because when you counsel them, then they are better.
And
they can start to interact
because of relationship.
Exactly,
it would
flourish.
So that's how it is. But 5 months mourning may be too much, maybe a lot, not too much, maybe a lot. But I think it's something that should be looked into. Make it equal. Make it better than it is right now, and then make sure people get access to what they need to overcome that emotional stress that they will be going through.
I agree, 100%. All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at the papers. But first, let's check out the weather. Stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
For staying with us, you're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. And joining us to review the papers is Professor Chris Mustafa Wokobia Jr. As a convener, Country First movement. Good morning, Prof. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be on with you.
As always.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. Okay, so we're going to be starting with the Punch this morning. And I think this is something that might interest a lot of people because I'm sure we all have something or another to do with dollars, right? And so this one says a Naira rebounds to 1,400 Naira per dollar as speculators offload Forex. And the writers on this one says Naira appreciates at parallel official markets. Operators foresee $1,200 in weeks. And another writer says CBN tightens news on currency speculators, completes payment of $7 billion Forex backlog. What do you think about this? I mean, a lot of times when you even go to the markets, everyone blames the dollar or the Naira depreciating and saying, dollar is so expensive, and so that's why everything in Nigeria is really expensive. But if we're seeing a rise or Naira appreciating at this time, and some people are even optimistic that it might get up to 1,200 in a few weeks. I want to get your take on this and just see what your thoughts are.
Well, it's interesting. Very commendable development. I hope they can sustain it. I pray they can sustain it. We have noticed over the past few weeks the effort of the CBN and the Minister of Finance, as well as those in charge of our economy, to stem the slide of the Naira to what I'll call a very terrible descent to abyss. But interestingly, they've been able to manage that slide. The Naira is gradually appreciating almost consistently for a few weeks now. I hope it continues. I hope that they come out with policies and programmatic that will sustain the stability of the Naira against the dollar. Because like you noted, almost everything, when you go to the shops, when you go to the markets, when you go around buying stuff, you find out that people will tell you, oh, you can't buy for less because the Naira is very weak against the dollar. So I also hope that the government is able to sustain it and it spirals to the market, to the price of goods and services in the market. Because if the Naira gains strength against the dollar and it doesn't affect the price of tomato or the price of rice, the price of bombita or whatever you call it in the market, then it is to no effect whatsoever. So I hope that this effort by government is sustained. I hope that the government also looks the way of production rather than pumping in money into the FX market, the Forex market. I hope that they begin to look at, like what we have consistently said over the past 3 weeks, I hope they look the way of agriculture. They look the way of diversifying our economy from oil to other basic wealth that the Almighty God has bestowed our country with. And strongly, I hope that they weave a commendable, a reliable, a credible, and a predictable economic policy such that even foreign investors will look at Nigeria and say, oh, for a while now, we can predict where the Nigerian economy is headed. Or for a while now, we can say that it is safe to go and invest in Nigeria. And that's what is very important if we must stabilize the economy, if we must help the Naira against the dollar, and if we must reduce inflation.
Okay. Well, I hope that, 1,200 is quite optimistic as of where we are today. But I mean, last year, we still saw dollar for about 600 and something. And then I just hope that we can actually get there again.
Remember, if it is 1,400 today, don't forget that about 6 weeks ago, it had almost gotten to 2,000. So
right.
I don't think that it is ambitious to expect that in a few weeks it will come to 1,200. I think that what government must do is sustain its policy, and like I said, weave a predictable, a credible, and a confident building economic policy, such that those who are investing in Nigeria will have confidence, such that those who want to invest in Nigeria will have confidence, and such that those who operate within the Forex corridor will have confidence to deal. Once you have confidence in the economy, you will find out that the Naira will gain strength against the dollar.
Okay, let's move to another matter. Top left corner of that Punch newspaper, we have the headline, Tinubu pushes 60 million Naira annual pay for Supreme Court justices. That means 5 million per month, I guess. And then do you think this will improve our justice system?
Yeah, Paul, I'll be a bit comical in my approach to this news. Is it a thank you for what happened last year? Is it indeed an effort at ensuring that the judiciary becomes truly, relatively independent, if you like? Is it a way of making sure that our judiciary does not trade justice for hire? I hope truly that my optimism works for our collective good. I hope that, but what is most important, Yango, what is most important, Ruma, is the fact that we need the judiciary to be in complete and absolute control of their wages and emoluments. We need the judiciary to have their monies budgeted for the judiciary as a first-line charge, and we want the judiciary, the Supreme Court, and the courts in the land to have control over what they earn. I do not want a situation where the executive, because whether we like it or not, it's an independent arm of government. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are co-equals in leadership. So I don't think that it is commendable for government, the executive arm, to determine what judges earn and how they are paid. If we truly want independence of the judiciary, if we truly want a judiciary that dispenses justice, if we want a judiciary whose, the insignia, the symbol of moral justice, that pretty woman that has her eyes blindfolded and that has a scale and a sword in both hands. And you know what that is supposed to mean, that without let of hindrance, without fear of favor, she will dish and deal justice. Unfortunately, over the past few years, we have seen an orgy and an era of inconsistent rulings by different courts in the land. We have seen what tends like justice for hire. So I hope and pray that first, the executive understands that the judiciary must be treated as a co-equal. And then secondly, the executive allows the judiciary to run its resources and arrogate appropriate, maybe perhaps in consonance with the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Allocation Commission, what they should earn. I don't think that bazaars and freebies from the executive is the way to go. I have said time and again that in the process of making a country that works, we must not only advocate for the independence of the tiers of government, we must also advocate for devolution of power through fiscal federalism and resource control.
Well, to further elucidate what you talked about independence, I mean, I would have expected that all of the salaries for these justices should be done by the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission. So I'm wondering why the president is pushing out 60 million. What's the reason? Because for something like this, you're supposed to take your hands off and say, let them ride, let them be independent, let them do whatever they need to do. If we're talking about the justices not having enough money and some of them not earning as much as others, then there should be like a system or some form of reform that just enables that, not pumping in money. And what happens after the next 1 year? Because if this is for 1 year, so what happens next?
That was why I said, albeit comically, whether it's a thank you gift for what happened at the Electoral Petition Tribunal, whether it's a commendation or thank you gift for what happened at the Supreme Court.
But is that how he's going to be moving around sending thank you gifts to everyone? It's a question, because there's so many agencies
that need to be thanked.
That needs to be thanked. I need to be thanked.
Did you?
I would love to be thanked.
For what? That's the question.
For something. I mean, I'm showing up
Rumi,
here. We're talking. I'm just joking. Anyways, let's move.
I wonder what she's saying.
Okay, I want to move over to another headline, and it talks about the student loan bill. So, National Assembly passes student loan bill, proposes jail for defaulters. I want to know if you've seen the new reforms that have been there. Initially, they had suspended this student loan bill, but now it's back again, and there's some new reforms on it. And I want to just get your take on that.
Yeah, I had read about the few reforms, and then I also followed the input by student organizations, and I think it's pretty commendable that they're doing that pretty fast, because you can have a nation where the primacy of education appears to be uncared and uncatered for. You can have an economy or a nation moving forward where what we must do with our educational system does not occupy the front burner in our policy programmatic and articulation. But I want to say here that going forward, I hope that they also understand that student loans should be one of the biggest allocations that should be made, monies for education and the likes. Because when what otherwise was speculated as having been allocated for student loan is less than what the minister for the FCT was asking for to build a house for the vice president when he does not live in the moon. Then it worries me. It also bothers the carapace of my mind if in the budget, I don't know whether you're aware, Rumia, I don't know whether you're aware, Yambu, that about 47.7 billion naira was appropriated for non-existing schools in the budget. I don't know whether you have read that benumbing and befuddling information. I would wish and pray that the National Assembly appropriates such resources for student loans, because you have quite a lot of Nigerian parents who are indigent. I know that you are aware that we occupy number one position on the poverty ladder presently.
And even out-of-school children, you know, we occupy the number one position.
And then we have the highest out-of-school children in the world. So what we must do as a people is give primacy to education, challenge leadership, challenge government, challenge the National Assembly to put proper premium on what happens and appropriation for and concerning education. I also do not know whether you know, Yambu, that less than 500 persons, or just about 500 persons in the National Representatives and the Senate has over 300 billion appropriated to it. 27 federal universities serve